击前。先打。
A 塔。别急，打。
先打前排。
nice。
打不走，下把加油。OK， 一波。
等他们点塔。蛇你没闪。守他。
先下前排。现在打前排。
不能。
先下前排。
这 JDG。
手中。我捅了，慢点。
可以吗？
没，先打前排。打前排。
看到。
就杀前排。打前排。
YG。
杀不能。
先杀不能，没事。
不能。
还有20秒。
别急，继续点了。点塔。
先打。
一针。
保
10秒。
nice。
怎么这么肉啊？对面不知道，太肉了，不知道怎么说。
还无心插柳的连带捅到了辅助，3个人3越3，腐败锁链打先手，赵信也捅出自己的大招，泥潭又被铁腕竞合空中给捏了下来，好一个竞合，为了砍下一波 double kill， 还要等下 Starry missing 先 A 出第一下，枪在塔下吼出了这个笑声。后人有大招，他在不停的去找机会，岩雀先打一波的隔断，这个隔断打的位置还是不错，但是自己坐立稍微有点危险，被框住了，这是很危险的一丝血拉开，法图卡差点保护，但是希望还将其砍死了，弹射这个时候立功了，小龙还在正面战场，开始飘出去撞吧，又是一个近距离之墙，急用城墙把他给飞开。
这个城墙很坚厚啊，在这个位置。
难道说真是 W 的机会？什么情况？朱德章总算把自己的 A 大5个残血一巴掌拍掉了一个，一滴血的小龙，最后是被 W 给吃掉。非常的嚣张，
游刃有余。
什么自动打吸？我的天哪！看似找辅助闪现做 AD。
虚晃一枪，
甚至还想压起身找一下这个葵桑提是将其带过了墙，但是看了大招之后也很脆啊。王子再接上1Q，葵桑提虽然说往回跳出来2个，但是只能加速自己的阵亡。朱德章哇，半血朱德章，其实变大这个时候也并不是很好接。中上2条兵线，甚至掘墓者还在下路呢。掘墓者还在下路，W一下正面就要开了。正面短暂的是一个5打4，想先秒蒙多被排城，蒙多被击飞，蒙多被秒了。但是上方这个推墙对着相当不错，朱德章第一时间也要倒在地上，看一下 C 位的出出，金克斯倒了，同时 Angel 也要被处理，双 C 都倒在了地上，2起 TP， 又是约里克大将军，他能拦住这个石头人吗？莫威的一巴掌，
他做到了。
是由猴子把蓝 buff 给守住。
主要这里还要继续的来打。
等下 Missy， 2级3级，海潮过来了，现在找一下 Missy。
治疗先抬一口。
魔汉的血量不足了呀，被威德斯一剑给穿死。女枪也赶到战场，能不能救起来？救起来了！这个 W 把他拉了起来。后续又是个标准的铁腕竞合，海潮也要被带走，那爆炸了。
Baby 뭘 그리 고민해 내게 알려줘 지금 right now Baby 어쨌든 뭐든 돼 Cause you know nobody knows you like 달콤하게 느껴지는 네 숨소리가 좋은 걸 I like that 매번 아침 잠에 빠져 투정하는 네가 좋아 I love that 가끔은 간지럽게 내게 말 걸어줘 조심스레 내게 입 맞춰줘 모든 삶 속에 내 불을 지켜줘 알 수 없어도 날 원한다면 24/7 난 매일 함께 Every night with you Every day with you 이제 난 시작할게 Every night with you Every day with you oh, 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 oh. You get the better girl You get deserve it oh, 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 oh. 약속해 모든 걸 지킬 수 있게 Baby 넌 조심스러 말 못하고 마음속 속에 oh yeah yeah 잊혀지고 있었던 네 머릿속이 어지럽게 yeah 난 다른 여자와 달라 because I went lower dollar Looking at me with the color buzz every single $1 million 나를 다룰 줄 알지 이미 Get like it out of me 난 어디든 널 따라갈게 그만 단지럽게 내게 말 걸어줘 조심스레 내게 힘 맞춰줘 어두운 삶 속에 내 불을 지켜줘 알 수 없어도 날 원한다면 24/7 I'm with 함께 Every night with you Every day with you 이제 난 시작할게 Every night with you Every day with you oh, 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 oh. You get the better girl You get deserve it oh, 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 oh. 약속해 모든 걸 지킬 수 있게 빌었던 이 마지막이 먼저 날 집어삼킬지라도 약속한 너와 내 미래에서 다시 너를 안고 싶어 너와 나 둘이서 뛰어다니고 싶어 한 걸음 더 너에게 닿을게 내 마지막일 수 있는데 24/7 I'm with 함께 Every night with you Every day with you 이제 난 시작할게 Every night with you Every day with you oh, 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 oh. You get the better girl You get deserve it oh, 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 oh. 약속해 모든 걸 지킬 수 있게 One and only 나 뿐인 걸 One and only 나 뿐인 걸 One and only 나 뿐인 걸 Yeah yeah oh yeah yeah 넌 나의 One and only 나 뿐인 걸 One and only 나 뿐인 걸 One and only 나 뿐인 걸 Yeah yeah oh yeah yeah oh I'm a fighter, I will always rise up, standing taller, I got nothing to lose. In the darkness, you will see the fire shining through. I can feel it burning, feel the power rushing into my veins. Light the way. Rising out of the flames, light the way. Now I'm ready to fight. Watch me burn through the night. I roar like the fire. Now I rise from the ground.
Hello and welcome to another day of LPL 2026. It is a wonderful day here. Well, I suppose it's an LG's arena. I didn't surprise that. I didn't expect that. I was surprised by that. I didn't surprise that. Well, I hope I didn't surprise anyone. I'd like to apologize. Wow. Hello, how's it going? I haven't zeroed in my camera just yet, but here you go. Hello, my name's Nymaera. I'll be joined by Initialise shortly to bring you all the best that the LPL has to offer. And we have some of the very best to offer from the LPL today, because we have BLG versus Anyone's Legend, two of our very best teams from 2025 facing off against each other. It was a summer finals rematch, and two of our best performing international teams across 2025. And then after that, we'll have IG versus JDG, which was maybe the best matchup regionally in terms of entertainment value that we had the entire year. Last year, IG versus JDG had games which had Nexus to Nexus to Nexus. It had double Baron steals and more. Honestly, more. It was ridiculously entertaining. So with that in mind, we're going to be leading you through a bit of a preview of these matchups, and on the whole, just hanging out and enjoying ourselves. So if you are watching wherever you are, let us know how you're feeling in chat. Sam and I do read chat. We are currently live on 3 different streams, and we'll be adding in a 4th one, TikTok, when we get closer to the games, just for algorithm reasons, effectively. And yes, let's start off with that BLG versus Anyone's Legend matchup, because we've had roster changes for BLG. AL stay the same, however, they have lost their long-time coach in Tabe. Tabe is no longer coaching the team, and that does change the equation a little bit. Now, they did play against Top Esports just the other day, who have made some roster changes themselves, who look a little bit weaker, sadly for themselves. But I do expect that these two teams, and then JDG later, will make up the top 3 of the LPL. Now, the order of that top 3 is still very, very much up for debate. That's the bit which we start to and ah about and wonder about. Well, how good can they really be? This is the first matchup that we'll see of them between 2026. I expect this to be a finals matchup later into the year. Tomorrow, by the way, we have Top Esports versus BLG and Anyone's Legend versus JDG. So we have incredible games tomorrow as well. It will be bangers, folks. This weekend has been stacked. I suppose, oh, we got some promo stuff anyway. What is this? This is one, like a, is that a Janna skin? That looks like a Janna skin, or is it Soraka? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know why I interrupted my flow for that. Whatever. It's all good. But yes, so when it comes down to these two teams, we haven't seen that much gameplay from them just yet. We saw Demacia Cup from BLG without Knights, and we also saw Anyone's Legend play a single series, and then BLG play a single series as well. Anyone's Legend didn't play Demacia Cup with their full roster, so we don't know as much about them, really. When it comes to both these teams, typically the way that we viewed it before was Anyone's Legend were the strategists, BLG were the sledgehammer. They were the butchers. They would take lead, skirmish with them, and win. That was their way to win games, it was for BLG. Now when it comes to... hey, how's it going, Clarkson? It's going good to see you over in Onivia's chat. And again, would you say hi to you if you're in chat? Please speak up. Make yourselves at home. Why don't you? I lost my train of thought a little bit there. When it comes down to this matchup, I think a lot of it will come down to that bot lane matchup. I think that when we saw the series the other day, BLG looked really, really good when Viper was ahead. And of course, BLG, the big thing about this team is that they have picked up Viper from HLE. I would say the best AD carrier in the world across 2025, although that's contested. People will throw out names like Ruler or even Gumiyushi for his Worlds run, really, despite his weaker winter split. And of course, BLG also picked up longtime jungler Shun. He's come back to the roster after the drama, the controversy of him leaving in 2025. Sarcasm, thank you so much for the sub. And again, folks, Sam and I, we do this effectively for a living, folks. If you'd like to support us in what we're doing, please drop a like, a sub. Honestly, just sticking around and spending time here. It helps us an awful lot. Trying to beat the algorithm is a very difficult thing to do on Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to do, folks. It can be, and I hope that we can somehow crack it someday. It'd be very, very cool to do so. Shun coming back to BLG it's like the heart and soul of a team coming back. Shun is all smiles. He is the guy that fixes the vibes of a team, and BLG is a team which desperately needed those vibes to be fixed. BLG were the most dominant regional team that we have seen in a very long time in 2024, when he was last on the roster. They made a World Finals, and then Shun left. Of course, on the other side, Anyone's Legend were a team that sort of took their place a little bit. Top Esports and Anyone's Legend were on the whole better than BLG last year, despite the fact that BLG ended up winning that final split of the year. And here is your BLG roster for today. Bin, Shun, Knight, Viper, and On. All stars, household names. And this game here in particular was just destructive. Viper Aphelios, the champion, he won Worlds On from the LPL as the EDG bot laner, was a sight to behold. Now, it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, I will say. They lost one game versus Weibo, which is why they're not top of the table, shared with Anyone's Legend and JDG right now at that 1-0 +2 mark. Good backstep there from Knight. Xiao Hu, weird series. He had like 90% of a good series and then a couple of real int moments. Ugh, gosh. Sam's just trundling his chair on through. Good for you to join us today, Sam. I was just saying, tomorrow's got some really good games too, but I know you're taking the day off.
Yeah, I made the exact
No, it's all good. It's all good. Just, you know, you're going to be missing BLG. You're going to be missing AL versus JDG.
Oh, don't say that.
You're going to be missing AL versus JDG and Top Esports versus BLG, so, you know.
Oh, those are good games. Those are good games.
And here's Anyone's Legend on the other side. The same roster that you know and love from 2025.
I think this roster could be really good fun, guys. I really do. Again, the big changes are not on screen, they're off screen. We're looking at the coaching staff shifts, which are so significant. Tabe going is a big, big deal for this team. The players, those very, very talented, very, very successful players over the course of last year, aren't going anywhere for this squad.
And they had themselves a stomp versus IG, really. IG, a team which are playing later today, by the way, and are Demacia Cup champions. They won their first silverware in, you know, a while. 7 years or something like that, because they hadn't won since 2019 spring. Okay, just under 7 years then, I guess. And yeah, on the whole, Anyone's Legend making very dynamic early map plays with Kyle and Tarzan. Now, we know that was a factor of them in 25. It looks like they've kept that up coming into 2026, and we hope to see more of that from this team. They did make a couple of slip-ups here and there. And as I was saying, I think that the big difference, well, the big decider between these two games to me is actually who wins bot lane. Because I think that both these teams are very confident playing out the macro when the bot lane is ahead. I think that... Let me just shift the camera a little bit.
That's absolutely fine.
We didn't have a chance to zero this in, sadly, myself. But, yeah, basically, when BLG tried to get Bin ahead, they overcorrected after he fell behind in the 1v1, and the macro kind of fell to pieces. Once they started playing through bot lane, it was just so much more simple for them. They got on ahead at the same time, and it made the game a lot more easy for them. On the side of AL, Hope and Kyle destroyed bot lane versus IG. You know, the Varus game from Hope was really, really good. And I know that Hope has a poor international reputation because he's never really showed up internationally. Regionally, this guy actually has a pretty solid track record. You know, this guy ended up winning probably the most AD carry-centric split of the modern era in the Zeri Sivir meta. He won that in 22 summer on JDG versus Top Esports against Jaculov. He was incredible in that meta. And again, won a split last year where Hope was actually very, very solid. I actually think this matchup comes down to a lot around bot lane outside of your regular macro and strategy.
Yeah, I think it is one of those things where Hope sometimes, like a clutch factor, like a lane flashiness, clutch moments. Anyway,
Don't you love it when the Chinese broadcast agrees with this, by the way?
Exactly, exactly. Glad to see they're in the spot. And actually, those are some impressive numbers, though. Hope, I know it's only a series, but having the 1000 DPM number as an official stat always feels real good.
Oh, hell yeah. What is this? And this is about the bot lane as well. On versus Kyle, I suppose that's on. Is that Nautilus? Is that Nautilus all time? That might be Nautilus all time, but given that's the Demacian Nautilus skin. I have to say I've quite liked the idea of these Demacian skins.
They are
There's
really
like
cool.
a giant lighthouse Cho'Gath as well, right? Isn't there a Demacian kind of like Petrosite Cho'Gath?
Yeah. Are they? They're not part of the battle pass, are they?
I've no idea, Sam.
I want them to be part of the battle pass.
Do I look like someone that knows anything about battle passes unless there's an Ari on it? I will say, the battle pass for Demacia has been really cool because it gives you the extra points for the city building minigame.
I haven't done that yet.
You haven't, Sam, that's your
really
thing.
good.
Sam, that's your thing. Why are you not doing that?
It is.
Oh, Petrosite Cho'Gath is on the battle pass. Even better.
Oh, well, you get
it. We're shilling. But yes, back to this matchup. BLG AL, I genuinely think a lot of this will come down to which bot lane gets ahead. We'll see how they draft to win 3v3 bot lane, because I will say, I think that actually Chen ended up having a bit of a rough time versus JDG. I think that, yeah, I think that actually that could be a bit of an awkward thing versus Tarzan, who I think that Tarzan was across 25, I think the best jungler in the world, contested by Owner, but those two I think were the top of the tree. Now, if Shun doesn't come in on really good form, and they will have been prepping day and night for this one, folks, this is the big one. If he doesn't come in with a good amount of prep, with really good form, I think Tarzan might just run away with this. I think we're going to an interview now. That typically tends to be the flow of it.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访。在今天赛前，我们也请
For
到了
those of you
第二季的
who
新选
speak
手，
Mandarin,
先打个
please
招呼
listen
吧
to。the interview.
Hello， 大家好，我是
And for those of you who don't, also
新的赛季，我们的整个峡谷的各个角落也迎来了各种变动，焕发新生。当然了，你觉得有没有什么特别有意思的部分，或者说对于比赛影响很大的地方呢？
就是在指定的位置插眼，然后会有一部分能够探到视野了，我觉得这个是会对打野抓人会特别影响。
当然，在今年我们的勋子也是回归到了 BLG 嘛，现在还是一个练兵的环节，所以你觉得今天的胜负手可能会是什么？
因为上次打微博，其实我们整体的运营会没有做那么好嘛，然后这次我觉得要加强这部分，然后会让比赛赢得更简单一点。
好的，比赛加油！好的，在赛前我们也请到了 AL 的 Hope 选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AL 的 AD Hope。
其实也是新的风暴开始了，刚刚也是结束了自己的集训嘛。今年的整体目标或者说方向会是怎样的呢？
就是保持好个人的状态，然后团队拿到更好的成绩。
首先要面临的是今天的这场对战 BLG 的焦点战了，你觉得需要去警惕的部分有哪些呢？
我觉得 BLG 是一支个人实力比较强的队伍，然后小心他们的线上和小配合。
好的，我们赛上见。
Okay, folks, the product placement is certainly something there. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. There should be an interview on the other side now. But,
These are going to be so gifable, which is probably great for advertising.
Yeah, I don't know, I find it quite endearing, actually. It's quite funny. I have to say, I was going through them when I was out in Xi'an, actually. They're pretty good. I do quite like Warhorse. It's actually a completely unbiased kind of like nod of the head there. I actually quite like that one. It's a flat energy drink. Just like a lot of energy drinks feel like obviously they taste kind of weird when they go flat. That one's just kind of designed to be flat, so it's actually alright.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I presume we have an interview on the other side of things.
One would assume. Who do you think we're gonna get an interview with?
Very good question, Sam. I wish I could tell you. Well, the side of Annual's Legend, so, You know, I'd really like to hear from Tarzan, because I always like hearing from Tarzan. Only got a minute left until we go on to stage, so maybe we won't. Maybe we won't get that interview. Only had one with the side of BLG. And now I did see the, I saw the intro for the LNG arena. Now, we might actually be playing in Suzhou because of that. Now, sometimes big matches are given to the arenas of other teams because because they kind of like want to increase revenue for the teams when they're not playing as well. That might be the case here. And I think we'll be getting ourselves towards the arena shortly. We're gonna. Sorry, I was just doing so. I'm just making sure that everyone knew that we were live on our various channels and stuff. And yeah, this is the huge match. This is our finals from 25 Split 3 Summer. That was kind of the Silver Dragon Cup championship. For those of you that don't know, by the way, there was actually quite a lot of controversy around Bin reacting to Anyone's Legends spring win last year.
Yes, there was.
Where Bin said, you're not really LPL champions because you won a different trophy. Because they're not using the same trophy for every split of the year now. And they used a different one for spring. And Bin, after seeing Anyone's Legend win, said, you're not true LPL champions, you have to win summer. And then, of course, BLG ended up winning through that split 3. Looks like there's been a bit of delay. There was a countdown. This countdown is now gone. So we're waiting to go on towards stage now. Hello, it's my first time here. I'd like your thoughts on the next matchup. Will BLG int their draft again? I have to say, BLG have never been the best drafting team. They're a team which are very good at playing through aggressive skirmishes, and they do that with comfort matchups in lanes. But I haven't particularly been a fan of their drafting. Now, Danny is their new coach, replacing outgoing Big Way. I think we'll be getting ourselves towards the arena soon. Here's hoping. Which is easier to start streaming on, Twitch or YouTube? I'd say Twitch is maybe easier because it's got more on-site integration, but they're both pretty easy to start streaming on, really.
Yeah, Twitch has got the better dashboard, but like, it's all within 5%, if you know what I mean. It isn't just starting. The answer is download Streamlabs or OBS. OBS is probably it's like more versatile, but Streamlabs is straightforward. Do a couple tests to make sure your internet's alright. Give it a go. I think YouTube to start streaming you basically need like a verified account, so I don't know what it is. Like you need to jump through some hoops to start streaming on YouTube, but it wasn't too hard. Do we need to give a fun fact? I guess so. Monkey, you still around? Can you think of a fun fact? We'll have our LPL intro as we think about fun facts. Oh, here's one. Bulls don't react to red, the color red, they react to the movement of flags. So if you wave something at them, that's what annoys them, not the red. And they're also very, very gentle in China shops. So if you, Bulls don't go like smashing through pottery and stuff like that. And as you'll notice, the LPL's gone blue. Change of color for 2026. Do not have the urge to sing iPhone. Oh, right. Yeah, that one. By the band. iPhone 95. It's very clever, son. I thought so. I'm just generally clever, so this is nothing new, obviously. Oh, we're joined by WE Monkey. No, he actually was very good yesterday, you know. He had one or two in moments, but he was much better than Demacic up. Where he was just not monkey, fair enough, when he was having a tough time.
Yeah. Welcome to LNG's Arena in Suzhou. They will be hosting BLG versus Anyone's Legend, our 25 Split 3 finals matchup for themselves. A little bit of a different venue to normal.
I really enjoy how BLG's colours work on these intros, because obviously they basically tried to keep it so that the two primary colours of the teams are the backgrounds for the intro stingers. Don't get me wrong, AL's is very cool. I quite like the red and white and the black. It's always a very striking combo. But BLG's being so distinctive considering so many teams have black, white, and red in terms of
Gaming, Anyone's legend.
Both teams come out onto stage. The other day, Viper played against JDG, his old Worlds winning jungler. Now he plays against Flandre, his Worlds winning top laner from 2021. Viper retains legendary status here in the LPL. He's got his own nickname as Hubby, where it is for reasons which are, I don't know, quite funny, basically. But he's well loved in the LPL community, well loved by his former teammates. Perhaps there will be some bad blood spawned today from this matchup. It's a regular season, but you want to start off on the best front foot that you can. Advert be gone! Advert be gone! Yeah, that was very funny because it came up in it actually came up in a Nexus explosion the other day.
Oh, it did.
For BLG versus IG. And by the way, folks, one of the reasons why it might be like that, and there might be some stuttering at the clean feed. This is a bit of a public service announcement. The clean feed has been a little bit dodgy the first few days, which we're receiving from kind of LPL itself. We're lucky to actually have, a caster clean feed, which means that we can hear game sound. It's very cool to do that. However, there might be some stuttering. We hate it just as much as you do. We're trying to find a solution, failing right now, but if it does happen, don't panic. We'll try and refresh the stream as quickly as possible. And yeah, with that in mind, let's enjoy ourselves some wonderful League of Legends, Sam.
That we shall. Okay, bit of housekeeping before we get into draft proper. Again, new season, new rules, new map, literally. And so there's a few things worth keeping an eye on when we do get into that. I know obviously we're still very much in the first week really of professional play. A lot of people may be only just getting to tune back into the game. So if you've heard this before, this isn't for you. This is for everyone else. And if you need a reminder, even better. Basically, turrets are a bit different. All of them have plates now. They are also gradiated, so the early plates are easy to take. The later plates are harder to take. They also don't fall off at 14 minutes. On top of that, if you don't hit a turret for a while, if it's a turret you can hit, it gets a thing called crystallization happening around it. You get all these big color-coded crystals that sort of grow on the turrets, and if you hit a turret covered in crystals, it hits for a demolish proc, effectively, doing more damage, and meaning that your limited time on towers often ends up being a lot more valuable than it was in previous seasons. This is supposed to be a buff towards champions that want to siege, champions that want to split push. Lots more way to get gold in a short amount of times, even if you're on tier 2s, which can feel really good. The second major change, aside from items, which we'll do when we see them, is the fact that we have seen an addition of role quests. Junglers and supports, you're basically playing the same game. You've had some little touches, but the support items, the jungle items that stacked as you did things, killed camps, put wards down, all that kind of jazz, has now stayed there, but your top, mid, and bot lane now join you in having those role quests. Largely, those involves actually sticking around in lane and doing the things you do in lanes. And they can be very, very potent, with all of them giving massive buffs when they are completed, somewhere between the 11 and 15 minute marks.
We are into the draft. AL, BLG, first game between them of 2026. Nico immediately gone. Karma not for the first time already in this split, taken away from On as well.
Indeed it is not. Housekeeping done. An idea about how the season is going done. Game though, that's yet to be decided, hasn't it? So worth noting again, one of the big shifts in the LPL is they've divorced side select from side colour. So red side is the side that has first pick this time around, which we've seen pretty much every game so far. First pick, just incredibly valuable.
With the Karma and the Jarvan both gone, okay folks, we're going to get some big stuff left open. We're going to have a selection of Jace, Rumble, Orianna. Those are the three big ones which come to my mind. Well. Varus is up there, but he wasn't banned as much, so yeah. he was often let through. But those three in particular, Jace, Rumble, Orianna, those three seem very, very conspicuously open right now. And I wonder whether both these teams are taking a risk to say, we'll give you a power pick and we'll trade for one of our own. Reminder, folks, BLG have the first pick, even though they are on the red side of the map. And with Silas banned, yet more of those power picks will be left available, because it's been more specific champions banned outside of them.
AL have banned the Akali, which potentially opens up an easier angle on the Orianna. With the Silas gone as well, I think Knight might angle for that first pick Orianna if it's not banned here.
Well, there's stuff like the Malphite as well, though.
True, very potent.
Should be big. Yes. I really think the Jace... Everything's left open, folks. Everything's left open. Rumble, Jace, Orianna, as we were saying.
Malphite, yeah.
The Malphite is absolutely huge. basically none of these picks besides the Nico are power picks. Everything that we have seen permabanned will be let through here pretty much. BLG, this is a very high power draft. What is the first pick? Do you just slam in the Malphite, not knowing the enemy carries? Anyone's Legend, if they see that, do they lock in hyper mobility? What's the plan?
Malphite is being the hover right now. It is incredibly potent. To those who don't know why Malphite is back in meta, effectively, he's a flex. He's now actually quite a good jungler. And there's so many mobile carriers right now, like Orianna and Varus, that he gets a lot of value. But you did just give up Orianna and Varus.
Which is incredible laning carries to face up against. That's a danger for BLG, absolutely. However, both very immobile, and you highlighted that. And I was wondering whether you'd lock in, so you'd try and angle for more mobile bot lane matches. Maybe something like a Kaiser or a Corki, if you could wrangle it into a certain way. Maybe a little hard to work through. That'd be very, very different. What do you pair up with the Malphite? You very often put it with the Orianna.
It's just locked.
It's not locked yet. And it's the Azir. You can see it still glowing around the outside of the champion.
I saw the timeout and I went,
as long as it's you baited the heck out of me.
I did.
Look, Sam, as long as it's glowing around the outside, Sam, it's not locked yet.
I saw the timer go and the glow went, then it glowed again because it flashes.
Yes, Sam, it continually flashes. It's Azir for Knight. He had a bit of an odd game on it the other day, as he tends to. Now, just dispelling some of the, I suppose, the murky air around Azir for Knight. Knight is a very good laning Azir. The problem is when it comes to his playmaking later on, that's where it's not been so good. It's a good matchup into the Orianna, though, and that's really why he's picking it. He doesn't want to give all the lane pressure over to Shanks, who's been a very impressive Orianna player in lane. Bin gets the blind pick Renekton as well. That's been a big ban away from him.
Jace gets locked in here, likely for jungle, but it's still strictly a flex. I say that, we'll wait and see whether that is finally secured. It is indeed. But that's now double poke with the Varus and the Jace. And anyone who's not seen Jace jungle right now, really, really scary, because effectively you can build towards the raw lethality builds that you just can't get away with when you need to duel a bit more in lane. Things like Sabotage coming up with the new season. Hit like a truck. I expect we'll see that item on that champion.
Anyone's Legend, triple range, double poke. But if anyone gets into melee range, things get very dangerous for them. They must lock in something like an Alistar, a Braum, Cassante for top lane, maybe up there for Flandre as well. That's what you need to be thinking about as Anyone's Legend. BLG, you need some more target access, because actually as it stands right now, Renekton and Azir can get bodied by this composition. Because if they get held at arm's length, they get poked down by Varus, by Jace. Not very nice. Malphite can shrug off a lot of the poke. He's very good into the Jace. This is why the Malphite first pick makes sense, even though Jace has been let through for the first time in LPL 26. This was almost perma-banned throughout Demacia Cup and Casper Cup 2. We saw blind pick in Game 3 of Demacia Cup, actually, where we were seeing Jace versus Jace jungle, and it's just such a powerful pick. You get to build full glass cannon from the jungle, because you don't need to build HP to survive a laning matchup like that, Renekton. Most likely to be into that jungle matchup here again today. That's what we expect.
Rumble banned out. Of course, it would have been just extremely strong. Rumble Varus is silly. It's very, very dangerous. It's additional poke on everything else. I will also say BLG could probably use another form of engage, because at the minute it's very predictable. It's Malphite pressing R, which can always be a little bit one-dimensional, which is dangerous within League of Legends. The Scion ban away from Flandre, I think, also makes sense. He is a very dangerous Scion player. The Rek'Sai would be an interesting one, because of course Flandre is probably the best Rek'Sai top in the world right now. The only really successful
He's
one.
the only one that really makes it work. Now, personally, I was thinking about the Cassante, just because it gives you a little bit better peel for your team. The Rek'Sai is very self-sufficient, though, and it can be a diving threat that can really damage the Azir. You can actually be an assassination threat onto the backline if things go well enough for you. BLG have a chance to lock in their bot lane. They know the AD carry. They do not know the supports. What do they have to help close that distance to the enemy team? Jhin is not bad here. It's not bad at all. If you can land that W at long range, especially onto someone that's out of position, that's when the game really gets interesting. You need an engage factor, though. Alistar might actually be a bit rough here, folks, because I don't like Alistar into Jace and Varus all the time, because you go in at half HP permanently because you poke down. If anything, I'd even prefer something like the Leona even at this point, just something that can a bit more free ball engage without putting your life in as much risk.
Look, Ornn's a fantastic Alistar, you know, at his best he can do a lot of great plays on it. But that's all kind of predicated on the Alistar not eating poke beforehand. And I'm looking now at Jace, at Varus, even the Orianna to an extent with good ball placement. I've got a lot of ways to threaten a melee squishy character who's only tanky when he presses R. Kyle potentially thinking about a Bard. AL Very squishy comp, very damaging though, and a lot longer range than BLG.
Kyle with that bard. Yeah, basically they are saying we are staying like 5 nautical miles away from you at all times. Varus bard, incredibly strong lane. In fact, anyone's legend may walk away with 3 winning lanes depending on how top lane goes. Rek'Sai Renekton is actually quite a flippy matchup. We'll see. Bedroom Castle Banger, well, it's what we've got to work with. It's what we got to work with, you know. We love bringing you the LPL, folks. I've been bringing you LPL from this very room
for a long time.
For about 3 years now, folks. And it has been an absolute pleasure to do so. I got flown out to Xi'an to cast the 23 summer finals plus regionals. You know, I saw the Shy go to Worlds with Weibo. I cast Uzi's last ever competitive game of League of Legends.
That's a big one.
And it all started from small bedroom beginnings. Technically, it started off here in Hammersmith in London, but hey, it definitely continued here. And it's my pleasure to bring you it with my brother Sam over here as well. We've made a family business of it. If you enjoy what you're hearing here today, folks, and we're also live on TikTok as well, by the way. Hello, TikTok.
Hello, TikTok.
If you like what you're seeing here today, folks, please drop a like, please drop a follow. If you like the moments that you see, clip it out, put it on Twitter, put it on Reddit, help people know that that we're live. It does make a big difference to us. And most of all, enjoy yourselves. Sit around, sit and chat. We do actually pay attention to you, and we hope to welcome you into the community for games such as this. BLG Anyone's Legend. It really doesn't get better than this in the LPL. Looking forward to this so much.
Second of all, subscribe on Twitch, donate on Ko-fi, like Fulman and Ray did, by the way. Thank you for that sub. I see you. Welcome to the community. Listen to those gyos and hear the dulcet choir on the new Summoner's Rift. There are gyos happening. I can see the mouths moving, but they have not turned the crowd mics on, so we can't hear them.
Hang on, level 1. On's gone behind them. Headbutts are Hope back into the team. Heal to ignore the arrow there.
Very much for that sub there, Colby. Appreciate you coming on in. Good timing for it. What a match. What a match to be enjoying.
That was a really interesting level 1 from On, going behind the enemy bot lane and using the heal to dodge out on that arrow. They're trying to get the HP advantage. They do get the first wave shove. That's not the important one, though. The important one is the second wave. See that Hope and Kyle just trying to kill down that wave now. They are even for the second wave. Interesting as well that I don't think Hope has hit either of the 2 arrows that have been on screen, which means that the health for Viper and On is way better than it would have been otherwise.
Obviously, Hope had a great first series. Really, really good. On the Varus in particular, actually. Managed to outplay some very impressive dives. It's into Viper now, though. He was a very, very tough customer.
Did you see there that On headbutted Hope away from the wave, so he couldn't auto attack, which means the level 2 is actually slightly in favor of Viper and On. The early laning phase has been great from them.
Yeah, BLG came into this lane with a plan, executed actually pretty well, dodged a couple arrows, played that fun flank, actually done a very good job of that. And a lot of that, I think, is on this Alistair, who's clearly made some very good decisions. Non is a player who's been under the microscope somewhat over the last year, had a very mercurial 2025, was nowhere near his heights of 24, 23. But so far, some nice little plays from a man who is among the very best support the LPL has to offer.
Oh, I'm missing out the combo there. He was slowed by the Varusy. He thought he could click just an extra bit into range. Loses a bit of HP. However, the bot lane laning phase game was a lot better for BLG than is expected from this matchup. And then we'll see what happens in top lane too. One of the worries about Flandre is, look, very creative player. He's the real mad scientist in top lane here in the LPL. There are, at times, points where he gets blasted in individual 1v1. We saw that, actually, one of the reasons why Top Esports had a winning matchup, really, against Anyone's Legend across 25 is because 369 would pick individual matchups into Flandre, and he'd start to really suffer as a result, because Flandre played for the team more than individual matchup. Now, Bin is on Renekton, one of his most famous champions of all time, and we'll see whether he can make the most out of that matchup. Tarzan on the Jace jungle. And we'll see. This is the first time I believe he's ever played Jace jungle, which is not a surprise. Shun on the Malphite, trying to dive that very top lane that we were talking about.
Throws out the seismic shard, tries to tunnel away, does get the knock-up, flashes away, double flash after. They will survive the dive, it will cost them those flashes.
It will. That will be half a wave dead to turret. Bin's not going to recall. He's in fact just going to pull the wave the other side. He's going to let that extra wave go under turrets. Successful dive from Shun and Bin.
done from them. And again, Malphite not exactly known for his early ganking prowess, but a Seismic Shard will do just fine in terms of the... I was going to say something. Gank, there we go. A little bit of CC and damage, all that kind of thing. Basically, he doesn't do all that much until he has ult, guys. But the ability to walk up and still provide some value there is more than enough to get things rolling, and that will do just fine. Knight has just gone for a little slide forwards there. I don't think he's going to find too much. To take a little bit of a chunk there from the Orianna, who has still obviously had, I think on the whole, across the world, I've seen it through LCK now a little bit as well, just that slight edge against the Azir early on in lane right now. The Clockwork Winder, saw Barn on screen and conflated some C abilities there. Either way, that kind of additional auto power has been very, very strong into the Azir.
Swifties first now from Viper, so we'll have a bit more ability to outstep those skill shots. And yes, if there are any issues with audio or anything about the technical side of things, folks, let us know in chat. We'll see if we can fix something on the fly. It is our first couple of days back into 2026. Some audio settings have changed over time or whatever. I think we're zeroing in on a pretty good sound right now. We'll keep working on that on the fly. BLG, I'm liking their early laning right now. Knight kind of surviving on an island in the mid lane, no surprises there. It feels like everyone's kind of... BLG have been, as a team, always way more likely to focus on top lane and bot lane than mid lane.
Welcome back, Judge Peanut. I see you over there. Thanks for the kind words about all the various things, guys. It does make a difference. Early game here. Slightly BLG favoured, largely off the fact that they got that gank off top side. Tarzan taking the opportunity to step towards first strike. In a surprise to no one, you can see Tarzan first strike, early dirt.
Hang on, sweep.
Mid lane, there is that sweep indeed. Shanks gets hit by the cheese wheel and backs away.
Wonder whether Knight thought that Shin was about to hit the level 6. Not really sure where you go for that. Well, I mean, it's a good trade. Because Shanks doesn't even trade the ult back. So Knight now has a HP trade advantage in mid lane. Expect Shanks to just chuck the shockwave onto Knight sometime soon to try and even that up. Typically, that's what happens in this matchup. You try and trade ultimates for shove, basically. Been on the top side. Has the Executioner's calling, actually, first off, to deny some of that passive healing. And thank you so much for the gift subs there, Peanut. It's an awful lot of difference again. Viper and On. Down a little bit of CS, but again, it should be so much worse given you have that Alistar. And once again, good trade.
Hope's not having a really tough time, and there's a fourth shot coming. I think they might just have this. Flashes over the wall, he's dead.
Oh, Hope, that's a bad flash. Viper has level 6 as well. If there's more combo here, then Viper can open up the curtains.
We did wonder what would happen if you could get some priority down towards this bot lane. On with the wonderful flash. Puts Kyle into a desperate spot, and another kill for Viper. The best AD carrier in the world comes to life at topside. Bing gets a solo.
3 kills across the map in individual lanes. Bin, Viper, and On pop off in the early game. BLG showcasing their laning brawn. Viper and On's laning phase has been genuinely exceptional, folks. On making the difference there, closing the gap. Typically, the Alistar suffers so much into double range, but you wouldn't tell it from this matchup.
You really wouldn't. And again, Jhin Alistar, lots of CC. You can see the ideas there. But normally, Farah's Bard is about as lane dominant as you could ask for.
We'll go back to the replay in top side. So we saw the bot lane, and Ben just hits the ult. He's already got the Executioner's call. It's such an easy kill. And this is one of the worries about Flandre, is that in individual laning power, he can be very, very good as an individual player, but he's not necessarily the person which you want kind of doing the 1v1s anymore. That was much more about the early parts of his career. And you can see right there, Bin getting ahead on a comfort champion of the Renekton. It's been a while since Bin would consistently take over a 1v1. He's gotten the leg up here, 2 kills, 20 CS advantage. This is more classic Bin.
Again, was kind of given the finger on the scale by a good gank from Shun, but then Bin is delivering with it, which feels really nice. And bot lane is just doing it by themselves on top of it all, which is really, really concerning, I think, for anyone's Legend. Don't get me wrong, their mid-game is still going to be good, but BLG with an early advantage, I don't think they were expected to get looking at these matchups.
Not to this extent. Not to this extent, which is the worrying part for anyone's Legend. Here again, there are strategists here in the LPL. They're the ones where, if you can think your way out of a situation, anyone's Legend are most likely to be the team from the LPL to figure that out. Tarzan, Shanks, they're still in a good position. They're starting at the grubs now. This Jace jungle takes the first of the grubs. Very interested to see what Tarzan can do on this Jace. It has been permabanned between LCK and LPL. And if there's anyone I want to see pilot it, it's Tarzan. He's been exceptional, as we've been saying. Very close to Vital landing. That's W1 to Hope there. So mid-jungle from anyone's legend, can they be the difference maker to pull their team out of this early deficit?
You just saw that little flick there on screen of interesting coloured vision. Those are the new Fey lights that come onto the Rift as well. Basically, if you place a ward in those little circles you see in bushes, you get a kind of expanded area of vision for about 45 seconds before it goes back to standard warding practices. Grubs started up by Shun here, 2 still to claim. Tarzan looking to potentially smite steal one of them. Shun's held on to his smite though in order to try and get both here.
Trying to Tarzan could have potentially shot blast, sniped one of them. Bin's got a 2-level advantage. Now, folks, Bin had a bad time the other day because he was playing up against Weibo, and top lane Zuka just completely diffed him. Actually, in the first 2 games, Bin got just straight up 1v1. Hang on, Shanks flashes away.
Doesn't need to. Will pull Knight back. Remember, he doesn't have the shuffle anymore. Just gets stunned on his own wall. Tempered Fate after. Tarzan now coming along. Good time with the shot blast command dissonance. And Knight is down. To the skies goes Tarzan. Shun forced to ult away, and AL punish the attempted lane gank from BLG.
Excellent play from Tarzan and Kyle to help out Shanks. I'm a little surprised no one body blocked the skill shot coming out of Tarzan. Shun could have done that, then flashed backwards, but didn't want to put himself in harm's way. Knight Adair goes down. Not a great start from him on a champion, which we already have questions from him on.
That what I feel is not really on him, at the very least. I think he did everything he could there about right. Unfortunately, he is still the one that ends up on the receiving end of all damage. He's also down about 20 CS, even before this play.
Yeah, so Knight doesn't get the sweep. Very good flash from Shanks. He should have flashed the shockwave, really. But then again, do you really think you're going to die to this? If you think you can walk out without using flash, it is the correct play. And then, look, I think On makes the mistake there, folks. He probably, I don't know, maybe you could pop ult and survive through that. Hang on, Knight going again. Flashes out.
Doesn't actually have the shuffle, so I'm not quite sure what the threat was there. Either way, it's too much DPS, I guess.
So it's getting out of the threat of just of the W and landing at the end of the Orianna, and 2, you just get damage from landing the actual just movement of it as well. There's more AP ratio on that now. On dodges everything. Damn, On's on good form today.
Good feat from him. Gets some solid dodges away. Dragon is up. You can see what the idea with the poke is supposed to be. That will force the ult on the Alistar. With the chains of corruption, so you do eventually earn yourself a additional win. Goes straight to Tarzan, looking for some damage. Does get it as Knight is under his turret.
And the poke starts to come online. One of the best things about this jungle Jace, particularly now that it's got a little bit more golden pocket, has reached that first item, is that you can build glass cannon. Now, the problem with top lane Jace is that you have to play into matchups which often have kill threat onto you. Almost every lane has some kind of kill threat onto Jace. He's a very squishy champion ever since they removed a lot of his base stats. In jungle, you don't have to care about that. You go glass cannon, you can be the full poke bot in the way that Jace was really designed to be in a lot of ways, or at least became very popularized for, with those real kind of like oof shot blasts when they hit. A collective intake of breath as the damage comes through. Dragon started, first went to AL, and that poke was starting to hurt already.
I think Varus arrow as well. Tarzan around. I don't think he really wants to face check per se though. Flash ult from that Malphite gets on top of Shanks, who shockwaves 5 times at a time. Tarzan to the skies makes it the 1-for-1. Now speeding himself away. Ends up being not quite as clean as I think either side wanted there. Flash from Kyle does get the Cosmic Binding. Don't remember on. No ult. It's going to be forced to flash. Over the wall goes Hope, though. Gets the slow. Looks for last auto. Gets it. Deadly Flourish lands, but it's only really onto the bar, not the most biggest target. Tarzan flashing to go to the skies. Viper finally gets his role quest. Unfortunately, the other roles in his party have all fallen apart.
Tarzan is doing so much work, and BLG have really underestimated the damage of the Jace jungle. This is unlikely to kill. Kyle's there for the body block. Tried to steal the blue buff. Couldn't get that either. Tarzan making a huge difference in this last play. You can see that BLG misjudging the early plays. Hope's ult goes wide.
Tries to get a little pick off there onto Viper, gets him poked down, can't quite land it, though I appreciate the gumption. Let's go back to this replay.
Shanks has no flash. They're trying to solo him out. He's not stood together with Tarzan, though. And it means that they can't quite get the full kill. Tarzan steps back from the Azir wall, doesn't get hit by the extra damage or the disengage, then jumps over it with it to the skies. Knight goes down. Again, not a great early game from Knight. Had so many questions about his Azir over time. I think the criticism of Knight's Azir, it's definitely valid in part. I think it has gone too far. I think this game, though, you have to put the microscope to him and say, look, the laning's not been great, and the choice of plays has not really been effective.
No. And normally you say, hey, the laning's pretty good, and the laning's not been that great. And still the playmaking decision afterwards not been fantastic. It's a little bit alarming, especially when actually you gave it the Orianna to take this matchup. And Orianna is just so damn good right now.
We'll say though, throughout everything, Viper on the Jhin, very, very strong. I think that he's had a good game so far. Did have to blow that cleanse away from the To The Sky's slow. That last play, slightly ahead of Hope, but less than before, because Hope picks up, you know, a handful of kills now. He's 2 a handful. There's, well, he's got 2 hands. 2 hands full. Yeah, that's how big the kill is.
I have 2 hands to handle these 2 kills, precisely. Then I have to start using my feet and my knees, maybe a forehead, you know?
This is getting into very, like, Atlas territory of yapping.
I do take a fair amount of inspiration from Atlas's kind of brand of, like,
that's on the
deadpan silliness.
Kyle might do that thing where he ults the tower. Bin does have Dominus, though. I'm not sure I love that. I think he should have stepped into that.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, the turret is turned off, and he is, in fact, not allowed to go golden with it, and therefore gets blasted. Turret in the mid lane does get crystallized procs. You see all of those red ruby crystals getting broken down.
I wonder whether Bin should have stepped into the ultimate there. You can see that Kyle, he angled it so it would try not to hit Bin, and then it would also hit the tower. That's exactly what happened. Bin did have a 1.5k gold lead. That's now gone down to, well, under 1,000 now, so about 500 gold swing in the top lane matchup. Bin would have really liked to use that individual matchup in the next few minutes, coming in as, you know, mid-game Renekton. That's going to be a little less potent now.
Turret rush successful, plate or 2 taken in mid lane, 3 or so down towards that bot side, so it wasn't like BLG didn't trade back, but again, with the changes, feat of strength gone this year, first turret once again, going to see that extra gold. That's pretty significant in terms of allowing AL to now extend themselves to a 1,500 gold lead, which is pretty good at the 15-minute mark.
Herald is alive. Azir is now trading with the Rek'Sai, who just gets to walk beyond the tower, and, you know, that's a lot of damage.
Yes.
That'll be a bit of grub stiff.
Angling for a potential ult there, I think. Instead, the Alistar and the Malphite, who were trying to play posture aggressively, ended up eating that poke, which we were worried was going to happen to them.
Look, with Renekton showing top lane, Azir showing bot, I'm really not sure that was going... This is the thing. I really don't think they had the threat to back up that. You know what I mean? And that means that AL just sit there, just throw a poke at them, and now they can avoid that situation. Flandre keeps pushing bot lane, and Knight is now actually under threat.
He is. Flandre can't quite finish the turret, so he's going to have to back off on it. It's only going to be on about auto's worth of damage, and I don't know how easy it's going to be for Knight to stop that. Let's at least clear up the tunnels.
I don't think he's going to be able to stop it now. The minions will kill it themselves. Knight did just pick up the roll quest for those of you that didn't see that, which means he has the upgraded boots in mid lane, as the Shanks. They both went for the Spell Slinger's shoes, so more damage output. We've seen a lot in the LCK of the chain-laced crushers.
I have just seen the really cool item. Check the big mechanical scythe in Tarzan's inventory.
Oh, cool!
Sabotage on Jace is utterly busted, guys.
Fights in the bot lane, though. That might become more important later on. Keeps Flandre away from turret and cancels the tunnel.
Nicely done. I think Flandre is probably dead here. Just get the knock-up. Decent dodge away from the deadly flourish, but unfortunately drags him further away from his potential escape routes, which are stood on and destroyed. Knight has donated that kill.
And let's see if he can get himself any gold from that tower as well. Shank's getting the same in top side, so both mid lane has been given side lane priority. Mid lane, a bit of a push coming through from Legend. They get the crystallized proc there as well. And you're absolutely right. Now, Tarzan has gone for that sabotage second. For those of you that don't know, effectively it's a split pushing lethality item. You get a kill and you hit an objective or a tower afterwards, and you do just a chunk of damage to it. Trying to unlock AD assassins being split push threats again in the way that they were in season 3 odd.
Yes. Worth noting as well, when you hit an enemy champion or big objective, you do true damage, which is quite nice as well. Get some true damage from it, which is quite significant. And the thing with Jace that makes this item so busted on him is basically, if you're a melee champion, the burst of damage you do to turrets is high. You have to have got that kill or assist beforehand. With Jace, what you do is you fire it while you're in range form, then change form while the auto's in midair, and it counts the melee form auto.
Same as you used to do with Grasp as well. That's one of the big things. Hang on, potential fight around the exit from the Dragon. Shun was wandering towards that. Not going to get anything. And now Shun, he kind of had this experience versus JDG as well. Shun on the game that we saw from Malphite before, and now this one, fell behind quite far in the individual matchup. Malphite in general can do in specific matchups. Despite the fact that Malphite individually quite good into the Jace, the rest of his team now has to deal with the fact that Jace has a ton of extra gold to throw at them. and Shun has actually been struggling to land those kind of multi-man engages. He's got single target engages, hasn't really been able to get the huge team fight threats in the way that you really want to see from the big old rock.
Again, that will be a possibility as the game goes on, because for all that we've been seeing a lot of poke landing from AL, a lot of that has been a kind of hammer time can't touch this vibes, where as long as you can keep singing that and dancing away in the far distance at arm's reach from everybody else, you're fine. The moment flash combos coming from Malphite, Alistar, catching out 2 members of your very squishy team, you may be singing a very different story very, very quickly. You are still a relatively squishy, immobile comp from anyone's legend into a Malphite Alistar.
Yeah, if you get Viper to 3 going on 4 items, Viper can carry. This is not a comp which deals with a Jhin very well, actually. Even the Rek'Sai gets one shot. I actually don't even think you need to go towards something like a Dominus Regards in this game. No one's building that much armor. I mean, Rek'Sai's now a HP builder more than anything. And yeah, you do get the extra damage on people who are higher target HP than you. But if Viper is actually in range and gets 4th shots rattling through the team, he can be a genuine hyper carry as a Jhin, which is not always the case on this champion. One of the big problems with this champion actually is that damage fall off. At points.
Yeah, and again, like, then you start to say, well, did you get to 4 items, so you get the kind of weird double scaling on the pass, but getting to 4 items consistently, without the game being over already, is really tricky. Even in this meta where AD carries are getting more gold, are getting towards bigger item goals.
Viper.
Yeah,
so
this deals with a Jace like within Jhin, I guess.
Well, Tarzan used to play on a team which was one of the best Jace teams in the world, actually. LNG 23 with Tarzan on it were really, really good around playing around scouts, Jace in the mid lane. It's actually one of the reasons why they could fight up against Knight's JDG of 23, that super team. But Tarzan doing a really cool thing there, where it's effectively, you try and fire the shock blast at maximum range. Even if they sidestep it, it explodes just to the side of them. And it does something like that. So even if you sidestep it with all the movement speed, it's much harder to escape the explosion AoE.
Very difficult to get out of that, and the damage is definitely sticking. First strike, 2 items, one of them Sabotage, giving you a bit of extra true damage, all that lethality, a last Whisper in infantry. Jace gets to go raw damage in the jungle, and it is sticking.
The thing which is quite worrying now for BLG is that Bin had such a good individual lead and hasn't really been able to use it anywhere. He didn't outplay the dive despite the lead. He's not been able to turn up to a fight and make a difference either. The game's slowed down. I think that favors anyone's legend. They're scaling up on the Jace, and it feels like BLG, until they make a big play, are just losing chunks of HP bars due to the range and poke of anyone's legend.
Again, for all we've been saying, things like Viper on this Jhin has a potentially good angle to kill off some people. If he's going to be continually singled out to be chunked out, I can see how you can potentially keep the Jhin very much on the back foot, assuming your accuracy is good from people like Tarzan, which so far certainly has been.
Comment in chat, which I'd like to comment on as well, actually, for Moment Rain, saying the lead all day on Jace is not ideal. Well, in some worlds it is, because the thing about jungle Jace is that you don't have to stand in a lane where you're more at risk, which is one of the reasons why he builds that full-class cannon. However, yes, if you're out of position, Alistar, Malphite get onto you, yes, you're very bad very, very quickly. I do think, though, jungle Jace, as long as you have that flash up, you just sit as an artillery bot, you dip into your jungle to clear a camp every now and then, and you have really overwhelming kind of strategic firepower. Going on here too has been poorly. It's had a good game so far, but has to pop the ult.
TPing in behind Shanks, actually. The ward from On just placed. Fight on 2 fronts. That's good damage onto the backline. They kill off the Bard. Tarzan trying to trade out. Shanks running away, but he's in a 1v2. BLG pull the trigger on 2 fronts. Prevent the support coming to Shanks. And end up getting 2 Barons up, and they've just murdered the mid and support.
I think they can give this a shot. Now, the problem is they don't have engage now. On needs to really save this situation. He's the only way to threaten that Jace, who will try and poke them out.
He's got a sweeper, just aware that something might be happening. Gets rid of the blast code. Now has an idea. Tarzan. On the flank angle, gets the jungler.
Just give this man the player of the game. What an exceptional Alistar game. Gets such a good laning phase and makes the big play which might break things open. Flandre and Hope trying to now outplay in a 2v5.
Oh, Tarzan had the idea. I think they might be behind me. I need to be afraid. They do finally kill off on the health bars off. Fantastic. They're not taking this that quickly. Maybe it's about to go wrong from BLG. Viper trapped in the backline. Out Flandre respawns. And now the Baron's been leashed.
It's been leashed to teleport in. There's no jungler, but it won't matter. Anyone's Legend. Clutch out the Baron as we were singing BLG's praises. Anyone's Legend. Shut them up. AL get the Baron and punish BLG in what was initially a 2v5.
Oh no, On does his best to hold the door shut, but he's out of tools. He doesn't have much defenses to work with anymore, and then unfortunately, you are still a Jhin. And I know in the end, for all the Azira's good DPS on a Baron, it's just not fast enough, not this early anyway. We'll get a look at this replay to see the fight to begin with. Tarzan thinks he can chunk out On, and it all goes wrong from there.
It's a very good play from BLG to find the engage here. They actually go into Kyle very early. And then on the other side, Knight finds a good sweep onto Shanks, who's trying to support his team. So Knight, a good play there, comes up with Bin. And suddenly that's 2 dead, especially with the threat of like an AoE shockwave on the Baron being down. You'd think they're in a good spot. You see the damage of the likes of the Jace coming in, and even that one shock blast becomes very important later. On finds a great engage. Picture-in-picture, Flandre has died, by the way, but it won't change the fact that the Baron did go down after. BLG underestimated the damage that Baron would do to them. One of the things with Atakan gone is that now the resist shred has gone back to Baron. Baron is very, very damaging now. And Flandre gives a bit of a love tap to his old world's winning AD carry, takes down Viper in the pit.
Does indeed. They get the knock up. Flandre, moment to rescue the team. They did come back to life and immediately get blasted by Bin, who is now at a pretty scary point himself. 5-1 on this Renekton. It's pretty good going. Shun. Thinking about looking at Shanks, who reminds us does have the flash, maybe asked to burn it here. Overcomes the rest of anyone's Legend, and so not pull the trigger. Would have been a little ways away from his team anyway.
See that Knight going towards that bot lane, Bin hard pushing towards top side, and now Bin has 5 kills. This is the thing that we were asking for. Right, Bin, you have an individual advantage. How are you going to use it? He was gifted that kill onto Shanks earlier, got that solo kill onto Flandre. What can he actually do with it now, though? He doesn't have the teleport up yet, has very good side lane control, needs to start doing more of it.
The problem is still that we did lose the Baron, who are still losing a lot of plays. If AL are still getting themselves a lead, it's not a game-breaking one. 18,000 gold lead is playable. But in that replay, Finn comes out of bush,
it's on him. Scalded Dominus running, has a ton of gold, and Flandre can't exactly heal much. Bin, does he have to flash for this one? Yes, he does, but I think he'll still take it. What's happening with our objectives now? Bin used that ultimate. Any flashes blown? No, there was the ultimate from Hope on the other side used.
That may be an attempt on that Shade of Disruption, as you noted. Viper's also down about a 3rd HP, so it looks like he got chunked out. This may be part of it. Just picked up the Infinity Edge, by the way, so the Jhin a fairly decent point of power. Bin getting chunked out by Flandre. Out comes the Ultimate Binding. Also Bin down. It's about 30% of his HP too.
Worth noting as well, anyone's Legend currently on that 3rd dragon. Soul point. W lands onto Flandre. That could be an issue. I'm actually wondering if they pull some ultimates there. Try and clear out the way to kill him. Shockwave onto Shun.
Viper just about out of range. Shun, though, is still in danger. Tempered
Knight
Fate catches him out. Knight now in danger from a potential angle with that flank coming on through for the rest of anyone's Legend. Can he find anything more? They've unfortunately lost their Malphite. Now Knight's slightly away from where he needs to be. On needs to run away, and the flank angle just doesn't work out.
Yeah, Knight was the one who was teleporting for that flank, but the rest of AL do so much damage. He ends up kind of being left alone. What does he do now? I mean, I guess he could look for a recall. He should be safe. Tries to go for the hero play, but Shun just goes too far forwards. Shun having, honestly, quite a poor game on the Malphite, sadly for him. He has been a bit jungle diff by Tarzan. And this is one of the reasons why that Jace is so highly prioritized in the draft. This has been permabanned across LCK and LPL, and we've seen the value that it can bring.
Really, really scary. Remember, Kiana's starting to do similar kind of gold lead. Does feel like some of those junglers that are able to snowball this aggressively off the lethality-esque items in the right hands can be kind of game warping in a way that junglers just can't get that same individual I'm the carry now leads.
I think particularly with the Jace, it reminds me actually weirdly of something like Zyra, because when you get a gold lead, it's really easy to use it. Now, the thing about both those champions is that they're poke champions which just have very high accuracy rates. You know, Nidalee landing a spear is quite hard to land. Zyra landing a Q plant auto, or Jace landing that, actually quite easy. Now, of course, Malphite goes into the shield, but the amount of damage that Tarzan has done across this game is going to be absurd, though. He will probably go up towards 1,000 DPM game. He's had just absurd value using that gold lead and chunking BLG at every opportunity.
Dragon spawns in under a minute. That would be Soul. Can't Soul this game. Little mixed for anyone's Legend, but hey, it's never a bad thing to have. A move speed into people who are trying to jump on you is a fairly good tool.
And real credit to Anyone's Legend, shaking off what was difficult laning scenario, and once again, strategizing, holding tight, and coming together into a very powerful mid game. Remember, this is a team which was led by Tabe. They went to internationals and really impressed. They were probably the most feared LPL team internationally across last year. 5 games against T1 saw them exit in the quarterfinals of Worlds, not the ending which they would have seen, but a 25 which will go down, I think, in a lot of people's memories, a very positive one. Here, BLG beat them in the early laning phase in top lane and bot lane, and we thought that might just be the window for them to roll up and roll them down. BLG, can they fight against the map control now of Anyone's Legend as Dragon Sports?
See a damn thing, and that's a problem. Serpent's Fang's been picked up by Tarzan, so that Locket Shield really didn't do a lot there for poor old Alistair.
Yeah, standing at the very edge of the Jace range is actually a negative. It makes it so much harder to dodge. Shock Blast land, Alistair goes down, and much like we highlighted in the draft, the Alistair is actually a liability unless you find that quick engage before all your HP is gone. Credit around the Baron for On to actually finding that engage. Played very well around that situation until he died at the end in the second half of that play. BLG, can they find a play before they lose those HP bars again?
Al throws out a cosmic binding or two. On speeding his way like a rampaging bull.
That's actually exactly what he is. He's trying to, again, play around. Look where he is. He knows this is how he has to play. Somehow get yourself around vision, find the engage before you lose your HP. Spot it out now.
Can they turn onto him? He needs to try and run out. Doesn't have that incredible speed anymore. Tempered Fate stops the Baron rush from BLG. On still on the flank angle, but hasn't been able to get all that much. Flandre to the back of the pit, starting up the Baron briefly.
You can see that. Well, you can see that Anyone's Legend. Well, was it started up or was it a poke that activated it? Sometimes you can do that and just kind of throw a Varus skill shot towards it to activate the damage, or Jason.
Flandre went in and just altered it once.
Yeah, well, you know what, Flandre, power to you. You can see On, look, it looks a little bit comical there. That's actually how he has to play the game. He must be away from the poke to engage at full HP to genuinely be an engaged threat. Teleport behind.
Tarzan now in danger, actually. I think they've got the catch on him. Shanks now coming. Can they play this out in the 2vx? Where is the rest of Anyone's Legend? How much time can they buy? Jumping onto Shanks. He's been taken low. Deadly Flourish comes on down. Shanks manages to survive for now. Shock Blast comes on forward as Flandre's TP'd in. They've gone for the pick and it just hasn't worked out. Flandre! Man, unburrow! Everyone goes up into the sky and the health bars descend like a wounded ox. Knight now in danger. They will bring low the Azir. The Emperor of Shurima dethroned to the skies. Goes Tarzan's Jace with a triple kill to his name. BLG think they have the pick. Instead, they are the ones that are crushed under the heels of the angry pandas.
Oh, Flandre, you beauty! A huge knock-up from the Rek'Sai may well win Anyone's Legend the game. BLG were trying to play smoke and mirrors and instead run face first into their own reflection. Anyone's Legend, our strategists, think their way out of this game and will take game 1.
You were expecting a fun matchup. It was. Legends draft with all of the poke with the jungle Jace just ends up being too domineering in the mid stages. BLG's last gasp there to get a pick falls apart in front of their very eyes.
Shout out to Raccoon in chat. Wasn't BLG meant to have the Malphite? Folks, Flandre's knockup was the best Malphite ult that we saw that game. He wasn't even playing the champion. Welcome back, everyone. My name's Nymaera. I'm joined by Initialise, and that was game 1 of BLG versus Anyone's Legend. Our top 2 teams from the last split of the year. 2 teams which went to the World Championships. And BLG, I thought were going to come in maybe favorite, because Anyone's Legend, I mean, we hadn't seen them play for a while, but, you know, Viper coming in. No, it's meant to be a close matchup. And it did end up being a very close game. Anyone's Legend managed to beat out the top lane and bot lane deficits that they fell to in the early game. Bin, Viper, and On had very good laning phases, but BLG, much like last year, couldn't find that magical playmaking to finish off the game. Anyone's Legend used that Jace jungle, and folks, I'm not gonna lie, I just don't think we'll see that Jace again. I just don't think you can let that go through. That was a mistake from BLG.
Very, very tricky. And again, when you get to play this jungle Jason, you get to sort of walk out of a jungle, auto a turret a couple times with sabotage, realize that the turret is now disappeared, saunter back into enemy raptor camp, fire a shock blast to knock someone's HP down to half. If you get ahead of the game, if you start getting some vision control, that mid lane turret down, it becomes very simple, really, to execute across the map. Ghost Blade form changes, you're very swift to move around as well. There's a lot going for you. And on the other side, people like On actually Very creative on that, Alistair. The level 1, the flank plays to get on top of Tarzan. But consider how much had to go in to get single picks on the Jays. It was always an uphill battle. For all you did have tools to full send it, Anyone's Legend just managed their spacing very, very well.
And I'm going to say this now as well. I don't particularly want to see more Night Azir. It's not working out for him, and it's not working out for the team. I thought actually at points last year, it was fine because at the end of the day, it gives you some preferential laning matchups. It gives you a DPS option, and it gives you some playmaking. I think that Knight has been fine in the laning phase and his 1v1s. I don't think his playmaking has been working well with his team or well for himself. I don't want to see more of that. Luckily, we won't see more of it this series, because of course it's Fearless mode anyway. We're going to put some ad breaks on, folks. We're going to take a bit of a break. Get yourselves hydrated, get yourselves a snack if you need it, and we'll be hanging out. You know, keep chatting and chat. We'll be around, but you know,
some things.
Yeah, sure.
Subscribe to the Twitch. Donate to the Ko-fi. Follow us on socials. I'm Initialise Cast with an S in the Initialise because I'm British. It's not a Z. S. This guy's Nymaera. Follow him. You're on his channels. If you're not following the YouTube, follow the YouTube. If you're not on the Twitch, follow the Twitch. Follow the Twitters, follow the Instagrams, follow the TikToks. We love you all.
And we'll go into a bit of a break. There'll be some highlights, folks. There'll be a post-game match thing. We're gonna get ourselves refilled on drinks, and we'll see you on the other side, folks. Hope you're enjoying yourselves.
Would you like a coffee, Alex?
I would love a coffee.
I can arrange that for you.
Thank you. Dude, how good was that knock-up from Tarzan, man?
Oh, yeah.
Night Azir might be fine, but it feels like the team needs him to be more than fine. That's also my view. I actually think that people dunk on his Azir too much just because it's so different from the rest of his champions. You can just tell he's just more confident playmaking and a bunch of other things. You know, his laning phase was fine versus Shanks. The plays he was going for, you could tell they were synced up with his team. It's just not what the team... It just didn't work out well enough, right? Oh, the laning phase was so good from Viper and on 2. Oh boy. Honestly, the LPL has become my favorite to watch because of games like this. It's very fun in the late game, right? It's very fun in the late game. I'm gonna go see if I can clip out that moment. Let's see if we can find that that Malphite. Did anyone clip that Malphite ult? As in the Rek'Sai ult? At least the clean feed's been good today. It hasn't stuffed it at all, which is good. I just can't believe that, like, the Rek'Sai just did a better ult than the Malphite. That's funny as heck. And Tarzan player at the end, no surprise though. Oh, is that mine? Cool.
Down there, but no particularly helpful reason.
That was an awful Baron throw. I've seen enough sub in Beige one. Oh, I swear to God. Oh, did Shun walk away from the Baron to fight so it resets it? Oh, man. I didn't actually realize that happened. I wasn't watching him in that fight, really. Well, not as much. I don't think BLG played bad. They're not on the same level of AL right now. Well, they looked a little bit shaky in game 1 of the series versus Weibo as well, right? They might just... Remember, folks, that BLG used to have that kind of horrid habit of losing game 1 of the series. We might just be in that era again.
上京东搜京东电竞直播零千元耳机和游戏手办。京东。
峡谷操作要秀，精一助攻拉满，穿李宁日进斗金系列，祝你峡谷稳赢，
马宁旺到飞起。
速速扫描2维码解锁同款，把福气满满穿上身吧。
Okay, I'm changing around some audio levels, and I'm hoping that helps our sound quality a bit. Because I'm just noticing like our sound quality is actually not that great compared to what it should be, really. But hopefully we can fix that. Hopefully. We shall see. Do I actually run another minute ad now? I'll do it after draft, I think. Oh, that's why viewers are lower. It's Cageful streaming, of course it is. It's a good series too, god damn it. Hey, that's cool though, we have the highest viewership of anyone on YouTube, that's cool. And I would say it, yeah, you know, it's, hey Monkey, how's it going? Did you get your fun fact earlier, by the way? We did say it. I'm just not sure if you're in chat. I can repeat it if you weren't here. Got it, cool. I hope it was something you hadn't heard before, but I remembered it from a Mythbusters episode and I thought, hey, that's cool. Are you in game at some? No worries, no worries. I arrived a little late. How on earth did anyone's legend get Oriana and Jace? Because the first pick Malphite, Knight Azir. And this, look, BLG are just not the best drafting team. They never have been. And I suppose even with Daney coming in, that remains true, I suppose. Which is a little sad to see. Looks like, oh, okay, right. DFM got a bit blasted, apparently. Oh, God. Owie. Yeah. Maybe I should catch up on some other VODs of LCP. I'm trying to keep up with more regions this year, like, actually as they go on, because if I don't do it midway through it, then it's, like, it's just not going to happen, you know? So I'm catching up on LCK after LPL ends, and I should probably add in some LCP games to, become the true global analyst. Feels like BLG Knights forever being stubborn on insisting on playing Azir for whatever reason. I mean, there have been some games where Knights look good on Azir. It's just, for sure, I don't want to see Knight on Azir. When I load into a game, I'm not praying for Knight Azir, you know, in a way that I am for other people. It's just not worked for him. Now, I don't know why exactly it is, because this guy is, like, he's good at laning on it. Just his playmaking with regards to what the rest of his team is doing is just not, well, it's not effective enough, and I don't think it's the right decision making. And you know, Knight is my favorite player, so I definitely have some biases there for sure. But I like to still think I view him objectively, and I think that just the Azir is just not something I want to see him on. So now for the rest of the series, it raises some great questions, because now no Malphite, no Jace, no Oriana, no Azir. What else? No Varus. No Alistar? You know, that's like 5 S-tier picks gone. 5 S-tier picks for the teams gone. I wonder who gets better as the S-tier picks jump out the window. I wonder if it helps BLG, just because you can't lose as much in draft. We should be getting closer towards second draft now. What do you... I swear to God, the YouTube streams got taken down again, which is annoying as hell. And we'll just have to start that again. That's really, really annoying. Dumb as heck. It happened again. I wonder if people... I don't know what's happening now, but basically the YouTube stream just gets, like... The YouTube stream gets taken down, like, a bunch of times, which is annoying as hell. Let me just restart the YouTube stream because this is getting really annoying. This is the 3rd time in 4 days, I think, that the LPL stream on, like, my personal YouTube stream has been taken down on YouTube for like, dumb reasons, so I'll just...
Oh, not again.
Yeah, well... 1 second, let me sort that out.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, we're into draft for the 2nd game, Sam, so if you mind hopping in, let's get to it.
Well, once again, we're going to see BLG over on the red side, but we'll have that first pick to work with. Jarvan and the Ambessa taken off the board. Ambessa, another one of those champions that was formerly a top laner, now feels like she's become more and more of a jungler with all the changes to various damages within the game, specifically towards those neutral objectives, neutral monsters, jungle camps. That's what we're looking for. On the other side, Karma away from On, who is a bit of a Karma specialist in the LPL. Alongside that, Vi, Cassiopeia off Shanks. That's kind of isn't in priority, but still a little bit interesting to see banned away in the first round.
Might mean that there's a Ryze angle here. Ryze or Talia seems to be... Well, we saw that Knight struggle against Xiaohu's Cassiopeia, and the Ryze is gone now with the Cassiopeia banned out. I think that was signaling very hard. So what's your first pick after all of this? Nico's been let through. Easy one. That's the tier list pick that's been let through. BLG have elected for first pick again. For those of you who are not aware on the new season, first pick and side select are separated now, which is why mostly we're seeing red side first pick and then blue side actually get last pick, because BLG chose first pick, AL chose blue side.
They can. Aphelios locked in response. Very quickly done. What answers do we have to that? Yunara is still up and available, so there's a world here we just Yunara here for Viper and say, cool, I see your Aphelios. Can we try that one? Although then again, Aphelios is a fairly decent matchup into it.
That's what I would say, is that actually, I think Aphelios 1v1s Yunara in a way that she really doesn't like. Now, the problem is, Yunara is still a very strong champion. You could Kai'Sa or something like that too, and try and play around, you know, Nico carrying the Kai'Sa through laning phase. You can also Sivir, which can be a very, very potent scaling option. Rumble also let through the draft, though, one of the big picks that was actually available the entirety of last draft and wasn't picked up. So that one slipped through the picks and bans last game, picked up now in game 2.
Yeah, Bin's Rumble at one point was a bit of a meme. It's gotten better over the years. I think he played it better last year than he has for a while, but even then, it was sometimes a little inconsistent. Check out those ults, have not always been superb. Debating a misfortune to go with everything, your AoE ultimates then would be very, very scary, though there'd be various different geometric shapes, not just circles. Like the misfortune will indeed be
So that's
finalized.
a different option. That's very lane dominant, and that's where you basically say, look, Yunara would be effectively opting into a not great matchup. Misfortune, great into Lulu, because Lulu can't cancel the ultimate very easily. You have to like flash for a polymorph or a knockup, and it's very squishy to the point where Misfortune can one-shot you alongside the rest of the combo. I prefer what BLG are bringing to this draft right now. BLG need to get rid of some extra frontline from anyone's legend to make sure that the team fight is squishy enough for the Misfortune to take over. So you probably want to get rid of maybe Cassandra in terms of other good matchups into the Rumble. Trying to think what else. I mean, Sion, Cassandra, I think would be good bans here. Even though the Rumble can sometimes win against them, you just want to get rid of frontline to allow the Misfortune to take over the game.
Lulu for the Aphelios. It does feel like Lulu in general has come back up in power recently. Seen a fair amount of it recently. I think the ability to basically say we're locked into lanes, not able to lane swap out of it as freely with the role quests, does mean that sometimes those lane dominant options are becoming more and more potent once more. Kerry was playing it over in the LCK. We've seen a few games over here in the LPL. I think we will start to see that become a fairly regular part of the bot lane rotations. Sante banned away by BLG, big tank top side that Flandre.
Oh, guess who suggested that?
Oh, you did indeed. You did indeed. On the other side, double AD skirmishes. Shun is still one of the better Pantheons, and there has been one or two people who have been worthy of a Pantheon ban for all he's not been necessarily top string AD skirmisher.
Well, funnily enough, actually, it was Wolf and LCK, the caster, saying actually he thinks that Pantheon is like stronger than ever right now because there's so many fights happening, and he has more guaranteed kind of point and click for how fast the game is going. Cassante-san banned away. Thank you, Danny. Listening to little Olas of you know thousands of miles away, and definitely not in his ears right now. No. So AL, everyone, everyone hovering over the Talon for some reason. The Ahri was hovering in there too. So anyone's legend, they need to think of a way to reach the Misfortune because they don't have many cancels right now. Can they think about killing them with the Aurora? It'd be a blind pick Aurora, which could be a bit risky. Doesn't win every laning phase out there. Knight could actually think of something like an Akali here, you know.
Put this out there. Was Flandre one of our top lane Auroras at one point?
That's true. Yep, that could also be in there too. Technically a flex pick. Haven't seen it on the new season, but let's be honest, it's Flandre. Could do whatever.
Yeah.
Personally, I think you need to find something which is tanky in the top side, so I'd prefer... In some ways, I prefer if it isn't. Or rather, it would be very risky if it was. If you go into a full squishy composition, into a Rumble Nico Misfortune, that's asking to get wombo comboed, and no one can survive that, really.
Yeah, it would be challenging. Trundle has fallen a long way away from meta, but the pillars may be quite nice to what is a relatively squishy
Nocturne's
farm.
better. Nocturne is
Nocturne
way better.
Is very scary, and again, we've got all this AoE follow-up from a very long way away, can be quite good fun.
Oh, please, Knight LeBlanc. Going from Knight Azir to Knight LeBlanc would just be quite legitimately night and day difference. Give me something bursty from the mid lane for Knight. His Syndra is one of his best of all time as well. Either of those picks makes a big difference here. Sure, why not? Stylus, also great. All of these things are better than we saw from that first game on the Azir. Come on, Knight. Knight Syndra, there we go. Much better than that first game Azir pick for him. Nocturne enabling the Nico and this wombo combo is going to be huge. Now, anyone's legend, do you chuck the Aurora into the Syndra matchup? I don't think that's a very... It can be an okay matchup. We saw Knight do quite well in that the other day versus Xiaohu. Do you chuck this into top lane against the Rumble? Just trust that Flandre is actually a pretty good player of it? Or do you chuck it into mid lane and pick something tankier to try and shrug off the engage?
Akali locked in, so that could be the top lane Akali. We've seen quite a lot of it recently. Doran popped off on it just the other day. We've seen it in general be pretty scary.
I think it's mid lane.
As you said, though, that Aurora's immediately been flexed top, so it is looking like it will be Flandre's Aurora top, which was a thing for him.
I was wondering whether we'd see an Echo instead, actually, because Echo is... Showmaker played it yesterday in LCK, and you go Halo Blades, E-Star, Echo, Dawn and Dust to double fly the passive. It's the Akali anyway. Shanks Akali, very potent. There are a lot of... Now, the thing is, we were talking about, BLG locking in a big wombo combo. That's going to destroy AL in terms of the squishy composition. BLG are also squishy comp. Folks, this is a zero tank game. I actually can't remember the last time I saw a zero tank game. No one on this Rift is going to be safe in the wombo combo. Xin Zhao Ultimate is the closest thing you get with a Lulu ult buffing up. Xin Zhao also incredibly potent with that Lulu enchanting him, just as a matter of fact, by the way, so that'll definitely be something that BLG will have to be aware of. I think this game is much more favored for BLG from draft than the last one, though. You don't have Knight on Azir. I think that Viper's got a great chance to just completely turbo stomp the game with wombo combos and Misfortune. Gonna put on a quick ad break just between draft and game. If you'd like to not see that, subscribe, sub, all those things, and we'll get ourselves back into the thick of things.
How are you feeling about those drafts? Because I'm looking at BLGs and thinking it's just press R and win, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I think that it's a very squishy comp on both sides, right? No one's drafted a tank, as we were just mentioning before this, which means that I do think BLG, with more comfortable champion for Knight, with a good ability for Knight for Viper to take over the game, should be a lot more favor for BLG. AL though, with that Tarzan, Xin Zhao buffed up by the Lulu, will definitely have potency itself. Let's hear the gyros.
The oil hath been added. All ye out there have indeed turned the crowd mics on this time. Forgot about that the last time. Productions clearly then had a word and gone, whoops, sorted that one out. Syndra with the first strike. Double electrocute for the Akali and the Aurora. Comet for the Rumble and for the Nico, looking for that lane dominance. And phase rush for something like the Rumble, which is sometimes an opportunity. I don't actually necessarily know how the double ranged matchups. I feel like Nico's going to have a little bit more damage than the Lulu early, theoretically, but I think it's probably playable on both sides. Shanks just trying to threaten Knight there. Did get to that level 2 first. Knight ends up slightly off to that one side.
Knight's over pushed a little bit here. Wanted to look. The thing is, you don't want to eat. Yeah, he's hit level 2 now, which helps him a lot more, obviously. Didn't go for the stun level 2. Wants the W for the potential extra splinter. Of course, Knight, one of the best Syndra players of all time. Dodging out that Q there. Every Q that misses from Akali in lane phase makes an awful lot of difference, by the way. She's got a knife edge champion in that lane phase and winning it. Bot lane here. We're expecting good things out of Viper and On. You know, the Nico is very potent. It is one of those crazy champions and has been for the last year and a bit, really.
On loves to stunt on Nico. For better and worse, we've seen him pull off some extraordinary plays and then throw it away a little bit. Invade from Shun early on here with the priority bot side. Looking to get onto that red buff. I think Tarzan's going to say, look, I'm going to have to give this up.
Well, we'll see, because Lulu's roaming over. I don't think he's thinking that at all, actually. I think he sees a Nocturne. He says, look, I'm a Xin Zhao. Yeah, Nocturne's strong. He has a red buff too. Both of them just kind of staring at the objective. Tarzan now letting that go, taking the Krugs, and he'll finish that before the red buff gets into smite range, so he should still be able to contest.
Heal for heal broken down for both bot laners. Down to 1600 HP is the red buff.
There's On's coming over now too, so both supports coming into it. And Shun took some of the mini raptors, importantly, there too.
The smite fight, out comes that unspeakable horror. Tarzan is very, very afraid. Smite fight is won by Tarzan. Slightly early there from Shun, and that makes things very dicey now on the exchange. Is On forced to flash, does get that Nimbus Cloak speed up. Viper coming on over. Can they get a Whimsy to speed someone up? Something more, Shape Changer down.
Huge mistake from Shun. He ends up walking into, or at least eating the Xin Zhao W. I think you have to flash the Wind Becomes Lightning to stop yourself from, well, dying, which is exactly what happens. Shun misjudging the early invade, but now Tarzan, he might have to blow his flash here in return.
Needs to get that smite, does get it. Flashes on forward, pre-Talon Strike, big of a heal. Gets the Wind Becomes Lightning across multiple members. Shanks flashes on in. Flashing out of that Shuriken flip is big. Viper will now get the kill onto Shanks, probably. Flash over the wall from Shun, and now Kyle's in danger. Over the wall from Shun, fighting Eclipse. There's a barrier. Severum, Fear is not in time. Knight nearly goes down to the Dustwave. Finally, the Fear comes on through. It is an utter mess. Kyle will need to flash out of here, surely. And it's a 3-for-3 in the early game.
Words somewhat fail me. BLG end up finding 2 kills. Knight clutches out on the Syndra, using the entirety of the HP bar to take down 2 kills while he's at about, 90 HP or so. Tarzan overstayed in that bot lane river push. He got that first invade. This was where things were going great for him. This is the overstay. Knight manages to get the push back despite what was looking like an awkward first start. I love the way that Knight plays that, by the way. Getting the instant shove into the Q afterwards. Yes, it misses the stun, but it gets guaranteed damage. Then after that, Knight flashing away from the E keeps himself safe, and Viper is into the play. Kali's out of cooldowns. Shouldn't try to go for that flash, but onto Kyle, just about misses. Then here again, Knight walking up, knowing that Hope is just about out of cooldown, just about lives. Crazy clutch from Knight on the Syndra.
Well timed with that unspeakable horror from the Nocturne to get Fear in, so you can't get that last order. I appreciate Hope trying to get the combo there. Didn't get the lucky crit with the Infernum Dustwave, unfortunately for him.
Shouldn't Tarzan flash the Syndra Q if he's going to flash at all? But it was an EQ is the thing, and the E is very quick at knocking you back, even though it's not a stun. So Knight got the guaranteed damage of the EQ, which meant that he couldn't flash it. That's the importance of Knight's Syndra play there.
Not a lot you can do about that at that range. It's risky from Knight, but he gets the shotgun to work. Shun invades, this time does pick up that camp. It's still down quite a lot of camps here. We'll have some to go around, but I think there might be a little bit of a fight in the jungle. Keep your eyes on this. Hope is also kicking pretty low here.
Of course it is. Shun being behind in the individual jungle matchup. Tunneler already for Tarzan. That is a problem for BLG. Despite the fact that Tarzan did die on the second half of that play, Shun is now behind an awful lot. And we saw what happened when he fell behind in that last game. The Malphite ended up being well over 3,000 gold behind by the time the Nexus fell. Tarzan, no flash to really force here. Tarzan being so fed is really problematic. It means that the lanes of BLG must be so much more protective of themselves.
Hear me out, Alex.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen this game, because I've seen the tunnels with different shit. But with Fiend Hunter bolts coming on him, it's crit Hex play. Could we get crit Nocturne, where you go Fiend Hunter bolt second, and try and just pop someone with the first 3 autos after your ultimate?
Well, HP is not on that item, so it makes it a little bit hard to use, Sam. I think you'll understand. You know what I mean?
But that's not that's the fun is going in and immediately popping someone.
Yeah, and there were definitely points where Assassin Nocturne was really good, and then they They kind of took away a lot of that ability from him, but funnily enough, I play Assassin Nocturne or like ARAM, or like Earth when it's there. It's very funny. Kyle caught out by that root there, and of course we haven't seen this just yet. We're going to get into a game state, folks, where everyone is exploding very, very quickly. You know, as soon as those level 6 marks get hit, watch out for that huge one-shot potential.
Tarzan taking the opportunity to go run at this enemy raptor camp. Shun is starting the dragon, but of course they know Tarzan's going the other way. The thing is, dragons have been buffed, they take longer to take. And as a result, it's going to be a fairly...
Hang on, Knight's actually hanging around bot lane. He's left bot lane, mid lane for a long time. If he's spotted over the wall now, they might go for a dive. There's no level 6 on Nocturne just yet, though, I don't think. Knight really wants to go for this play.
Going forwards, just obliterates hope, nothing to be done. Now Kyle's in danger, and they managed to dive exceptionally well. Don't need a jungler to have your mid laner roam.
Excellent. Knight now on 3 kills. Gets himself the guaranteed combo. The way that Knight is playing this game is actually very low risk with his combos. He's going for the guaranteed damage, saying, look, QR, shotgun through, much like earlier, the EQ instead of going for the stun of the QE. Shows, again, like some of that upper tier on the Syndra, which we really like to see from Knight. It's been a while since we've seen it. He only played, I think, 2 games of it last year. A couple before that. Hello, by the way. Got ourselves a little bit of pauses.
Hi.
Hello, Shun. How's it going? But yes, the fact that he was leaving mid lane caused some issues, right? Because it slows down your role quest. Slowing down your role quest, typically a bad thing, particularly for an AD carry. Obviously, it doesn't apply here because it's a mid laner. Getting the 2 kills and I believe a plate after that too ends up giving you some extra, gives you that value which you'd lost from that mid lane. Knight on the Syndra, roaming, and as you're saying, effectively being the second jungler, which is important because it means that Shun doesn't have to invest his time to make those plays. He can instead be farming and trying to catch up what is now a full level deficit. Yeah. Tarzan is threatening to take over this game, and we know that Tarzan can. He's genuinely one of the best junglers in the world. He's a real threat here.
See how that works out, because the problem is he's going to have to deal with this Syndra that is ungodly fed. 3-0 and 2 from the early game. Hope and Kyle wasn't a lot they got to do there, really. Hope sidesteps all of the skill shots and still eats all the kind of point-blank damage that you can't do much about.
So hopefully we'll get ourselves back into game soon enough. It's only the first week of the split. This is an LNG's arena in Suzhou as well, so perhaps that has some different setups. The first games of the split, no surprise that we've got a couple of delays. Tends to happen, hopefully won't be too long. Certainly won't be as long as Demacia Cup, which was... There were too many pauses there, folks. There were too many pauses.
We spent a lot of pause gaming. It wasn't anything like God Guo's Cup, though, was it? Which was like an ultimate experience of smooth operation.
Sad news for everyone. God Guo has passed from the mortal coil. We'll anoint a successor to him at some point. Funnily enough, LCK has offered a altar. Hang on a second, they could actually get some. They could actually throw him as an altar after this. But they've got like a crab, which like predict games, or LCKCL, which yeah.
That would be fun. Right, there's the equalizer coming on down to interrupt the back and also tag the wave. So Bin getting the best of both worlds there. That does go wide on bot lane. We have gone mid pretty early here.
Yeah, and that's going to slow down their world questions. Going to... Oh, this is a problem. Tarzan destroys this matchup now.
Here comes on forward, flash on forwards, Crescent Guard is in, Hope Kyle is there as well, and Shun goes down, that scrub's over as well.
Shun, you can't do that, you have no flash, you can't fight the Shinza from this deficit, you must be careful. Walked over 2 wards, getting his way over there. Shun being behind in this game is a huge problem for BLG. That could genuinely be a lost condition. Tarzan, great punish on the other side of it. Let's not all make it about Shun's mistake. Tarzan punish as well. Flashes to confirm the kill. That's their win condition. Get the Shinzao into a monster supported by the Lulu.
Good work from them. Flandre now bot side. Does manage to weeding across the wave. Gets stopped by the Make It Rain there of the Misfortune. Viper as well. For all we've been talking about Knight. Viper at 2-1 and 3. Having a very nice time here. And Hope is the one who's been the largely the one most punished by this.
So the benchmark that we set, I believe, was 11 minutes 40 seconds was the fastest role quest that we saw from bot lane. And I think bot lane actually... Getting that one early is very important because it means that every minion after that point gives you more gold. Top lane as well gives you a lot of value because of the amount of XP. But basically, bot lane, if they get ahead early and they get it, 12 minutes as opposed to, well, when you lane swap, like 15, can make a huge difference. This gold lead, just through lane quest and the waves, a couple of waves spent in mid lane, will probably end up being an extra couple of 100 gold advantage given over to BLG and Viper.
That's the one. Cannon minion dropped. Eclipse comes down into a clone. Just wondering whether Shun was phased. And then we've got about 2 minutes till the next dragon. So just over this Scuttle Crab right now, really. Shanks dodged away from some of that CC there from Knight. I say that actually, the Scout of the Week comes out. So what he really dodged was damage.
Yeah. Thing is, like, Knight's happy with that anyway because he gets the Splinter off of it. As long as he hit those two things. Hang on, Flandra's in trouble. He has to pop the ult.
Does. Is there a follow-up with an Equalizer? No.
Well, he's silenced for now. We have to do it after he goes from that overheat. Could look for an E into it. That'll be the real threat afterwards. Knight, again, just trying to threaten with Syndra. One of the real threats of the Syndra is putting that Q down and then just waiting a second. Again, look at that, going for the EQ, not the QE, getting the guaranteed shove back into the Q at the end of it. That's a good way for Syndra players out there, by the way, to get like guaranteed Q damage. If you E then Q at the end of it, it will get a guaranteed Q hit because they get kind of hit into the target area. Something which Knight's been doing quite consistently this game.
Okay, he's dropped a little bit of farm because of some of those roams, but the roams have been so successful, he's still up in gold. But being down 15, 20 CS, that was good for the Akali, at least getting some gold and some CS to her name. But Knight has been relatively active in this early game, as these numbers are telling me. Though I will say, I can't read Mandarin, so I'm just going, ooh, pretty numbers more than anything else.
Viper with Bloodthirster built up. That really changes things for him. It means you can technically take losing trades as the misfortune now and heal up, so it doesn't really matter. Big problem for the Aphelios. The Aphelios Lulu will be really threatening later, but if you can't get to that point because, you know, Syndra's too far ahead. Syndra was always a good stylistic counter to the Aphelios back in 2020 or so, when Aphelios was just after his release and was at peak. Syndra was one of the best champions into Aphelios in the game because you can kind of either just perma one-shot him or just keep him out of range. It's really annoying for that champion. Especially ever since Gale Force was, well, that was before Gale Force was brought in, and then of course after it, that's how you'd outplay it. Gale Force to try and burst out Syndra before she bursted you. Very fun game like that.
Blackfire Torch, a fun one, as well as an item for the Syndra right now. Just gives her more ability to cycle through cooldowns, which feels very nice. Especially because she doesn't want to stack those splinters, and the more you hit people, the more you get them. Always feels quite good.
I'm a little... Hang on, this is quite dangerous here, I was about to say.
Threads will be enough, I think, to keep Shanks at least vague level. He's actually got the Vamp Stick building towards the Gunblade. Someone goes out on that one as well.
But what it does is he's not looking for the kill there, he's looking for the control of the lane, which he's gotten, and that means that BLG have even more free access to the dragon now. Credit to Bin, by the way. I know we've been focusing on the Syndra Akali matchup because it's the most fun matchup on the rip. Well, I'm a mid-lane main, so I can say that. But it's a very interactive matchup. We've seen some really cool play between that. Shanks up in CS, but Knight's actually getting control of the lane, and of course have that roam, as we were saying, for more value. Tarzan steals away the Scuttle Crab. Shun is not happy here.
Last cone is well timed there to knock Tarzan away mid-audacious charge. That will be okay.
Hang on, this could be a problem. Xin Zhao with a Lulu is really not fair. The W doesn't land, but Tarzan is very happy to walk over and just steal even more. Shun does get the smite down, though, and won't lose the Grom.
We haven't really talked about that, but you're right. When Lulu was last there, it was often with the Xin Zhao, who...
What do you mean we haven't talked about it? It's the 5th time I mentioned it. It's really strong.
For whatever reason, it just hadn't registered in my ears.
Mentioned it twice during draft and twice during this game, and once now, Sam. I really like this combo.
Yeah, you're right. Why is it not?
I don't know, Sam. My brother, who sat behind me. Why haven't you noticed me talking about it?
I don't know what's going on.
Look, we give each other the benefit of the doubt because, let's be honest, we're sat here every damn day. We can't. Sometimes it's healthier for us to not hear everything the other one's saying.
That's a bad one. You're right. Active listening on point, apparently.
Still love you, Sam. It's all right. But basically, folks, Xin Zhao is really, really broken with an enchanter. People think of him as an early game powerhouse, and he is. But Xin Zhao with a Lulu, it used to be a mid lane thing. You used to see like Lulu mid lane with the Xin Zhao jungle. You'd buff up the Xin Zhao, and the extra move speed, shields, and the attack speed means that Xin Zhao gets so much extra value out of his passive, just getting through that 3-hit passive, that he becomes a monster. This can genuinely be a win condition. Often you don't think of Xin Zhao as a genuine threat going late game. It is with an enchanter.
Thunder Sky done. It's going to have to be, of course, because he's still got a 1100 gold lead for mid, and bot lane again. Viper is doing very well in this matchup. He's got to the Bloodthirster early, and obviously got the role quest significantly before the side of Hope.
Once again, Knight bullying out Shanks. He's gone for his own Merc Treads now, by the way. He's not going for the pen boots. That makes sense in this matchup, though, because the way that you tend to lose against Akali, she gets those like random Q trades. You get down into kill threat and things go off. When you've got the chain-laced crushers with the periodic shield, it means that those trades are much less impactful. I like that here from Knights. The question is, though, when is Knight going to be able to transfer that into like a map advantage again? He did it earlier with the roams, helped get the dragon earlier. Needs to start being a bit of a pressure valve for Shun, because Shun My problem here for BLG is I don't think Shun is going to be very impactful this game now. I think that early invade where he died might have thrown him under the bus too much.
Yeah, it does feel like it could be pretty scary. A bit nervous on that one. Mind the Eclipse does land on to Viper, but no real follow-up. Tarzan was on
Another
screen, but
invade.
not quite speedy enough. Here we go, Tarzan, you're right.
Here comes on, smite from Shun. We might see a proper fight here.
Oh, bit of CC on a Tarzan, yet press the guard button, make it rain. Out comes the paranoia. Pressing guard decently well timed. Here we go.
Dons of Hope. Hope's well out of position. Flash forward from
Oh, get over the wall. Now Ben's coming on, he's TP'd in. The equalizer, the bullet time, the circles and the DPS. Shanks has to back away and BLG punish the invade with style.
Professor on and his teaching assistant Viper say, welcome to maths class. It's geometry. Let's show us the geometry of a circle and a cone. Puts down the big old shapes on the ground. And Anyone's Legend discover what we said from draft. They are not tanky enough to survive the wombo combo. Nico Misfortune, the equalizer there for as well. Is it's way too much damage. This is the right decision for Tarzan to try and go for these aggressive invades, but this time the Lulu's not close enough to him at the start of the play for him to stand and fight. He loses too much of his HP, and then things really go to hell after this. Akali's not on a flank angle, and I have no idea what Hope is doing in this process. He's well too far forward, and the flash being used early means that the Nico can flash follow. Bin gets into range with a Proto Belt, the cone goes down, and BLG, yeah, they're happy with that fight.
4,000 gold up now, scout of the week. It is the Force of Will that has definitely got some splinters behind it, as you can see by that damn chunk.
BLG. 4k gold lead now. Okay, this is the kind of game where I think they might run away with it, folks. Anyone's Legend, how do they strategize their way through this now? Typically, you'd say you do it through the Xin Zhao and his individual power. They just tried to do that, and the rest of the team wasn't actually on the same page for one rare instance, and things fell apart. If Lulu was a little closer, maybe you win through, but I think BLG were pretty committed to defending that jungle. I'm not even sure it would have worked out, even if Lulu was closer, you know? BLG in firm control now after the play went so far in their advantage.
There's a couple games where I feel like the bot lane and Viper and on largely gotten the better of Hope and Kyle. Yes, I know obviously last game, Hope in the mid game became a lot more scary, but early on those plays from the Alistair put Hope into a slightly precarious position, and Viper 1 and 4, up 2,500 gold, on with some really exceptional plays. Knight not struggling as much this game, or let's put it bluntly, at all. Has got the Cosmic Drive now as well to really get through those cooldown rotations. This is the build that was really popularized last year when we started seeing Syndra again.
I was about to say, I mean, hang on a second, doesn't have it on. He just uses flash aggressively. He doesn't have it now. Wombo coming back.
Forcing some more damage. The wind becomes lightning. Paranoia comes down, stops the easy autos coming on through. Paranoia onto the side. I hope it will make to sever him. Shun's gone very bloody deep and goes down. He saves Viper potentially, but loses his own life for it.
Tell you what, folks, Shun's not having the best series today, is he? He's being real jungle diffed, and right there, he jumps in way too aggressively. Maybe he thought that he could combo up with a bullet time, but Tarzan had his head on a swivel looking for the cancel with the 3 Talon Strike. Jungler dies again, and despite there being maybe a winning angle in the mid lane there, Shun goes way too deep, and Anyone's Legend get themselves a kill and the dragon after denying an early 3rd dragon for BLG.
Bin will get a decent chunk topside. Shanks is there though, so she'll be able to stop that turning into anything more. Nocturne back on the rift and went, no, that is just Nico in the form of Nocturne. Dragon secured. Nice play from AL. Let's have a look at this one again. Tarzan just says, yeah, I've got a Lulu behind me. On, you can't be there. The Wild Growth multi-man knock-up, clone and real on. Decent chunk there of Hope on top of it all.
And we'll say, I think the ultimate from Shinzo actually doesn't help with the actual whole explosion thing. I think there's a bit of anti-synergy. Good threatening of the cancel by Tarzan there. Hang on, jumping into river. On doesn't have that flash, goes down. BLG, again, falling down to Xin Zhao, who can just run forward with impunity. Tarzan, the last couple of plays, once again throwing his weight in the right direction and punishing BLG.
This time Shanks only picks up the kill, has got the Gunblade, and Infantry just gets a couple stacks on the Dark Seal. Gunblade, item spike for Akali is bloody ridiculous. She scales up all the things on there, and yeah, that slow is kind of nasty for setting everything else up.
Although I will say, in the individual matchup against the Syndra, it doesn't help you too much, because you have to all in, and because Knight is so far ahead, those all-ins aren't something that you're going to win. So Knight is still actually very happy in the individual matchup. And no, I just want to address something that was said in chat as well. I'm trying to remember which chat it was in. Something about the flash difference is going to be really important.
YouTube.
From Chris in YouTube chat. Hi there, I really want to call this out. Funnily enough, I was going to say the same, but then actually on not having flash for the last few minutes has led to Anyone's Legend actually winning big plays because they can jump onto what is a very squishy Nico. And Tarzan was pretty happy to do so. Typically, I would have thought, well, you know, no flash on the Aphelios, that's a winning angle. but ended up weirdly being flash diff, but in the opposite direction.
Yeah, not being that easy. We're building towards a Shadow Flame for the side of Shanks, of course, with the Merc Treads. Chainlace crushes now. A little bit limited on that. Syndra with the lane gank here, potentially looking at the Aurora. Going to trade out with the Rumble. Viper here, sorry, on in the form of Viper here. I looked at the mini-map and got baited there. Yeah.
Look, typically, looking at the mini-map is the better way to do it on a pro system. Hang on, there might be a gang top side. We can see that. Yeah, here we go.
On comes out of Fog of War, and
God.
Knight unleashes the power.
Well, that's your 7 stacks on the Dark Seal. Herald in mid lane, but the problem is the play was so quick topside. It's not like it's going to be a huge play in mid lane. Viper will be able to, you know, help a little bit with this. Can they take anything more? Can they even get the Crystallized proc? No, it doesn't even look like that.
Hope doesn't have the Calibrum, so actually not the longest auto range then. A bit risky to walk into all of that damage. On Rocket Belt away.
Jump towards the Baron. Aggro's the Baron. Jumps out of range. Again, you can see that Tarzan is immediately looking at the Nico. I think that's strategically an important thing for him to do. If he can force Nico flash like he might do here, that could be a problem for the Nico.
On, not having the most fun there. Isn't going to be jumped on. I think Knight was in a right spot there to scatter the weak, assuming Tarzan pressed the E button. Viper now in mid lane with Bloodthirster trying to keep Hope under his turret.
Particularly when you go for plays like that, you do become aware that there's a Nocturne in the game. Even if it's not the strongest one, Nocturne can still fly in with a second rank for that ultimate. They didn't have perfect vision. You don't have to throw yourself to the wolves like that.
They've not really been a part of this game as yet. Died the one time then. Actually cost him about 15 to 20 CS. I think he lost a double stack wave, which was really rough.
Hang on, Knight can get a huge trade here, maybe. Chainless Crush is helping Shanks. You can see, even through that, Shanks taking a decent amount. Knight is really taking over this game. He really is. His earlier ganks put Viper ahead. He saved Shun from kind of falling behind. I can't understate the value which he's had in this game, especially after Shun died on that initial invade.
Tarzan Carl now in the river. Hope coming on up. Shanks now looking potentially for something again. He's
good Gunblade
here. Gunblade comes on in. Out comes the Redemption. Lands the Shuriken flip. Gets the execute into the Twilight Shroud. Well played from Shanks with the Wild Growth having some additional threat. Out comes the Paranoia from Shun, but it's a defensive one. Quick turn off the lights. If they can't see me, they can't hit me.
On goes down, loses the flash. Shanks makes his first real entrance into this game. He's got 3 kills now, despite the fact that he's down 2.5k. And once again, you can see the problem of a Nico being quite risky to play. Steal away with the Scuttle Crab, they'll secure that vision.
Well, potentially for a morph of the poly variety.
And speaking of poly variety, sure. That's one way to phrase it. That's when you got to make up the word count on your essay.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
But you can see that actually, you know, the reason why Shanks can make that play is because Kyle's behind him. The reason why Tarzan can make the early plays is because Kyle was behind him. Now they're going to go behind Bin, who's coming into this one. It's going to be Shanks again. Doesn't have the ultimate, but he's going to try and teleport out now.
There's no CC. Bin's gone. Bin gets out. TP for TP. Turret in bot lane. All of those plays going to Bin. Is now 2,000 gold ahead, by the way, on this Rumble. Viper just got the mid lane turret. He's 2,700 gold ahead as well. He's got 3 items.
The next bullet time will be unbroadcastable. Would not surprise me if the stream froze, specifically as he presses the R button. Dragon up now. It would be 3rd Dragon for BLG.
It would be, and I just spotted that item and went, wince, that's a nasty pair of items to pick up. They're jumping onto Flandre, who doesn't have the ult to work with. The fear and the Rumble combo gets rid of 1. Now Shanks in the mid lane is in a 1v3 and just gets blasted. Gonna try and bring down Viper.
Viper!
Flashes on forward. It's a triple kill for Knight. Tarzan now in the multi-man, trying to turn onto On. Good damage from him, but over comes Rumble with the rocket belt.
Knight Syndra is back in action. 4 dead, 4 added to the kill column of Knight. Quadra kill for Knight Syndra.
The Dark Sovereign decides to flex her Imperial might. 9 kills deep, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. We'll get a look at this mid lane play because we didn't see the start of it because we were looking bot. And Knight apparently broke everyone's bloody ankles.
So what the hell happened here? The mid lane turret was already down and On hides as a minion. The bullet time comes down and that is a very dead Aphelios. Knight doesn't need to use the ultimate. Slams into Shanks and Kyle tries to save him, but too much damage is done. Knight is too far ahead of this game, and for God's sake, Daney, do not give this man his ear again. Just give him Syndra. This is what we want to see out of the superstar mid lane.
Much more confident. He's got a 10-stack Medjai's in inventory as well, alongside a blighting jewel. He is ungodly fed.
You know, funnily enough, like as I was talking, you mentioned that the death cap was picked up, immediately puts it to use. Now you have the Medjai's in, which one of the best, the best item combination in the game is Medjai's plus Death Cap, because it gives you the most AP of any item in the game by far. You end up getting, I think nowadays on the current percentages, 195 AP and a 25 stack Medjai's. And the way that Knight's going, he will one-shot here.
Yeah, he will. It's going to be a lot of damage. Can look to just press the R button. Now comes the Between Worlds, but where do you run? Flandre execute, nearly there, forced to flash.
Goes for the shotgun, had to flash away from it. Again, Knight going for the zero outplay option, really. He will make it out safely. Flandre, no flash, no ult. One trade for Knight.
I put down the blue trinket there. Far side alteration will spot out Flandre. Out the wards. I think AL are in a pretty dire situation at this point. Yeah, Tarzan's strong. First time that one becomes lightning. Actually gets a jump onto Knight. Good pressing guard timing. Knight now in danger, has to flash away. Out comes the pop blossom. And the ults fly. Bullet time. Moonlight Vigil slightly wide, but Shanks is doing a lot of good work. Flandre now here. Between Worlds. Knight low. Not down. Equalizer kind of hits very little. Wildgrowth keeps Shanks alive. Viper and Bin, though, think they win these. And they absolutely bloody do. Rocket Belt. Flame Spitter. Scattering the weak. Shuriken Flip is not enough. A triple kill to Viper, who is the one who flexes his muscles in this fight.
The operation to assassinate Knight goes wrong. Anyone's Legend get the Nico and no one else. Viper and Knight put out a ridiculous amount of damage, and Anyone's Legend can't outplay the way out of this one. Almost 12,000 gold down. We will be getting a third game here, folks. BLG, a poor draft in game one, outplayed in game one. Turn the tables in game two.
Credit to Tarzan there, managed to find an angle on tonight and make things real dicey. Fortunately for Anyone's Legend, they are down 12,000 gold, so a close fight is still not a 1-1.
Sometimes it happens that way. The Medjai stacks stay intact from Knight, importantly. Staying alive in that situation, I don't know how it happened. I mean, he gets tagged with a W. Sometimes it happens that way. But the problem is he has the move speed from the Medjai's and the Cosmic Drive. He has so much extra ability to randomly walk away from plays with the move speed in his items. And Flandre and Shanks are not fed enough to get the full kill. Knight somehow gets away. Again, stacking up that Cosmic Drive means he can walk his way out of the fight. I'm not sure Anyone's Legend expected that, which then gives, you know, Viper plenty of room alongside Bin to get the damage down, because all of their skill shots were aimed at Knight.
Yep, Shun and Knight just too fast. And you're right, Cosmic Drive and Medjai, it's just a lot of bloody move speed.
Yeah, between the two of them, you end up getting, you know, like, what, 30% move speed? I can't remember how much Cosmic Drive gets. Is it like 12% at max stacks? Medjai gives you another 10%. So it's 20% move speed when you get on top of it. You land a slow from a W. You're not getting chased down at that point, really.
Very, very swift indeed. And for all that Shanks tried, he just doesn't quite have damage. He's going for the Blighting Jewel next. We don't blame him. Just needs that little bit up front 10.
Well, the problem why he doesn't have damage down is because he's down almost 6,000 gold. Hope is down another 5,000 as well. Now, coming into this year, folks, we saw the lineup with Knight and Viper, and we thought, if they're on form, this could be disgusting. And the damage is disgusting onto Tarzan. Pops the ult. That's the ult from Nocturne.
Drew up the Sabbath track, because we're all getting paranoid over here. Pop Blossom! It's a bullet second. They didn't need any more. Oh my god, nearly at the execute threshold. Kyle gets away with it. Prayers perhaps required to keep yourself up in that scenario.
Medjai's watch 18 stacks after that kill came through. Knight's, yeah, he's getting to the point where he might be cracking, you know, like 900, 1,000 AP, because Syndra does get that extra percentage from the passive too. Did build up a Crypt Bloom, that's the one. Crypto Boom. Crypt Bloom. And I think, folks, this game is probably done. 13,000 gold. Noah Fell has to play around. Hope has had a bit of a disaster game. Inhib down. BLG won't end the game now, but it's as good as over.
Look, sometimes these are the games where the criticisms of Hope start coming to the fore. We're against the really, really dangerous. Oh my god!
Sam, I looked away to look at chat, and someone died. That's 22 stacks. What happened, Sam? Can you describe to me?
So Knight...
Yeah. Tell me a story. Knight did what?
Went into his mind palace, and he saw the various futures and realized he didn't really need to do that. He just needs to press R.
Oh, okay. Did Kyle realize he's playing an Enchanter in a burst heavy game?
Yes.
Did he realize that, sadly, if you're the one hit, sadly you can't do much?
He's also 6 levels down on Knight.
Oh my god, he actually could, I saw Knight just hovering over the wall there and thinking, actually, he could kill someone again. And folks, I really want to shout out here, by the way, I actually think Tarzan and Kyle have done a very good job. I actually think there's an argument to say that Tarzan and Kyle have actually been together the better jungle support still. I think On's had a pretty good game, but as a duo, Tarzan and Kyle have done a good job. It's just the lanes of BLG got so far ahead that it's not really led to as much as they would have wanted. And I suppose on paper, in a nutshell, this is sort of what we expect from this matchup. BLG lanes trying to out-muscle their opponents. Anyone's Legend jungle support trying to out-strategize Tarzan going forwards.
Tarzan, pressing guard. Looks for anything more. Shanks now on a flank angle spotted out potentially by On. Paranoia down. Bullet time is absolutely disgusting. They're into the corridor and it's in charge of the Light Brigade, but the lights have all been turned out. Flandre turns to right back on, but he's a fire starter. Cue up the amazing bit of music, and BLG smash the fight. We always knew it would be an omen, and the music will keep on rolling as they maraud into the enemy base.
Oh, BLG, they claim their territory. Invaders must die. Anyone's Legend jump into the full force of the prodigy carries of BLG. Knight, Viper, been taken somehow a bit of a back seat here somehow, despite having an excellent game himself. BLG flex the mechanical muscles. Night and day difference between game 1 and 2.
Nexus turrets go down, and BLG, when they get ahead, are just a very different beast, aren't they? That was about 90% of someone's health bar with a single W from Knight, which feels rather appropriate considering how damn hard they snowballed.
BLG bringing themselves back to life there in game 2. Game 1, Curse seemed to be a bit of a thing for BLG in the past. It's one of our big criticisms of them. I hope that doesn't come back into this year. I want this team to be consistently good. That first game, I didn't like the draft. I think Knight played quite poorly. I think that Shun had a bit of a difficult time there too. Game 2, Knight gets himself a much more comfortable champion. Viper wins bot lane. I think BLG, if they win bot lane and Knight is on comfort, are just so much, obviously folks, they're so much better than elsewhere. We're starting to learn quite quickly now a blueprint for BLG's success. Anyone's Legend on the other side, what we're seeing is that, well, much like we knew from 25, they have a very solid jungle support. Shun got a little bit blasted there, folks. Got a little bit blasted once again. Now, this is part of the worry of BLG. That jungle role feels like it's a bit of a hot seat. They don't necessarily know what to do with that role for themselves. They brought back Shun over this offseason, and credit to them, it seems like the vibes seem a lot better. Some of that, you know, that creative team fight decision making does seem to be back. But Shun can't afford to fall that far behind, because Tarzan will typically carry a game through that, and he was in a position to do a hell of a lot of work there again.
And I will harken back a couple years. We've not really seen this side of Shun necessarily in a while on BLG. But remember back when he was a Nidalee Kindred 2-trick and it felt like everything else was a bit more dubious, he would flip games early on those invades, and when it went wrong, it used to look kind of like that, actually.
Yeah, no, I actually remember some game, I think there was an MSI game versus T1. Well, no, it was one of the World's Finals games in 24. He tried to invade and it went wrong for him. I think it was Kindred Nidalee game, something like that. Wouldn't surprise me. Okay, well, BLG. Bring us to even. Now we get to see, we're deep into Fearless. Most of the power picks are gone at this point. I can't even remember really what's up in terms of power picks now at this point. Can't be a crazy amount of them. Yunara probably is the one really big power pick I can think of right now. And the more this series goes on, the more I'm afraid for anyone's Legend, because with less power picks available, the less worried I am that BLG misjudged the power of them and give anyone's Legend kind of like, again, a bit of an Exodia draft like they had in game 1 with the Jace and the Orianna.
Well, that was a whole thing. I am well impressed. The MVP for this one's going to be a bit weird, because I think Knight is probably the obvious choice. But I can see an argument for Viper, who mashed the game. I think On also had a pretty clean Nico game. But I think realistically, it's Knight.
I don't think there's any other option for me, really, because the reason why Viper got ahead is because Knight roamed down for that double kill. He left his own lane. It was a ballsy play to make, and it worked out. I will say, though, like, Viper having 1,000 damage per minute, hell yeah, welcome to BLG.
Versus Hope on 7.5k, and that's it? Like, that's not a great showing. And look, sometimes the Hope criticism is overstated. But one of the issues we have seen from Hope is if he ends up in isolated matchups versus really high caliber opponents, sometimes he just gets cracked open. And this is a pretty scary scenario for anyone's legend. It starts, in fairness, with not a lot you get to do here as a level 5 Aphelios, but it doesn't get much better from there, does it?
Yeah, but I just love the way that Knight, like, right the way from the early River skirmish, you know, funnily enough, I think I saw it a little bit different to others there, really, is that not going for the stuns, some people would say that's risky. I think the way that he plays it is actually very low risk, because he knows he's getting the knockback, he knows he's getting the Q afterwards, he's getting the guaranteed damage, and even if the CC isn't guaranteed at that point. Much like in that bot lane play and the top lane one later, he's just not taking chances. QR, get the shotgun afterwards, you basically can't avoid that, and it really has worked out for him. Hope got blasted this game. That Aphelios basically didn't play the game. And that could be a problem, because I think that actually domestically Hope typically tends to be a factor. Right here, not at all.
A reminder, I think that was a first round pick for anyone's legend. They first round that Aphelios and it gets deleted. That ain't exactly a great showing from Hope, and a little bit humbling, I think. This was probably the one that was very, very close. Knight is just so damn fast. The flash from Knight, Nimbus Cloak, so damn speedy. Bullet time angle's good again. Shank's trying to dance away through plays, but they can't kill Shun, they can't kill Knight. Landre has very limited damage. What do you do?
Not much, Sam. You die horribly, apparently. Folks, we're going to go put on an ad break after these are done. I'm going to go find that quadra kill, because it was a sick-ass play.
It was.
He just came out of replay. I was like, oh, he's dead, you know? I didn't think we'd be seeing, like, a Knight Syndra quadra kill, but I'm here for it. I'm just glad to see him playing the champion again, because the more comfort champions like that for him are in meta, the stronger BLG get, and I think it's a boon to everyone to see players like Knight on form. Yes. I don't want to see the Azir. Clearly it's not working for him. Clearly the Syndra is. Hopefully hopefully this is obvious enough that, you know, you can kind of see, even as a coach, being like, okay, well, maybe we should draft in more of that. You know, I want to see more Sylas, more Ahri, more LeBlanc. These picks seem really good right now. Why not throw them to him, you know? Okay, we're gonna go into a quick ad break, folks. I need the toilet. Is what I need.
Go for it.
And then we'll I'll leave you in charge of the stream.
That's fine. I can do that.
Cool.
Go forth and buy a break. How are we doing, TikTok? You having fun over there? Turn my volume up. So, phone updated last night. I'm still getting used to the new system. Like, trying to use your website browser is actually quite challenging right now. Because you can't get your tabs in the way I'm so used to. Syndra, Knight, MVP. Are we surprised? Really? 30% of the team's damage. Obscene game. Obscene game from Knight, who did a phenomenal job at taking those early kills and turning it into a game win. The Durex ad was apt there. AL definitely needed that. Well. Please don't threaten me with a good time. Oh, well, enjoying. Who is Pom? I believe that's one of the hosts there. I think BLG needs to step up. Or Bin needs to step up, or BLG should replace him. He had a very good game here, to be fair. Though I agree, last game he was all right on the Renekton, got a decent goal lead, but it was a bit late for it to be meaningful. You know what I mean? Started well enough. But yes, I agree. I think Bin hasn't been as domineering as he was a couple of years ago. It's only just the start of the season, right? We'll give it a moment or two before things work out. But I do agree. I think BLG have had some issues to work through. Spray. Thank you, Amber. When you get time, can you spend the Black Cleaver on Nocturne here with no armor on the other side? Ability haste and HP is still very valuable. And even if you're shredding base armor, it sets up for people like Misfortune to absolutely mash people. And you do stack it quite fast on Nocturne, so it's just generically a good item. Yes, it's better into armor stackers. Sterak's might have been valuable too, but you've already got the Hexblade, so do you really need another defensive item straight away? Black Cleaver's just good upfront damage, is the honest answer. The base stats are good, the passive is better still. So even without the passive, it'd still be a decent item. You could have gone for something else, but I don't think it's bad per se just in and of itself. We are into ads though. I will quickly run us some... Actually, we run some ads? We had run some ads, even better. There's the Durex ad. Oh. Rest my brain briefly before we go to game 3.
细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。战马新装，能量焕新，战马能量型维生素饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。英雄联盟职业联赛官方合作伙伴，醒神好喝，当然战马。
先机改掉，绝对是顶级的行，让人心情太舒畅了。
We have so many epic monsters already, right? There's an entire dragon track line you have to think about. Baron is obviously a huge deal, and it's, you know, a huge part of ending the game, and two, in terms of like the overall structure of the game and the pacing of the game.
拉完了，
一流有点新意，挺有创大胆一点，
重复性太高。
You know, I think the most fair criticism here is to say like, yeah, sometimes you're gonna be a champion where you just can't. Concerned about Actualizer, you know, being primarily for Rise.
Who is this man?
From what we've seen, it does seem like
why is he
there's
on the
number of champions
broadcast?
that can take advantage of it.
Oh. Oh, how are you all doing, chat? Having a good time? Everyone's saying with this BLG Super Team's going to win Worlds, but they lock in, but they look like ass. I think they look very good in that game too. I think that's a little bit unfair to say for game 2. I think Shun had a rocky game, but I do think this BLG roster is potentially very dangerous. I think it's a bit weird to look at that game and go, oh, yeah, they're really bad, because most of the team popped the hell off. Thank you all for the follows, by the way. Please do ensure that you are following the various Twitches and Twitters and YouTubes. Hit that follow button. And if you do have that extra bit of cash, consider donating to the Ko-fi/the subscribe button on Twitch. Can make a massive difference to our ability to keep doing this, as we are no longer employed on official broadcast, which does feel a little bit sad. I am not going to lie to you. I pulled Bina on one of 50-50 and like 50-30 pulls. Not gonna lie, all of my savings went into it, but I do have Bina C2 and R1. So I've got C2 R1. She is silly. I've got Lauma C2 as well. That combo is not okay. I'm just trying to figure out whether we're on a second Hydro or second Dendro.
Everyone's saying BLG Super Team is going to win Worlds. They look bad. I mean, it's like early into the season. The carries look good there. They need to figure out jungle support. Like
they do.
The core of any pro game is jungle support. So, you know, you can't let that go for too long. I am a bit worried about that. Okay, so one more game of this. Have they been to Outbreak yet?
Just been out of it. Come back.
Cool. So we should, do you need to take a break from me then?
I could use a glass of water, so I might just go do that quickly.
Do you want to bring me a Red Bull from the
Of course I can, yeah.
Cool.
In fact, I might do the same, thinking about it.
It should be, there's like an extra 4-pack somewhere if it's not in the fridge, if we run out of the ones in there. Okay. I'm just dialing in on audio stuff again. I think I can get it a touch better again, actually. Nocturne altered. Good. I don't think you can judge anything out of Winter Split. I mean, excellence is a habit, right? So you have to judge some things. You know, what we saw from BLG last year was the flaws they had in Winter were still present throughout the rest of the year. So actually, last year you could actually tell things from Winter Split. Not always, but you have to at least pay attention. You know, when they went towards MSI, when they went to Worlds, we were calling them out for exactly the same things. You used to cast during the NLC Ruddy update as well. I was a NLC caster before Ruddy. Sam was there while Ruddy were actually like in there. Although funnily enough, I was on broadcast with Ruddy's owner Don Jake. He came to guest onto Div 1 NLC in 22 summer at some point. I consider Jake a friend. He's a cool bloke. I like him. So I know Jake, but I didn't cast Ruddy. Did I cast him at all? Maybe I guessed it on at one point to do like a Div 2 game. So I can't remember. Maybe I did once. No, I don't think I ever did. I don't think I ever cast Ruddy. Prime Easy is still probably the best ADC mechanically that League's ever seen. Oh, he's up there. His thoughts of his awareness of where to kite and his vision of where the fight is going next is utterly absurd. The guy is he was just so good at figuring out where the fight was going to be safest for him. Like, he'd kite in just directions you'd think were absurd. Like, he'd kite into the enemy base at points, and you'd just be like, well, that's dumb. And then he'd win anyway, and you're like, okay, well, you proved me wrong. Dude, let's just not see Knight Azir again. Well, we're back on the stage, so we should be pretty close to that third draft, rather. Going into game 3, what are the power picks we have to be aware of? Nymaera is the one that we highlighted. That's probably the biggest one on the table right now. Now, in terms of other things which haven't been played so far, suppose there's a couple of AD junglers like Wukong and Pantheon. Wukong, Pantheon, Nymaera, probably the most powerful champions left up on the pool right now. I suppose there's also Sion Cassante. There's a couple of tanks you can play. And we're into that draft, so we'll figure things out as we go on. So we've got those 5 we were talking about. Nymaera banned, and Bessa, of course. Banned away as well. So that's 4 out of the 5 still available. We have 4 bans left. Do we choose to ban something different? There's Karma, which AL were banning away from On. Maybe they're afraid of the lane pressure. Because when BLG win lane, in bot lane, it looks pretty unplayable. Jarvan banned away now. I forgot that's also a priority pick as well. Sion banned away. It's an obvious one. There's also something like Poppy. Poppy is very big for anyone's legend. Do they think they want to ban that away? Does BLG want to ban that away? Sivir's not been played either. Could be a big pick. Hell, even something like the Sylas could be big for both these mid laners now. Of course, it's a comfort pick for Knights. Let's see what matchup it gets put into. I wonder whether we'd get something like the well, we've got Talia, Ryze, Ahri, trio of mid laners there. Cassiopeia banned away, which means that the Ryze might be a threat. First pick is going to... So, funnily enough, BLG are on blue side, and they get first pick. So AL must have elected to take counter pick. Anyone's Legend chose counter pick. They ban out the Karma, so Ryze is available for both mid laners now. Is it first pick worthy? Do BLG give over the Ryze and take the Talia instead? Ryze first pick, I think, would be more valuable. Banning away the Cassiopeia, no Azir, no Orianna. Ryze is very powerful right now, especially with the Actualizer, which is effectively overflow augment from Arena. Talia, Pantheon locked in. We highlighted both those champions. We talked about the mid lane trade. Talia locked in. Pantheon, Talia, very strong duo. Technically, the Pantheon go towards bot lane, but with all of the AD junglers out, you'd assume this to go in towards jungle. Shin can now think about Wukong. It's a very confident pick for him. Wukong Ryze, very good at starting fights with both their ultimates. I don't love the Qiyana as much. Pantheon's quite good at point and clicking the Qiyana into existence. However, Ryze Qiyana as a duo is really good. This is a better duo than Wukong Ryze, but it is worse into the Pantheon Talia because the Talia can kind of get a point and click shove onto you because the Pantheon locks you in place. Cassante, the last tank jungler in position, tank top laner in position now really too on the current patch, would be a pretty good pickup. I expect the Cassante to get locked in here now actually. Very self-sufficient. LPL loves its Cassante as well. They choose to pass it over though and go towards the Sivir, one of the priority AD carries. There's no Yunara. So what are your priority AD carries? Well, I suppose you... Well, I don't think you'd love to go Kai'Sa. You might have to go Corki. You don't love playing Corki into Qiyana Ryze, so maybe you go Kai'Sa because it's better into the mid-jungle. It's a worse lane matchup, but it's better into the whole composition. Then in terms of supports you go towards, well, what carries you through lane? I guess you maybe just think about Nautilus. Nautilus, Braum, I suppose, are the two big ones. Hey Sam, well into draft. Keep cracking up on a cold one with chat. Oh, nice.
My 1 through 10. Ooh, Qiyana.
Yeah, so it's the Ryze Qiyana comp, which LPL does love. Really love it. In terms of volume, by the way, I basically cut down some of the gain on the mic to give us some audio quality back. But that means that for background noise, I'm putting it about like -5 and or something like that. Should be like maybe -4. So, Kai'Sa locked in. Think about the supports that could go with it. The Rakan's removed away. No surprise, actually. That's very good with the Kai'Sa. We think about stuff like Braum, Nautilus. Although, honestly, neither of them are great into the Sivir is the problem. What do you have that can give you value for the Kai'Sa, whilst also not just seeding lane pressure? Because my problem is right now, I think Viper and On might just smash lane. I do say that with the context. Look, Hope has had a bad series, folks. Yeah. I'm not going to lie about that. Hope's Kai'Sa is insanely good.
He's a very
There
good
were
Kai'Sa.
points where internationally, teams would give him over it thinking, oh, it's just Hope, and he just smashed them. His Kai'Sa is very, very good. Braum banned away from On now, interestingly. I think they're going towards the Nautilus.
Yeah.
Unless BLG ban it. There's also Leona, but I think the Nautilus is probably the one that they're angling for.
I'm looking at it now, well, double global plus Kai'Sa, who's a semi-global. Like, your ability to just jump on someone is incredibly high this game for AL.
And they need to do that. I mean, the thing which I was arguing is that Ryze Qiyana is a better duo for itself, but the Wukong would have been safer into the enemy comp because you can use your ult to stop the Pantheon W. Qiyana's not great versus Pantheon, actually. Rel now being thought about. Okay, Kyle's a good Rel. It's another engaged support. It's slightly less good lane, but it is safe because at least the Rel can crash down backwards and be safe.
It's one of Kyle's specialty picks as well. It's been very, very good at the camp for a very long time. When he first came up, was it Sandbox he was on first? I can't remember exactly his debut into LCK. Someone out there would remember. But I remember his Rel being one of his absolute best. Of late as well, his Poppy has been very, very dangerous. But I think when I think of Kyle, I still think of his Rel all these years later.
Very, very good. Yeah, Sandbox is where he started off in Pro Play when he was Legends. Afterwards, Jax lock. We get Bin Jax.
Oh, yes.
Bin Jax. There will be questions about what build he will go. Is he going to go for AP one-shots? I'd imagine maybe not. Maybe go towards a bit more bruisery stuff. And then we think about the bot lane picks for On. You see the Rel, you see the Kai'Sa. What's the thoughts?
I saw that Elise hover, and if there's any player in the world I trust in an Elise spot, On is probably among them. He was always very, very dangerous. And that Twitch Elise last year was one of those black picks.
Speaking of among them, On's Elise was among us for the 100 Thieves game where he played quite poorly and they lost.
Yes.
Shen locked in for On, which is great against the auto attacks. It is now the thing is, Shen's in a weird spot when you're playing in top lane because ulting away from top lane loses you your role quest effectively. It's awful. Yeah. Shen players are not happy with the new patch from top lane. Good in support though, because you can just leave the lane anyway and you care much less. Feed stutters briefly. Cassante does get locked in. It was one of the picks that we highlighted before the draft started. Cassante Jax, a very well-known match. It was played very widely when the champions were just released. Shen, the big pick here, which I've got my eyes on as we stutter. We got ourselves some ads. We'll get rid of them, won't we? And we'll get into our last game between these two teams. Next up, folks, we do have IG JDG, another banger series. In terms of the full composition, BLG are a little squishier, but they have so many ways around the map. They have the Shen ult, they have the Ryze ult, Qiyana is everywhere. It will be contested though by Pantheon, Taliyah, Kai'Sa. This is a very global heavy game, folks. This is going to be starter fight, everything explodes into motion very quickly afterwards.
Yeah, someone's going to sneeze and everyone's going to turn up to blow their nose. Like, it will be a...
Good way to put it.
The smallest skirmish can very, very quickly escalate. And it means things like counter punches, especially if they're not tracked, get very dangerous. I'm not expecting a Shen ult turning things around or a Realm Warp turning things around. That can get quite tricky for AL if they pull the Pantheon Taliyah comp. Similarly, if you try to Shen ult to make a play and suddenly Kai'Sa, Pantheon and Taliyah are there making your lives hell, that can be a really unfun time. Similarly, Shen in support role, squishy. Yes, there are a few autos. And also where things like a Caspian Rain can get blocked. The Seismic Shove, Threaded Volley's not going to get blocked. You can still end up getting blasted, and Shen into Taliyah rocks can be miserable.
Can be indeed. Let's get on to the Rift. Last game of the day for these two. First series of the day for us. Giles, go.
Gyos completed. Hope and Kyle just hanging around in that bush. Dark on Kyle. Sometimes you see Rel to dismount and then get the mount up. You don't get that flip back with it.
Onto the level 1. That's quite nice. Good damage, by the way. Using the aftershock, not the spellbook, interestingly. I think the threat of the Taliyah later really means he wants to be as tanky as possible. We see that taunt level 1 might win them the lane. Hope getting caught by that, just freeball level 1 is a big mistake from the AD carry. He's had a hard time at the office today.
It's been exactly fun, it has to be said.
Now, the Civ you expect to push lane, but taking the damage like that means you're less likely to soak the wave in tower. You take too much damage like that, and it kind of just all goes to heck, really. Bin will track his build throughout the game. I think he needs to be straight up tanky. I don't think he can do the Zerka, Dawn, and Dust kind of AP special. I think you do need to be tanky here. Although, that being said, you flash forwards for AP Jax first, and, you know, can be a fun time for you.
There's one way to defeat Global. Sometimes it's just being faster than they are to turn up, and the upfront burst of maybe that Dawn and Dusk. I can see a way you could play that out. See exactly what the decision making is. Similarly, you've got a Qiyana again. You can just pop people before the response is there.
Yeah, and run just in chat. Yes, there is a clean feed because we are official co-streamers of the LPL. There is one that we have access to. And yes, we've been doing this for a number of years now. This will make our, well, we did a full year last year, half a year before that when the broadcast started doing half the schedule. So this will be, you know, moving on to our second and a half year, which is really cool. Another taunt landing, the Q fall through as well. Hope, this is an awful laning phase for him.
Oh dear, again. Just not helping all of the criticisms, is it, when he's having these moments? Again, it's into Viper and On, theoretically, the very best bot lane in the LPL. You can make that argument considering the names there. Tarzan will get a hold of that blue buff at the very least. Can maybe look mid, but he is on vision.
They spot him now. Teleport back in. Knight will hold on to this safety in the mid lane. Tarzan spotted. Walking through. On would have been spotted moving out of that jungle now. They know he's on the roam. Them winning bot lane so hard means that On is unleashed, really. On's had a good series today, folks. If you look at player of the series, there's actually an argument to say On. We'll see how it goes in this third game. Look, Knight had a bad game 1, excellent game 2. On in the loss in game 1 was the better player. And in game 2 was still very impactful too. There's an argument to say On player of the series.
Yeah.
If they win, of course.
He's been making some really fun moves of late. Dash on forward, had the Ice Blade there on the edge of Ixtal. Fairly decent work. Good chunk there with the Rune Prison into Overload combos. One of the reasons why you do like to see this Diana rise. Rise just set Diana to do cool things, so ironically, this time around is the other way around.
Also, another thing you'll notice too is mid laners are taking more combat summoners again. Rise loves Ghost, and particularly in this kind of game, if you can pop Ghost, you can sometimes walk out of some CC from the Ral, and importantly, you can dodge the Talia shove back quite a lot. This is one of the problems of us being a bootleg broadcast, by the way. Sometimes the feed will stutter. We've actually had very good luck with it today. But if you would like to see better LPL broadcasts, folks, basically make some noise, let them know that you really want as good quality as you can get, because I hope maybe someday that will give us some better access to those clean feeds like we did in the past. In control over top lane, 10 CS lead right now, be cut down to a little less than that. Swave evens up, but he's having a good time here against the Cassenta.
Is Vince Jax right up there as one of the most legendary picks in the world. There have been a few great Jax players over the ages, but Vin is probably right up there in top 5 at this point.
He's up there, yeah, for sure. I don't know who I'd put up as the best, but he's definitely the one who's got some of the most kind of street cred, Like, he's done some unspeakable things on this champion.
I think who else has been very iconic on Jax? Impact has a skin on it, I suppose.
Yeah, Impact from the early years, for sure.
Someday, Once Upon a Time.
Yeah.
Not
gonna lie, a lot of those names are actually these are Jax kind of disappeared for a long time.
Yeah,
So you either have like early era when you had like the season 3, season 4 Jaxes, particularly season 4, who's the king of fighters really, and then yeah, basically, folks, if you're locked on 720p, that means effectively you're in a region that Twitch doesn't allow to do 1440p, and you're not allowed to stream in 1080 and 1440 at the same time on Twitch. So it's basically a region diff. It's a Twitch issue. I'm sorry about that, but we want to get as much quality as possible.
Yep, that would be, unfortunately, Twitch issues. Kyle will get a Shattering Strike on. Haha!
Even hits the vision plant afterwards. Tarzan looking to use that early power. Shun has fallen behind in both games and hang on, got shanked.
Damage onto him, gets that nice combo there. The Terror Shape flash away means Shun can't get the empowered auto. Away, goes pop him for some more. Will not be able to convert that Edge of Exile into a kill.
Yeah, hang on. On could look for a 20 on Kyle. Good. Look, Shen's damage early is kind of absurd, by the way. You can see that, Shun trading flash with Shanks, that is much more favorable for BLG, because now what you can do is you can flash for a Rune Prison as the Rise, and then the Kiana just dashes into range anyway. And this could be the trigger for Shun to kind of get off the ground in this series. He has been second best in jungle this series. There's no shame in that versus Tarzan, but it has been a worrying point for BLG. Tarzan on the other side has yet to make an impact. And when you're all against a team like BLG, you want Tarzan Kyle to take over the game. On, I think, has had a better series than Kyle actually individually, but he's behind him in bot lane. He's gonna get taunted.
Indeed, this will crash down. It's going to be at the end of the world there, especially because On is indeed running that. What's the word here? Ignite. There we go. A little bit of additional kill threat there. Kyle with the spell book as well for summoners to work with, but he's a little squishier on the rel unless he hit all those ability to steal those resists.
Yeah. Okay, so everyone now is realizing that game sound is louder than us. You gotta okay, thank you for telling us, Goobs. Everyone else, no, well, I'm not gonna blame you, whatever. So you can just sit there as chat. We'll fix the game sound as things keep going on. We're basically trying to make sure that our audio quality is good, so we don't push our mic too hard, and allows us to shout and scream and do all the fun stuff.
All the fun things, yes.
All the cool stuff. We turn the game down a little bit now, though. And yeah, thank you, appreciate that. And okay, folks, let's get into the narrative side of this, because again, that's kind of part of our job as casters, doing the narrative part of it. BLG 26, it needs to be a step up from 25. They are a team which I think everyone expects to do great things with this roster. You know, the jungle revolving door of 25 was a real blemish on BLG. So I'll put that from Viper. Picking up Viper, who I think was the best AD carry in the world in 2025, is a huge statement. He won the Worlds from EDG, from the LPL in 2021. He is a, he's a great Mandarin speaker. The communication is not an issue for him compared to perhaps other imports that you could possibly get. BLG are expected to do great things. AL were better than them across the entirety, well, the average of 2025. They have lost Tabe though. Does that now bring BLG into a point where they can start getting that leg over AL again, returning to domestic dominance?
Here, as he does get taunted, but a good age result will delay some of that. Shouldn't come for a potential angle here, though,
wow.
as the flash comes on in, and BLG are pouncing.
Massive pick onto Tarzan. The player which AL really need to get online is shut down early. First blood tonight on Rise, who started off the series poorly, but he started to really come alive himself. That'll lead to the grubs, and I don't think AL have a punch back.
Work on that front. Al will flash down. Knight throwing out a few more autos and stuff there. As I needed that flash there, kind of agree.
Yeah. Pillow, I'm aware that our stream server volume is low, but I just mentioned this, sadly, we can't push the microphone too hard or we start losing sound quality, so we'll have to fix that at some other point, but that has already been mentioned, don't worry, we're on it. Last grub taken by BLG. Shun, very happy, 20 CS up, got that first objective down on both sides of the map. BLG very happy with the early game.
Yes. So, TP flies in. Shank is here. Not really seen AL make a proactive play as yet early, and that should be a little bit nervy.
But the problem is effectively, they've lost the mid lane matchup, they've lost the bot lane matchup, so Tarzan doesn't have a platform, even the top lanes have push in. BLG have effectively just won the map early everywhere.
That's going to be the continual issue, I fear. As particularly Shun finally has a solid early game platform to work on. They really set for him to be the one making plays and not having the invades go wrong. Kyle will find on. He's got to crash down and not care too much.
Yeah, it doesn't use the taunt onto him. On's given up a lot of XP to make these plays happen. But then again, Shen, it's set up for Shun, so who cares? You know, at this point, Shen's had that early game value. There may be a worry that the Shen becomes just a free pick target later into the game. It might be quite worrying that Hope is, safely laning now despite the poor early start. Hope is off the ground, and he's had a poor series himself, I think, on the whole. He's about to cash in Cull, Viper. Don't believe he actually picks one up, so Hope will be slightly ahead in gold, actually, when it comes down to the end of the laning phase. And Hope on Kai'Sa is a threat. Even if you don't think he's had a good series, you must take a step back and realize that this player is very proficient on the champion, and BLG have a real worry if he starts getting into the game as well.
Yep. So you follow a couple days ago, Mr. Beard Dog, but completely agree about Tabe and JDG. We'll have that conversation a little later on. Tabe teams are always a treat to watch.
Although I'll disagree on one thing, I think JDG do look like a strong team. I think we have all of our top 3 teams playing today, folks. I think we have BLG and AL, who will be 2 of our top 3. Then JDG, I think, will be the other one. Then the question is, what order will they be in? How close they are to the rest of the pack. Can other teams start to contest them? IG, our Demacia Cup champions, will be playing off against JDG just after this rolling schedule, of course, so we'll get a full series of that. And IG JDG always delivers, so it's a great matchup. Stay tuned for that after this game. The festivities don't stop here. Dragon is alive. Tarzan's going to approach it. Shun's in top river. He's not here to contest right now. He's taking top scuttle. BLG, I think they prefer to just get some farm outs. I guess they could go in with a realm war, but I don't think they need to pull the trigger right now.
Towards that mid lane line bush.
Kyle's had a vision.
Now spotted, might try and jump onto On, will now force him instead. Good jump forward, not the best player talent, actually should just go down for it. Shank's flashing away, On flashing out himself, Dragon secured, health bars mail, not fantastic, a Knight with the Ghost can maybe just run at them. Health bars are low, can he get some more overloads to work through as the spell flux lands, Viper with the ricochets as well, threatening. Kill, Dragon for AL, forced out of the river, but BLG can't punish.
Yeah, Shun way too squishy to make a play like that. On didn't get to use his ult onto him because he stood in the play. Doesn't really want to stand still and give himself up for that. Worth noting though, I think the ult was maybe a little better than some would expect, because when you ult in River, you still always get the stun, even if it doesn't hit that. I think he still hit 2 people there, if I want to say. It's just like, mainly just putting his body on the line like that. Very difficult to do against this team comp. Don't worry about Kiana. Realm Walk topside. We're not trying to make a play.
Andre will flash, prevent 2 easier combo. On's here as well. Tarzan now also around. Attention of the Pathmaker. He's taunted up. The damage is just too high. Bing gets his roll quest. They get the kill.
Well, there you go. On uses his ult. They pull both the globals, make a play topside, give a kill to Bin, and maybe the Jax can make a problem. And he is going for that Dawn and Dusk, by the way. It will be a bit of the AP one-shot variety. See that blasting one? Bin wants to do damage.
I just spotted that one as well. I guess partly because I was then looking at Bin rather than the rest of the game. He's like, oh yes, he's going for that one. And in fairness, if you're trying to beat the global timer, just blow them up in a second.
So watch this again. Shun goes for a big ult in River. I think he gets 2 people with the ult. Let's have a look here. So he does get the stun onto Hope as well. You'll notice that it does give the stun even if it doesn't hit the wall because you're in the river. But then you don't full kill Kyle. Full damage comes through and you CC up in front of the Pantheon and a Kai'Sa. Not the best thing ever. I think Shun underestimated how much damage would come back to him if he didn't immediately one-shot.
Hope has cashed in now. Kraken Slayer build. Pickaxe and inventory is going for an AD variant here of some capacity.
New item alert, by the way. Bin, we talked about this before, but he's built up that first item, Dawn and Dusk. New item for 2026. It is a Spellblade item. It gives you AP, HP, cooldown reduction, the good stuff. Bit of attack speed as well, I believe. And what it does is, it gives you a Spellblade, procs some extra damage, but it also applies your on-hits twice on that auto.
Yes.
That applies something, you know, like Jax's attack speed passive, it will give him double for that. But then the big thing is it gives you 2 hits of your ult passive. Now, what that means is that when you have your ult running, so it already is every other hit, it basically guarantees your next auto would have the Grandmaster's Might passive. It's a crazy amount of damage. Jax already scales very well off of AP anyway. Now, in terms of his next item, we might see Riftmaker, we might see the Zhonya's, we shall see. Now, a big play potentially coming onto Shanks. Shen should have his ult back up. There shouldn't be a Shen ult here, though.
Right, shove just wide. Right, gets to speed himself away. Shun is here, as is on.
Shanks could ult out of the play if he's lucky enough. He's teleporting now, just keeping it safe. They'll push in towards the bot side. Knight doing well in this matchup, as you were saying. Roll quest just completed by Shanks there. The only one left unavailable is actually Kyle, who's not completed his ward quest right now for the support. Knight happy to get dominant side lane. Shanks, great game in game 1 on the Orianna. Struggled to have an impact in game 2. Game 3, feels like he's been playing second fiddle to Knight. He's gotten the leg over him.
Doing very well here so far. Gets that first turret as well. Donated a lot of gold, now 1,000 because of that. Early kill, early turret. Slight lead in CS though, relatively nominal. So that ends up being a pretty good start to the game for Knight's Rise.
Appreciate the resub there, Tower Jester. Good to see you. And again, folks, it's really cool to be able to bring this to you, our little portion of the LPL community. If you have enjoyed this, if you're continuing to enjoy this, please drop a like, follow, subscribe, you know all those cool things. It makes a difference to us, and we hope that you continue to stick around to enjoy just really cool LPL. It's a really cool thing to be able to bring this to you all. And continue the stories of, you know, BLG, domestic titans, international hopefuls, AL, a team which for many people would have come out of nowhere. Realm Walk coming top bot side, and they'll come out of nowhere right on to Flandre.
Oh boy, this Cassante, what do you do? The Globals against the team that drafted the Globals. Flandre can footwork, he can try and find an angle out, but I just don't think there's anything he can do. You just ain't that tanky to all that mixed damage.
Herald's put into mid lane as a bit of a counterplay. There's no one there to wave clear, so this will be a trade up in terms of actual objective, well, tower pressure from anyone's legend. But another kill to Knight puts him 1,000 gold ahead of Shanks. He is a very happy Rise, and with the power of this champion, with the likes of the Actualizer, that second tier item in the meta right now, Rise is a very, very scary member of the Blue Man Group.
Yeah, he is. See when he decides to take that one up. Tends to be third when you go for it. There's the Roa just done, and alongside the Archangels building towards the Seraphs. That core tends to stick alive, whatever the meta feels like these days.
Game pings allowed, or the game pings? Okay, I've heard that the game sound was fine, so we're going to keep it at this for now. But yeah, the pings are just loud on their side of things.
They've just got that mixed that way in LPL for whatever reason.
Yeah, the pings will be loud. Oh my god, still down. That's a lot of damage on tower, folks. And the Grub's helping there. Jax hitting towers. I have to say, I prefer the old Jax tower bonking set in the past. A lot of damage, actually. Right, hang on, they're all rolling forward. Pantheon coming through, flashing onto On.
Oh, Tarzan to the wrong side of the wall.
Well, On had flashed away anyway. I think he's still dead, by the way. Shanks should be able to flick him back. I think they've got enough damage.
It's going to be bloody close. Flashes and gets it.
Has to use the flash, though. Using the flash on the Talia, that could be huge. Remember what we were saying about that Ryze Kiana combo, rather, being so deadly. Not having flash while they both have theirs. Shanks will probably die for this at some point in the next 5 minutes.
Counterpunch, Flandre being the one that's being attacked, but he is wary of that TP and runs away.
Yeah.
He takes more damage.
Yeah, there's still 10 seconds left in the round. We've talked a lot about BLG, AL on the other side of it. Again, a team which we really praise for their quick movements. There's a Realm Warp up here, though, and, well, they might have to dance to that again. Flandre on weak side.
Counter-strike up. Shun over the wall. Knight here as well.
There's a rotation coming through. Here comes Kyle and Tarzan.
Gonna try and buy some time. Go do a decent work with the path maker. Turret goes down. Immediate counter-strike. Flandre flash. Footwork out to safety.
Uses the flash, goes down, tower dead. Shanks takes one on the bot side. Remember, he was 1,000 gold behind, takes a kill, takes the tower. It's much more even now, but Bin is getting ahead of Flandre. And this build gets the one-shot capability in very, very fast fashion. On going forwards, there's the engage!
Flash audacity into the supreme display of talent, and Pantheon might be a man, but he's a dead one as the Empress shows him who he owes allegiance to.
That was a snappy engage. On has had a good series here, folks. Yes, he did just die in that last play, but honestly, On has, well, he slaughtered the laning phase in game 1. Great game in game 2 as well. In game 3, won the laning phase and has made some clutch picks on this Shen. On is on good form here.
That's great news, because last year he was not. Honestly, he was very, very inconsistent.
Okay, look, in credit to him, I think actually for most of the year, he was solidly second best player on BLG behind Knights. On's always had this factor to him though, right? His peaks are absolutely insane. It's always a game-to-game metric though, isn't it, with On? He's just a player where every game, you roll a dice, sometimes it comes up as the best support in the LPL, otherwise you can solo lose it.
Run it on there briefly. Speaking of him, won't lead to all that. I saw Kyle around the corner on deck, but is quickly over the wall with a Twilight Assault. Dash. Shadow Twilight Assault is the sword coming towards you. That's what it was, mate. Conflated the two. The reason I did that is I was just trying to remember myself whether it was Vorpal Blade, but that is old.
That's his old
Shen.
one. Old Shen Vorpal Blade was the Q, which is like fling the spinning stick.
And you'd hit the person with it and you get some health back. Yeah, exactly.
You get on hit heal after you auto attack them, which is the way.
Your team as well, actually.
Yeah, it's really cool. I somewhat miss old Shen, but the sword pull through mechanic's actually pretty cool. And at the end of the day, you know, he's still vaguely Shen, you know.
He was a little bit too stat sticky, if you know what I mean. You just do this sort of stat check and go, did you have does your Q plus everyone hitting you do this work or not?
Fairy Tail, I understand that pain. Basically, if you only watch BLG internationally, hang on, what's happened here? We flipped forwards and Viper's just dead. God damn it, Mercuria. Anyway, Viper's dead, good jump forwards, but it looks like Flandre's dead on the top side, maybe.
Here, turning it around potentially for Shun. Will manage to be able to audacity forwards. Overcome Shanks though. Realm Warp away!
Excellent Realm Warp from Knight, gets Shun out to, well, safety for now. They do have a tower to run towards, and there's a flash for Knight to keep him safe.
Flash, Magnet Storm, Shun backstep, audacity through. Shun still dies as the Acathian Rain pours on down.
Close for Knight, killing Hope on the other side of it, but AL jump into life. Take themselves down, Viper. They killed Shun on the top side. Baron is alive, but Jax has teleport and he has a Zhonya's. If Bin comes into the play, I think AL just immediately loses. He's still he's still pushing.
You can get towards that one again. You are so damn strong at this point with all the AP, all of that additional attack. They've interrupted the back. It's only Kyle, not the end of the world. But that's going to be possibly the entire turret. Who's stopping him?
Bin takes an entire inner turret and most of the inhibitor. He's 2.4k up because look, folks, in the LPL, the way that you beat anyone's legend is by dunking on Flandre so hard that he just doesn't know what to do. Great flick back. They end up deleting the spell shield. I think he thinks he's safe, but the spell shield got popped, so the flick back registers and he dies. At the same time, though, great combo onto Flandre, who's been attacked so many times, he's not tanky anymore. Even with everyone roaming up, they can't save Flandre, and Knight makes it out to safety, and they lose so much HP in the attempt, they can't really stick around on the map.
Again, all the while, Ben is going, cool, I've got time to keep on shoving. He does just that. One of the reasons that we've added the Crystallize, added these extra turret plates onto tier 2s, and they're sticking around in general, is to give split pushes more of a game plan at pro level, in solo queue, to allow sieging champions a little bit more value from playing that out, that it's not just about objectives and getting Baron to win the damn game. This Jax is now utterly terrifying in a 1v1.
Now, if this is genuinely a win condition, then maybe Bin's back. He does love those individual split pushes. That's why he played so much Yorick last year. He's going towards what looks to be that Riftmaker third. Has himself the Zhonya's already for instant safety, and of course the AP burst from Jax. Very much liking that scaling.
You could potentially do something like Riftmaker's Gunblade for 20% Onivia.
I will say in a game like this, I know that the Gunblade, like, it's a sexy item. You want to play.
It is.
Realistically, you do need just tankiness after a certain point too. Because let's be honest, like Jax, he's either killing you or something, you know, he's just instantly dying, right? I think he'll have the damage anyway. Mid lane turret still standing for BLG. It's a massive pain in the ass for AL. Dragon is alive, will be third for anyone's legend. Knight just completed his Rod of Ages, so he gets the extra level there. Funnily enough, Shanks has the extra level up on him though, just from having more time in side lanes though.
Got quite a lot more farm than Rise. Well,
Yeah.
Knight's been making a lot of aggressive moves at the cost of his own farm, but Bin's been the one picking it up instead.
Exactly. Bin's the one who's been the beneficiary, which is why he's the level 15. Does Bin finally find his way into a fight? We've not seen Bin in a group fight the entire game. And just a spoiler warning here, folks. If Bin does get a Counter-Strike ult onto someone, they will die. Horribly.
Hope.
Now, can AL find the fight before Jax gets into play? IL, watch out for him. Huge engaged player. This jungle support from Anyone's Legend have been so clutch from Anyone's Legend in the past. Can they continue to be here in the deciding game?
River being contested. Looking for that.
Hang on the jumping.
Oh, that's Spoon to play down. Hope immediately cleanses. Looking to turn it around on the other side though. Shanks rooted up by the Rune Prison. They've got the kill. Now Bin is here. They try to turn it around. Tarzan will shield vault forward. Bin has to go golden. That's not bad denial, but it's not stopping Knight, who just keeps rolling. Hoflandre finally goes all out, but unfortunately for him, Viper has got a ricochet or two to make this a titanium attempt. And BLG got the damage.
BLG just keep rolling through the team fight and leave anyone limp at the end of that. Baron, Realm Warp, we'll see the end of that one. BLG jump towards the top side of the rift. A huge fight for them. They lose their jungle support, but at what cost for Anyone's Legend? 4 dead. Kyle the only one alive. He technically could spell, but smite. There's no smite there from BLG. Won't get there in time though. Baron will be BLG's on 3. 4.
No spell book switch over. Let's have a look at this fight again, because Shanks gets caught on one side and the AL trying to make the play on the other.
So there's that big ult onto Hope, which forces the cleanse. Almost shouldn't have gone too deep, but then Shanks gets blasted. I don't know what Shanks is doing here. He's trying to follow up on the play. He doesn't get an ult into it. He gets blasted. It's completely destroyed. Shanks having a difficult game on the Talia. I think Knight, even after that disastrous game 1, has been the better mid laner today. His rise has been so disgusting. As you're saying, both him and Viper getting crazy DPS throughout the back end of the team fight.
Hope tries to find an angle to play, but doesn't really get a great ult off there. Has to be said that he's 3-1 and 2. He's not having an awful game here by any means, but that wasn't really the clutch fight you ask of Hope on Kai'Sa.
Blowing that cleanse early really limited his options. Doesn't have the Zhonya's. He's gone for the Terminus to be more on here. Like back is immune that time. Turret will die to a single auto here now. Crystallization will see to that. Anyone's Legend see themselves staring down a 6,000 gold lead. Baron continuing to give them issues.
Alex, is it just game 1 BLG all over again?
I did wonder. Now,
they've had this habit.
A bit of story time, folks. BLG were one of the best teams in LPL domestic history, whilst also having one of the worst game 1 records in, like, well, not LPL history, but definitely for a top team. They would lose almost every game 1 of a best of 3, and then somehow come back into it. They'd wake up somewhere between it, and Realm Warp's going to see Flandre in danger again. I think he'll be safe this time for once. He finally sees himself to safety. Flandre's had a pretty bad time in this game 3-2. Game 1 was excellent for him on that Rex site, but the K'Sante has been attacked time and time again, and Anyone's Legend have not known what to do with it.
Even in that Rex side game, remember, he did get solo kill. Oh, Supreme display of talent. Tarzan is immediately jumped on by everyone. A flash taunt will put him into the dirt, and the jungler's gone.
Dead. It's flash committed forward. It's Bin the one who's the flash there. It looks like Shen's kept his one available.
Right, sorry, yes.
So Bin, no flash available for him, but On could still go for that flash taunt himself. And, well, this turret is obvious. It's dead. Oh my god. This is the changes in 2026 will make this much more of a common sight. Much easier to take down turrets when you start rotating quickly around the map.
Bin is up 3,000 gold. Shun is up 3.5. Knight's up 1,000. Finally, Viper overtakes Hope, and this game is well out of control now.
I mean, they don't have Soul on the table, so Anyone's Legend can maybe try and play out a slower game, allow one dragon to go over, try and just hunker down, get to a later game Kai'Sa, Talia. It's not like they don't have scaling options. This is my problem, is the scaling options from BLG just looks more appetizing to me. You know, Ryze with this current build is so really, really strong.
Yes.
He doesn't even need to go towards the Actualizer. He's going towards the Zhonya's for safety, which I don't think is a bad option here, because he wants to be going close into brawling range and escaping stuff like the Pantheon, the Rel, maybe even outplaying the Talia or the Kai'Sa in his way out. And of course the Sivir is queen of scaling of AD carries in many ways.
Yeah, an opportunity to pick up a jump, by the way. 4-item Kiana, 3-item AP Jax. Like, you've got damage everywhere, and if you're starting to get these kind of outplay tools on things like trying to jump on you, Zhonya's coming on through, that kind of thing, Shen ult defends the first target, I don't know how easy it's going to be for AL to get that snap single target pick.
Anyone's Legend very much in defense mode now. They're trying... Look, effectively their options have been, you get Flandre to push, and he dies to give you one pushing lane. Or you just sit back and hope for the best. Flandre's died a lot to try and give something on the map in AL. I don't think they've responded that well to it, sadly.
No, I don't think they have either, unfortunately for them. Still at 2 items for Shanks. Again, look at the jump, it's 2 items for Tars. I get you that some of those lethality items are a little cheaper, but opportunity isn't. And you are...
Well, Profane Hydra is one of the more expensive items. What's that, 3,300 total? Yep. That's a pretty big one. Now, Shen, he's had a pretty good game. After being kind of dunked on for the first few games of this series, you know, 3,000-4,000 gold behind in game 1. Game 2 on the Nocturne, invaded early. Kind of fell apart after. Hang on, they're trying to jump towards topside, mate. Well, I don't think it's a great option. Look, I don't think you win this. They're trying to play around maybe the Kai'Sa ultimate coming in, maybe the Talia as well. I think Finn with Zhonya's, doesn't he just outplay though?
It would get quite dicey. He's level 17 as well. I just don't know how easy it would be. I would be a little wary here as Kyle. Finn doesn't spot him. Are we actually doing this? Hang on.
Okay, they could go in with the Talia ultimate. Again, just look at the minimap. If you think we're getting too tense over this, it's because I saw all 5 members heading towards top lane. Oh, bloody hell, they might run for it. Here comes the Sivir ult. They got a Realm Warp too. Now AL might have overextended.
They went looking for the pick, and now they're being jumped on. The Realm Warp is indeed there. Flandre flashes away and flips to foot where they turn on himself. Don't really get that much work. The Rune Prison onto Flandre. Might do a run.
Kyle!
Storm, phenomenal. Cobra to the backside. Shot low, exhausted, down. That's a big pick up. The academy goes around and they blow him up. Oh my god.
Bin's alive.
Bin's alive. Shanks throwing a lot of DPS. They're getting some more work onto Onivia. Needs a shadow dash over the wall. Bin shoved back. They've got a counter strike rolling. They'll get a leap strike away. But the Grand Starfall flash from On doesn't stop him. A bad late game, baby. It's true, even in this era. They ace BLG.
Kyle, you monster! A huge combo coming in from the Rel. The support player of Anyone's Legend may well have saved the game for Anyone's Legend. BLG, they clump up. They get full comboed into a full flick back from Shanks. The Realm Warp, I think, ended up working against them. They tried to close down onto Flandre quickly. Instead, I think they should have split up. I think it would have been better for them to play a more split fight. The Realm Warp here brings everyone up to the play besides On, and I'm just wondering if that was a mistake. Keep someone else down there to open up multiple angles of attack. They funnel in to a 4-man combo from Kyle that flick back onto Knight, which means that the Ryze is effectively out, because then the Cassandra gets shoved into. Massive play by Kyle.
Bin and On then just blast Hope again. What do you do at that point? It's the Kai'Sa. You've done your work. You've done your work. And at this point, Bin gets hit by all of the CC. You can't counter strike dead.
Yeah. And you know, Kyle, what a monster. Shanks gets some great damage after. And Bin not having the flash means that he can't really, one-shot the backline. You know, Hope goes down. Bin does have a crazy amount of burst. Hope got blasted. But even then, BLG, that is a reality check and a half. It was about 6,000 gold up, 4.5 now. I suppose it's not the biggest gold swing, but that has got to be a reality check.
It is, and it still brings you back into touching distance. I think it gets them a dragon as well. So
Clean
nice
feed, just stuttering again. Teleport in, it'll flick forward in a second, by the way. That tends to be the way that it works for buffers. Something like this. Dragon going down to BLG. That will be their 3rd AL no contest, but they do have priority around the Baron. They have the move here. They have vision around it.
Here we go.
Now, what do BLG do? They have a Realm Warp. They have to stand united. They're teleporting in with the Jax, and it's been spotted.
There's Wall turning around. Bin flashes away. Has got the Banshees, by the way. Torn. Shadow Dash comes on in. Kyle.
Shen!
Monster angle! In goes Bin! BLG returned the favor! GA's proc, but there is no one in heaven who can stop this massacre!
Everybody gets one. AL get blasted around the top side, and a quadra kill for Viper will end out their series versus Anyone's Legend. BLG They gave Anyone's Legend a bit of hope, and they take it swiftly away.
Ironically, hope is dead on the other side. Doesn't that work out just perfectly? BLG, questions about how they would turn into this year. Would it be a repeat of 2025? Would the return of Shardalita something special? So far, so damn good.
BLG will beat their 2025 rivals in Anyone's Legend in an explosive team fight. Shun, the heroic flank, gets a combo onto, what, 4 people out of there too? Basically the same fight in basically the same place. Kyle with the first one to give Anyone's Legend some of that brief window into maybe some special comeback, immediately snuffed out.
Supreme display of talent plus AP Jax.
Yep. That's a recipe for destruction, Sam. It's a recipe for destruction. BLG see themselves now sharing, well, they get, for now, sole position of first place. If JDG win later today by 2-0, they'll take first place. Not that it matters too much. By the way, folks, it will be a double round robin between all of the teams in Group Ascend, which both of these 2 teams are in. So we will see them again play on the last day of the splits. So we'll see this again. They'll get a chance to ramp up and face each other again. My big takeaways are BLG Game 1 looking really ropey. I think that the lanes of BLG are really, really good though. Yeah. I think that Knight in Games 2 and 3 just completely silenced Shanks. I think that Bin was beating Flandre in individual lane the entire series long. Viper and particularly On were so good at managing their 2v2 as well. The Alistair in Game 1, the Shen in Game 3 from On were game-changing good. BLG, their lanes look really good. I'm a little bit worried about how Shun's falling behind in some of these games, but at least Game 3, that looked a lot better. Other side for AL, I think that their drafting typically just a touch better than BLG's, particularly in that Game 1. And also, I think that Tarzan continues to be a huge threat. If you win that bot lane matchup to unlock Kyle, I think that AL would look a lot better in this series. So BLG, they weren't completely out of sight in this one. And there's a fun stat there too.
Indeed it is. Bin and On find their 300th victory together, putting them as the number 3 duo in terms of number of victories earned, which is pretty damn good going.
It's a hell of a stat there. You know, not many people see 300 wins in a region in their career, actually. The fact that they've been so dominant, though, since they came together in 2023, really changes an awful lot. So, folks, that is our first series of the day. Coming up after this is Invictus Gaming versus JDG. It will be over in Beijing. Be switching arenas for that one. And I'm not going to lie, folks. That matchup, regardless of who's playing on the Rift, always delivers. It was a, IG against JDG in the finals of Demacia Cup as well. It's a Demacia Cup rematch. IG came away the victors from that, but JDG looked so much better as a team coming into their first few games of 2026 LPL.
Of course, you've got to remember as well, Bin and On back on Suning in the day where they find their OG beginnings. Then the BLG move, then Knight joins a little later, and suddenly you have this whole incredible arc of pretty impressive success with a bit of a stumble last year, don't get me wrong.
I don't think Bin was on Suning with On, though. I don't think they were there together.
They were for a bit.
Remember, because Bin made World Finals in 2020 with Suning.
That's
and
true.
Then On was on Invictus Gaming for a bit, too. He was there. Sorry, he was on Weibo in 22. Look, he was in around the place. I'm trying to remember lineage from before I started casting it, which is a murky time for me.
I was a sub. Okay, interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, Bin and On, a duo which has been together for a long time. Of course, it was Bin, Elk, and On from a long time too, and then Shun was part of that as well. Things, then of course they had Yagao in 23. 24, Knight joined from the super team of JDG. BLG have become what they were a middling team who squandered talent. Now they're a team which are truly elite. They have been for a number of years. The question was, could they go that step further, integrate that talent to a point where they could actually win international titles? That's been something which has eluded them. Despite them being one of the greatest LPL teams of the modern era, they've not had that international win. They've had finals, they've had close 5-game series, they've not been able to raise that silverware. I'm not going to say they're starting again from scratch now, but they're definitely going to have to build back into better form after a disastrous Worlds 2025 run. BLG are exciting to me though. Very, very exciting. So many great carries. And I wonder whether this is the year where they could build in something special. The pieces are there to make something great.
Of course, Knight has an MSI title. He's got that one for him, but that was with JDG.
So does Bin.
Yeah.
He has that on RNG.
Yeah.
He has that too. They've got MSI champions on this roster. And of course, Viper now coming into this roster as a world champion too.
talents there.
And we got an interview with
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人小玉，恭喜 BLG 赢下了本场比赛的胜利。在赛后，我们也请到了 NET 选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的中单 NET。
好的，再一次恭喜你们赢下了这一场 BO3 的胜利啊，所以是一个有惊无险的胜利。那其实对于你们来说，两支队伍之间也是一个老对手了，因为去年我们总在说在争取一个大小王的位置嘛，所以今年打下来会不会有什么变化呢？
我觉得 L 也保持了原阵容嘛，就他们是非常强的队伍嘛。然后我们也是进行了，就教练就换了很多嘛，对，就我们还在慢慢配合吧，对，可能会越打越强我们。
哎，但是说到了这个变化部分，其他4位选手其实都是比较熟悉的配方，也是配合过挺久的老队友了。我们的 Viper 选手的加入，现在跟他配合的如何？包括觉得他是一位怎样的选手呢？不管生活还是赛场中。
Viper 个人实力就非常强嘛，所以根本不需要配合吧，就加过来就会打得很厉害。就生活中我也觉得他性格非常好，就很好相处。
能够感觉到你们的配合是非常好的。那问一问我们今天游戏当中的内容啊，第一局稍稍有一些可惜，第二局，哎，我第一局太凶了，第二局我打得再凶一点。从我们3级的时候就开始火拼了，那一波其实是熏仙阵亡的一个情况下，重新进行了一波包加码。那波你拿到了2个头，就有了一个超前发育的心得啦。怎么去沟通的呢？
那不就不得不打了吧？就打已经死了，就在对面吃可接可能就玩不了了，所以只能 all in 了。
会说中野是贯穿整个比赛的一条很重要的线，但是在这个版本加入了一些新的东西、新的装备，包括我们的超强回城之后，中路的定位和作用有没有什么改变呢？
这版本中路可能游走偏多了一点吧，可能发育的英雄前面会就游走不了吧，所以比较劣势一点。
但是也会有一些新的革新的出现啊，因为我们隔壁许哥已经使用了艾克，因为我知道 NET 选手也是一个对于艾克很专精的选手，有没有机会看到你拿出来，或者有没有更多的冷门英雄能够上台呢？
昨天我也是看了比赛嘛，就感觉这英雄还是可以玩的，就可能对面选辛达我也会尝试一下。
今天第3局啊，包括整个 BO3 的内容都能够看出来，你们对于线权的把握是非常专注的。所以对于 NET 选手来说，今天拿到线权之后，就不停地在辐射边路，就盯上这个回桑提了吗？就想好了吗？提前？
主要兵玩的武器吧，搬他的就 C 啊，所以只能搬他了。
这个兵哥这波塔皮也是吃饱了，最后也是稳稳的拿下了。那新的1年的伊始，刚刚也提到了，我们的教练组也有我们的丹尼教练的加入啊。大家都知道，他是一位非常有个人执教风格的教练。有没有吸收到一些新的东西？因为我看你们除了凶猛进攻之外，其实现在也在尝试一些慢慢的防守当中。
因为也是第一次和丹尼教练合作吧，就觉得他和其他教练是只要风格完全不一样的吧。然后他自己段位也比较高，可能游戏理解会完全不一样一点。
也在慢慢的磨合当中，最后作为我们的 BLG 的队长，我们的 NET 今年的担子也会不一样一些。除了拿到冠军，因为我们每一位职业选手的一个目标肯定都是冠军嘛，有没有别的期许呢？
因为已经打很多年了吧，就边享受游戏，然后边追逐成绩吧。
好的，也再一次感谢 NET 选手来到我们赛后采访的环节。接下来让我们把时间交还给解说席。
Was on playing in game 2?
How's the game gone?
There was the Misfortune game 2, but what was he playing with support? He was playing against the Lulu.
Yes, it was the range by Nico.
Nico, that's the one. Yeah. Kind of crazy though. I think his laning was better on Alistar and Shen than it was on the Nico, which is crazy given how good Nico is in lane.
He still had some great ults, some really good
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
engages.
I think On was player of the series by quite a way for me.
It's him or Knight, probably.
Knight was worse in game 1. I actually think On was... Yeah, I think On was the most game-changing player. Although game 2 was so good from Syndra, you know? I hope that the role quest doesn't dissuade roaming too much, because I kind of miss early winning lane into early skirmish plays from mid lane, you know? Quick predictions for LEC tonight. Wait, is LEC on tonight? Oh, it shows you how much left in which games have we got on first? It's best of ones, new meta. I think Fnatic win. Even though I think, well, look, Lost Returns are actually a pretty good best of one split team because you can't like fearless ban out stuff like Sion, Gragas, etc. from Valve. But I think Fnatic still win. They're a better team. GX beat Shifters for now. Shifters might grow, but I'm quite low on them.
I think Heretics roster is a good roster.
Heretic, yes, but I think it might. Well, Heretics I'm a little bit more iffy on. I think those races better than me. Yeah, no, I think no. I actually think Heretics are pretty good, and I think Shao and Ice reconnecting them is a good thing. Like that's a good combo that ran BDS for a long time because Shao's very good at dragon setups and Ice is very good at capitalizing on dragon fights. And also Na'Vi I think are going to struggle, so Heretics quite easy win there I think. But again, best of one, whatever, good match, good patch. Vitality at the Razor Cake, if I ever vote for them they will disappoint me, so CSK. Casey should smash Casey Blue, and if it doesn't then questions. And then G2 should be M4. And then I guess we will see what happens on the day. Wait, is this a 6-game day?
Yes, it's a 6-game day the entire time because they got 2 extra teams.
Crazy. Huh, okay. Okay, hang on. TFC is starting from the top. So, in that interview, from the interview with Knight earlier, congratulations on your victory. It was a hard-fought one, especially considering AL is an old foe of yours from last year, I suppose. Last year, we often touted you two competing for the title of Big and Small King, so basically top 1 and top 2. So going into this year, how do you think this rivalry will change? Answer, AL has retained their whole roster and is a very strong team. For us, we changed coach and we're still in the midst of building our synergy, so we'll get better as the year goes on. That's basically what we're doing.
Good for Rise, good for Knight, great game for Knight.
I have to say though, I kind of feel like On deserves it, but whatever, Knight was really good at the game. Now, player of the series is where it gets interesting. Is it Knight or is it On? It's one of those two, I think.
Probably Knight because he just won double player of the game is realistically the answer.
I know.
On was better in the loss.
If you factor in the loss, it should. I think On should have got it for game 3. Knight clearly in game 2. He was absurdly good in game 2. But I do think that, yeah, I think that over the whole series, yeah. And then, so by the way, there are 2 different things. By the way, there is a vote for player of the game for each game, and then player of the match, which is the whole series. So there is actually a separate award for player of that, which I quite like. I think it kind of shows a differential between individual game performance and then overall. So it means that players which might not have been, maybe if they had like 3 second place games in a row, you'd be like, okay, we're giving player of the series. Alex calling for a player of the game, and Knight gets player of the game. I'm kind of. Okay, I mean, the Azir, sure. Okay, you know, he's pretty good. I would have given the player of the match to On, but yeah. For a player of the game that's not Knight, even though Knight also did well, what does it all come to? Look, guys, I'm a realist. Even if, look, I have my favorite players, but I am still a realist. Like, at the end of the day, I'm an analyst who, I like to think, views things pretty fairly. Knight was excellent on this injury, had a great Rise game too, don't get me wrong, but On was genuinely game-changing in all 3 games. He was really good. That being said, look, I'm not disappointed that Knight gets it. I just think that On probably deserved it like an extra 5% more, you know?
I'll also throw this out there. Vinwich is very good this series. Solo kill on the Renekton, the only person with a decent kill lead in the game 1 for all that Flandre's right side ended up getting that ridiculous knock-up at the end. The Rumble actually was a good Rumble game for Vin. It feels like he actually plays the champion much more consistently now than he did once upon a time when he was a bit meme-worthy. Had a great Jax game as well. If we're getting Giga Bin, I think that's a good time for BLG as well.
Oh, some fun highlight plays. His Realm Warps were really good in game. You know what? The Realm Warps were really good in game 3. Maybe I'm underrating the Realm Warps because they were largely incredibly potent. Look, I'm not that disappointed. I do think that, like, just don't forget On's contribution to this game, right? Wait, hang on. No, not 1 vote for player of the match for support? Come on. Oh, come on. Wait, there was a vote for jungle in there? Look. Come on, please give 1 to support. Slightly perturbed, slightly put off. Okay, there'll be a slight break until we get into Series 2, which is IG versus JDG. That's Sam. I request another coffee. Coffee? You get to stick around for the rest of the
I am, yes. So I've got broadcast at 8, that's a long way away.
yeah.
So yeah, I'm just trying to manage things. I've got some recording to do at some point. I'd like to get a stream, so it depends how late the day goes, basically, as to what I can fit in and what I do to avoid burning myself out.
All good, all good. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're going to put on some ads. Not that it matters too much. What am I gonna do during the break? I mean, typically.
往上走，向来这儿。欢迎了，我切，打回来，打回去，转手手在左边，手在航班内，看到一，慢点，我到5秒，看车，上，开枪，对，可以，小心一波。上了一波，接完一波，可以上一波，我来了，哎，可以看，我点远，边小兵看一下，边中了，力在多少边？我刹住的，看，AD，我封路了，我突的保下 AD，突的已经看一下，我来中了，我们在慢慢靠，可以，我们在慢慢靠，路没事，看 AD，交钱，我来了，你别死，大龙吧，有一没死，大龙。大龙，AD 可以慢点，我在围城好 ，OK， 围城我可能是来，看我，先杀 AD，看我，给我杀了，没闪，先打 AD，中了一波，来，过来，我这么多，没马去啊，杀，你的车，
就这样了吗？或者说，开局吗？
开就开。TCL X11H 01 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
战马新装，能量焕新。战马能量型维生素饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。英雄联盟职业联赛官方合作伙伴，醒神好喝，当然战马。
Oh, the replay so loud? Yeah, it always tends to, which is annoying. Okay, what am I gonna do about this mic volume? What am I gonna do about this? So if I turn... I can, like, turn this up, and that makes the mic a lot louder. And then... Does that just, like, crispify it? Guys, is it really crispy if I sound... I'm not listening right now. Maybe I should listen back to my YouTube. Is it better? Like, but is it crispy if I start talking, you know? Like, if I start getting louder! Is it get... Oh, whatever. I'll listen back to my YouTube and see if it's okay about that. Actually, no, sounds okay. I've just turned the output out on the thing there.
Other places you can potentially, if it's like, we've still got space to add a little bit of headroom on the interface. If we want to get more and don't want to add to the compressor, that's another place we can add it by, you know, 10%.
Okay, whatever. If we do that, hopefully it's fine. Like a tiny bit up. That hopefully means we can turn like the whole volume of the things up. It's just basically if the audio quality is fine, because I noticed basically in game 1 that it was like, basically what I did is I turned up the loudness too much on Windows.
Right.
And that, if you put it up to like 100, it goes like insta crispy, which is just not good. Sam, do you want to do something food like now, by the way, just between series, or is it? Yeah, if you can, if that's alright.
Give me 5 minutes.
Oh, I suppose look, there's gonna be intro to the series. We've got like, yeah. Second question. Hang on, let's have a look. Sorry, there's a little bit more from the interview that TFC's been translating. going off of what you mentioned about changed, 4 of you guys are no strangers to playing on the same team, and what you've done so far, and have done so for quite a while. As for Viper, how is your coordination with the rest of them, and how do you feel about him as a player, person and otherwise? Viper as a player is very strong. We don't need to build up synergy whatsoever, as he's playing very well right after joining. As for he is, like in real life, I think he's very nice personality and is very easy to work with. That's our hobby. Indeed, we can see the coordination is very clean. Now, on to what happened this series. Game 1 was a bit of a pity, but Game 2, perhaps you thought, I was too fierce in Game 1, I gotta be even fiercer this time. You started popping off at level 3. Shin died first, then you restarted the fight, getting 2 kills and giving a massive early lead on Syndra. How was the communication like then? Well, it's a fight that we simply couldn't afford not to take. Jungle was already dead, and if we didn't take the fight, thank you, Sam, the game state would be unplayable. That's true. Yeah, that jungle lead was getting really worrying. So there's no other choice but to all in. Yeah. Hey, Rafa, how's it going? How did you like that one? How did you like that one? I gave like a quick review on. Hang on. Sorry, folks. I just got a call from my mum. 1 second. 1 second. Sorry, I got a call from my mum, and I'm like, okay, they're currently on holiday, and I'm like, if they're giving me a call while I'm like on stream and kind of, you know, at work effectively, it's like, is this an emergency? It's fine, we're all good. Been and on, coming back to 24 form. Look, guys, I'm not gonna lie, I gotta push back against this a little, because Sam said this, and like, I know he didn't mean it in that way, but like, guys, On was still the second best player on BLG in 25. It's just that internationally he was shit, but like regionally, On was actually still pretty damn good, folks. Like, if you look back at early last year, On was still pulling his weight. It was basically night and on against the world. I want to see the consistency. So, like, if this happens for, you know, a whole split, and it actually lasts internationally, then I'm so here for it. But, the thing which was really huge was that I loved his laning. His laning today was exceptional. If you can keep that up, that changes everything, you know? And his JDG. So, on to the next series, folks. JDG IG. So, this is... Look, folks, I think all 3 of our best teams are playing today. We had 2 of them in our first series in BLG versus Anyone's Legend, and I think that JDG are our 3rd. IG, I think they'll be pushing for 4th place, maybe. They're our Demacia Cup champions, but their first series, I think, showed a lack of depth. I think they need to have more compositions which they can team fight effectively on, and I wasn't convinced of that in their first 3 series. I know they had a best of 5 where they did that against JDG in Demacia Cup finals. This is a Demacia Cup rematch. However, you know, there's a difference between LPL and Demacia Cup. There's a big difference. I'm quite worried, really, folks, by this isn't MSI yet. That's the thing, Rafa. Like, I'm all for saying On's back to XYZ. Crazy level of form. I'd love to see that, but until he does it internationally, all bets are off, you know? I do want On to be consistently best number 1 support in the league again, for sure. I think having him versus Kyle is so huge, and I think what will be really interesting to track is, look, if BLG consistently win 2v2 and it unlocks On, then we're back to kind of like 23-24 BLG, where they win bot lane, they focus on 3v3, Bin is just winning in an individual matchup, Knight is roaming bot lane, and you shut down enemy support while unlocking On to be your own. We'll leave the interview here, got an interview, and hear what they got to say.
大家好，我是 JDG 的辅助湾培。
最近也是进行了一段时间的训练和磨合了嘛，所以跟自己的 AD 配合程度到达什么样了呢？
相较于德杯的时候，就是进步了更多吧，就还在慢慢磨合。
但德杯之后也说到了，队伍仍然有很多需要去打磨的细节。你希望在中间充当一个怎样的角色呢？
就平时先努力提升自己吧，然后在平时的训练当中多活跃一下团队的气氛嘛。
好，我们比赛加油！
Oh, these interviews are sending me, man.
好的，欢迎来到我们的前赛环节。在赛前呢，我们也请到了 IG 的 V 选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 打一球。
其实前2场比赛还是有一些遗憾的部分在的嘛，有没有什么队伍需要亟待去解决的问题呢？
就是减少一些低级失误吧，和一些游戏理解。
最近也是恰逢你登场我们的 LPL 6周年之际嘛，大家也在赞叹 最近小威越来越有这个哥哥的风范了，所以今年对于自己有没有什么期许？不管是在赛场上还是生活中。
我觉得还好吧，可能就是打得久变老了吧。
好的，那我们赛场见喽。
So an interview with Wei and with Vampire. Yeah, so JDG, they realistically should be aiming for top 3. They should be aiming for top 3. This is a team which has Tabe as their coach. He's left AL to join JDG. And the roster they put together is very exciting. It's very exciting, folks. I think that, you know, I look at the likes of Vampire, very good laning and teamfight support. He kind of sucks at macro, but that's what Tabe specializes in. Xiaobai, the other coach as well, very good at that. Really, Angelo? Hey, well, if we get the viewers, then whatever. If we get the viewing numbers, that's fine. I don't mind about that. The problem is if we don't get the viewing numbers, then I'm like, that's annoying, you know? So, you know, if you're watching on other sites who are hosting our stream, you know you could just watch it here. So, you know, help us out. Because, you know, if we don't get the viewers, then we don't get to keep doing this, and you don't get that stream. So if you'd like to watch us on the actual stream, consider that, you know? Consider dropping a like, subscribe, or follow. And if you want to ask questions about the game, we are always paying attention to chat. That includes on TikTok as well. We're currently live on 4 different places, by the way. We are live on 2 different places on YouTube, on Twitch, and on TikTok. Thinking about adding in, like, a vertical stream as well to YouTube, too. Basically, because what we want to do is roll the algorithm dice. Because, look, folks, we're a small fish. There are big streams which do this. LPL English has obviously got a really good audience for themselves. There's Cage Roll. There are a couple of other co-streamers as well. It's really hard to kind of capture an audience for this. But, you know, Sam and I have been doing this now for going on 2.5 years. And we really enjoy doing this for you all. And matches like JDG IG, this one in particular is one of my very favorite matches. We're in JDG's arena here in Beijing. And this matchup, regardless of who is in it, just goes wild. It goes absolutely insane. Now, we've had Nexus to Nexus to Nexuses. We've had games with double Baron steals, Elder steals, aces into return aces. This matchup goes insane. I'm not willing to call this series until it genuinely just dies out. Until the Nexus falls, I never call this series.
让我们有请北京 JDG Esports Invictus Gaming.
Hey, a smile from Rookie. The team captains leading each other out. And of course, Gala and Rookie on the same team last year. Wei as well. Gala playing against his old team just from last year.
欢迎来到苏州高铁新城羊城国际电竞馆 LPL 第一赛段组内赛第1周第4日的比赛。北京 JDG 对阵 IG 即将开始 ，LPL 5位进巅峰。
Now JDG come in as heavy favorites here today, folks, but it hasn't stopped IG beating JDG before. IG have a way of punching up against specifically JDG. Now this is a very different roster for IG. Players like Sobero stepping in to that top lane to replace the Shy who's on a break. Meiko also taking a break. So bot lane is now very different for themselves as well. Photic and Jway, they didn't have a great first series, that bot lane, actually, which does worry me. It worries me quite a lot. Particularly because, you know, in the Demacia Cup finals, JDG were expected to stomp bot lane and run the game from there. That didn't really happen. Actually, Vampire and Gala had a bit of a crap finals in Demacia Cup, and IG's bot lane beat them. Photic and Jway ran the game through bot lane, unexpectedly. If that happens again, perhaps we see JDG having quite a humiliating defeat. No, they are clearly meant to be the overdogs here. We're not sure that will stick. We're not sure just yet, folks. Always a bit of a question mark. Relative form. Oh, Rafa, if you're still around, by the way, do you know if, like, LPL's been having a problem, LPL English has been having a problem with, like, YouTube streams getting struck randomly? Because my YouTube stream has been getting random strikes which end the stream. I then appeal them and they get immediately appealed. But it takes the stream down momentarily. It doesn't work, it's not affecting Onivia. I'm just wondering effectively if it's a LPL thing. Okay, so it's not happening to you. So then what I wonder is happening. I wonder if effectively, just some people are like randomly striking the YouTube stream, which I don't really understand why, because it's only got like double-digit viewers. But I do wonder. Haven't heard anything. That's fine. That's all good. So that's probably just myself then. No worries. Onivia's still up and fine. We're all good. I don't know the backend for it. No worries. LPL English crowd? I don't see any of the graphics there. I just know we keep getting shadowbanned on Twitter, which is so rough, by the way. I have no idea why. Like, I don't see the reason for that. Like, you're not hurting anyone. Into the draft then, folks. Game 1 of IG JDG. This is a big one, folks. IG have a way of punching up against JDG in particular. Come rain or shine, somehow IG will always turn up against JDG. This matchup is a huge one. I love this track for the champion select, by the way. So Rumble's gone, Ambassador Akali. What do we have open right now? We have Orianna. We have Azir, which is very important for Hongq on JDG. The big thing about JDG, they managed to take the CFO mid-jungle duo of Hongq and Junja, which has given them a very strong set piece. There's Malphite available as well. So we have Orianna, Malphite, we have Jace. One of those three at least will be getting through. Azir, actually big for both of these players on the Rift right now. There's a lot of champions you have to start asking questions about. What are our other highest ban rate champions? Nico is currently available too. Silas has been banned away. Poppy, also quite a popular champion within the LPL. Wukong, another powerful jungler. Even stuff like that Sivir could make its way into our first round of picks. Aphelios Yunara can happen. Made a graphic for things which happen between Rookie and Hongq's debuts. That's very funny. I like that a lot. Okay, JDG, they're on red side, but they do have first pick. That is a result of first pick and side select being separated for the first time in League of Legends history. JDG, what is your first pick? Nico looks like the obvious one. It tends to instant win you your bot lane laning phase, whilst also giving you team fight value. Vampire is a laning phase and team fighting player. They forgo it though, and they go towards the Malphite. Now, Jace is available. Jace Nico could be very, very powerful here. Jace, one of the best jungler on the patch. Nico can win you a bot lane laning phase. You can then go towards kind of like a range standoffish kind of team fights. Surely, you go towards the Jace here. I know it's bad into the Malphite individually, but as we saw from Tarzan just before, it is such a powerful combo. Jway will get the Nico. It's a big pick for Jway as well. Every LPL support loves this pick right now. And then the Jace is a fairly... Now, the thing is, that should be an instant lock-in. I suppose you could lock it in on 3, though, because the Malphite's already been locked in. Now, if they pick this... that means that they are angling for a winning jungle matchup rather than the best champ on the patch. This would be the first time in either LCK or LPL that Jace has gone through the draft. The Jace could actually go into the jungle for JDG if a good top lane matchup for Malphite is drafted, and they can put that into the jungle afterwards. JDG, what's the plan now? Yunara? That opens up... Okay, some draft mind games are happening now. Yunara is typically countered by Aphelios, but Aphelios cannot play into the Malphite. It's an unplayable matchup. So now, one of the Yunara counters is gone. Gala and Vampire go towards the Lulu lane. I actually worry about that, because Vampire is not a good enchanter player. It's been one of his weakest parts of his game. So what do you do in bot lane now? Do you do something like Kai'Sa, play for self-peel? Thank you, Angie. I will get hydrated, by the way. I think Kai'Sa's there. Kai'Sa is better versus the Malphite, worse in lane. The Nico will try and carry you through that laning phase. Photic will try and outplay the Malphite ultimate. You have a good jungle matchup in the Mundo. The Kai'Sa is basically there to say, look, we're not going to win lane, but we'll try and scale up through the game and have a champion that might actually survive the Malphite in a way that the Aphelios just can't. It's an unplayable matchup for Malphite. We've actually seen Malphite just jump onto Aphelios and solo kill him in some points in Demacia Cup. Second round of our picks and bans, most likely to be mid and top lane picked up. We're expecting Malphite to go into the jungle still. Although, if the matchup presents itself, maybe Malphite goes top lane, opening up a Jace jungle angle for Junja. Maybe. Gnar banned away by JDG. I think Sobro is thinking about a Renekton here, probably. Give yourself an early pressure valve. It's a confident pick for him. Pretty good against Lulu too, because you can break the shield with Empowered W if someone starts getting burst out. LeBlanc banned away from Rookie, lane dominance. What do we have in mid lane right now? Well, there's still the Azir is the big one for Honky. It's a big player of that. Although I have to say, this comp, it's a little hard to play the Azir into. And plus, you don't really follow up very well with the Malphite engage. Quite good with the Lulu, though, because the Lulu gives you attack speed to that attack speed mid lane champion. This guitar riff is really cool. Some crunchy guitar. Jax banned away from Xiaoshu, a very good Jax player. He also might go for the Renekton as well, by the way. Ahri banned away from Rookie, one of the best Ahri players in the world. I think he's a top 5 Ahri in the world, actually. The top 5 are Knight, Chovy, Faker, Rookie, and then Care on his good day. He's very, very, very good on that. Though Showmaker also puts himself into the equation. If you lock in Syndra, you're asking to get dunked by the Malphite, but it is very good in laning phase. At that point, Honky is probably looking at a... Well, Akali is gone. He would have looked at the Akali. So what do you do into the Syndra now? There isn't a crazy amount which lanes well into the Syndra now. You could go something like Hui, but even then that's very risky because once you get to a certain point, Syndra stuns you and you die. What does Honky do? I think the Renekton's a safe blind pick. That one's fine. Snap that away. You're then probably looking at Cassandra for Sobero. Probably. Learn it on guitar? Yeah. I can do that. Dual lead, Rafa? Need to harmonize it. The flip slashes do my head in. Same, but it's just what they do. They're all facing that way. Rookie may take that Syndra into the Azir if Honky locks it in. The Azir being hovered. The Renekton, the Azir. It would leave them with very little engage angles. That's quite worrying, actually. It's basically, well, Honky would have to sweep aggressively. Quite hard to do that into Syndra because you can just bonk you at it with the E. It is locked in. So mage matchup in mid lane, Azir taken off the table. Last pick for Sobero into Xiaoshu's Renekton. And Xiaoshu is a very good Renekton. He always has been. When he first debuted on the likes of Rare Atom, he was very potent on that. Cassandra, easy pick in that top lane. You press W and you can stop stuff like the Azir engage and you can stand still in the Malphite ultimate. Quinn top. If it was the Shy, maybe you'd go the Quinn. I will say I'm a big Quinn player myself. You do not want to play that into Malphite. It really sucks, that matchup. JDG, they have strong lanes, but they only have one form of engage. IG, well, they have a bit more pick potential, a little bit of range with the Syndra, a lot more tankiness actually with the Mundo and the Cassandra. But this is really going to be about player comfort, I feel. You know, can Photic make it work on the Kai'Sa? He has to do a lot of damage this game, and Photic has been struggling so far to do that. You know, Photic has been under a lot of scrutiny, understandably so. Let's get ourselves into game, shall we? And again, folks, if you're watching on third-party sites, if you can, just tune into our stream. Give us the viewer number. It means that we get to keep doing this more, and you get better, higher quality content. If you ask in our chat, you can ask questions about the game, learn stuff about the LPL. I'm probably the most experienced LPL caster out there right now. I've cast thousands of LPL games over the last few years. Been doing it day in, day out. It has been my life since about 23. And you think, oh, it's only a couple of years ago. Well, it's a lot longer than you think whenever anything's got like 900 games a year or something like that. I've cast more League of Legends than anyone in the world for the last 3 years. And these games have been some of my favorite. IG JDG always delivers. Let's get on to the Rift. Holy moly. The JDG shout chant leader is wonderful. Ching Dong! He is just an Elden Ring NPC, you know? Curse you, Bale! Level 1 Qs coming through. Man, I remember watching Rookie Syndra back in Season 4. Oh, what a time. I miss Rookie Syndra. Hey, Sam, how's it going?
Dudes, boiler bubbling away.
Love it.
5 minutes.
No worries.
How's the drafts looked?
Sam, the drafts are actually fairly even.
Ooh,
you know,
fun.
they're actually pretty even. We have, you know, strong lanes on both sides. Rookie on Syndra. Barrier popped early.
Rookie Syndra should be great fun. Of course, there's a few great players to keep our eyes on here. I think, obviously, one of the storylines we are going to have to keep telling people who maybe not LCP enjoyers or maybe didn't track CFO that closely at the international events. This is the LCP mid-jungle duo of dreams in Junja and Hongq. I'm sure you've already had a bit of a conversation about them, but I'd love to keep bringing them back up. It's partly why we're so excited about JDG. Gala just took the opportunity there to transcend himself briefly.
However, because Photic got that W on target, he gets the passive, and Photic and Jue are laning quite well here. Now, JDG are coming in as favorites. Heavy favorites, I would say, actually. IG might be fighting for 4th place, but JDG should be, on paper, top 3 team. Jue, hang on a second, he's in a bit of trouble there. There's no Ignite, though, to threaten things there. Vampire on the other side, he's not an Enchanter player. In fact, it's one of the things which he's really struggled with. When he's played Nami, when he's played Renata at points too, he's actually very... Hang on, Vampire, trying to get the kill, he gets it! And as we were just saying, you know, the Enchanters don't work well for him. He kills one of his contemporaries on that Enchanter itself.
Be the whole thing. Rookie gets himself an angle on in the mid lane briefly, but bot lane, Vampire playing well. The lane dominance from this guy is still very, very strong. Maybe those Enchanter woes will come in mid game, but so far so good. That's not a bad way to start off the Lulu.
Rookie going again for that guaranteed damage. Another Q could kill here. 1 auto, 1 Q. He's close.
Looking for it, just trying to threaten the flash. Takes a couple turret shots, can't threaten anymore.
Both junglers hanging around mid lane now. Ginger and Wei heading into each other. That's good to know, by the way, Darkwell, but that's actually not been a problem before. So, and it's not been a problem for Onivia or LPL English, so that's a little bit different for them because they don't use that. But, yeah, Vampire, that flash committed, takes the flash away from Jue. Look, Jue has been one of our, like, real prospects in support. Him, Vampire, and Palkia kind of all coming up at the same time. I suppose Nymaera as well, although I don't think he's at the same level of the others. These players are looking to evolve into becoming a top support player. I don't think any of them have quite made it there as the full picture yet, but they all could be there at some point in the next year or two.
Xiaoshu on his Renekton. I think if we were looking for an iconic Xiaoshu champion, it probably is in fact that Renekton.
That and his Jax.
Yeah, true. That's a good time to be a Jax player.
Yep, he plays all of them. You know, funnily enough, I believe I cast maybe Xiaoshu's first ever competitive game. I think I did. He was one of my very first casts in the LPL ever. He's a player which I really enjoy.
Now, of course, Wei and Photic a little bit shoved in towards his bot side, but it's still Kai'Sa and Nico who are fairly good at getting the lane dominance, because obviously Nico's got lots of ways to set up the passive for that Nico, which always feels rather good. Mid lane, Rookie landing a nice scat of the week. It's been a fun little mid lane tete-a-tete, shall we say.
Now, the thing about Syndra in this game is, if you ever don't have Flash, Malphite kind of just kills you.
Yeah.
Photic has a bit more safety, but Syndra needs to be really, really careful. However, you will get to the point where Syndra can one-shot most people on the enemy team, and particularly the power that Rookie will have is, as Junja or Hongq goes in, if you can shotgun the QRE, get all the balls on the ground, then I think the engage falls apart from JDG if you survive while doing that. Bit of a mistake there from Rookie. You can see, look, you compare Rookie to Knight Syndra, and look, Rookie is also one of the greatest Syndra players of all time. He has one of my favorite plays of all time at, I think it was 2019 Worlds, where he did the 7-10 split, where he stunned a ball one way, Q'd the other, and Q'd on the other side of it to get 2 stuns on 2 different angles. One of my favorite plays ever, actually. He's doing a good job here. He doesn't kill, I don't think, but it's close.
Hongq out of mana, doesn't have the teleport, forced out of lane. Rookie a little lower on the HP bar, to be fair, than he perhaps would like, but gets to stay in the lane the way he is here, just can't afford.
He's going to be down over 10 CS. Hongq is well down. The stream is not going to allow us to show that. Quick buffer there. Hongq, he's lost the play. And reminder, folks, your mid lane quest gets completed quicker if you deal more damage to enemy champions. So Rookie is going to be ahead in that margin as well.
And Hongq, normally a fantastic, is it? Getting a bit of a rude awakening here versus Rookie, who is one of the greats. Period. I don't care what role, I don't care even potentially what game. This man is one of the very best to play video games, period.
Oh yeah, Rookie is, he is kind of timeless in some ways, but Rookie's been in a weird spot, right? Because there have been a couple of times where we just think, hang on, the root misses there. If that had hit, there was a potential kill onto Vampire there. Remember, he doesn't have a flash. Bot lane going well for Gala and Vampire. Probably, it was the strongest part of their Demacia Cup run was their bot lane. Honky's come back into lane. Rookie's here, fighting over the bot scuttle, sweeping in.
So no one really, because Junja's gone the other way, so gets a bit of a weird spot, but there's the flash on top of Force. Rookie flashes in turn. So it kind of sort of works up, and now he's Vampire alone on the other
flash,
side.
no
and
flash.
he weighed up playing lane, so and doesn't have the flash and gets taken out. Photic and Dway pounce.
And this is the problem with Vampire on the Enchanters. Great play in lane earlier, but he doesn't have that same kind of awareness of safety on the Enchanters, which you do get from playing tankier supports like that Alistair, Braum, Leona Nautilus. So one great play, one awkward death for him so far. Giving the kill over to Photic. Not really what you want to see from the Lulu. What's the prize for the mid lane quest again? Well, you get empowered boots and you get an empowered recall every so often. So it means that you're out on the map a lot more often. So it's basically you get the empowered boots that you got from Feats of Strength before. So Honkyu goes on to Rookie. Now the thing is, the big win for this from Honkyu is that you get the flash. Problem is, Junja also uses his flash. Great reactions from Rookie though. Problem is, he still loses that flash. Vampire just doesn't spot the roam up. Thinks that the enemy bot lane will be sticking around for the wave under tower. They're not. They go to kill him instead. Junja keeping up with Wei in the jungle right now. Eventually you expect the Mundo to really, really outvalue the Malphite in the individual matchup. And then effectively Malphite has to just ult someone else, really. It becomes quite difficult, really, for Mundo to play the game. Malphite to play the game into a champion that just ignores your ultimate and runs you down. Has gone for the electrocute that we see like most Malphites do. Gives you that ultimate hunter. Gala and Vampire retaining the lane push, but did give up that kill. So Photic is happy in gold now, actually. Has a cull, as does Gala. Both of them will be marching towards that bot lane quest.
Indeed they are. I was about to say something very similar, so that's good news. Glad to see we're on a similar wavelength. It's a pretty even game.
Rookie not roaming down. Malphite ults back up. It's gone down. I don't really think they can catch anyone here. Bit of a late approach. First objective of the game to JDG.
It is. Wei will walk on it, pick up a couple wards where he can. Will Phaelite himself. Honkyu, though, continuing to be put under the cosh somewhat here, and actually also the fact that Photic, having picked up that kill slightly ahead of goal, is pretty decent.
Rookie, no flash, remember. That's the big thing which JDG will really look to punish. Junja doesn't need his flash to get onto the Syndra. If Rookie does get totally stomped by that mid-jungle ultimate combo, IG will be in a lot of trouble.
Rookie around. Potentially looking to interrupt something here. Flash over with everyone going on in. That's just a dead Malphite. Wait, ults away. Wild growth angle makes this all a bit dicey. Oh, could ruin. Gala steps forward. IG thought they had the pick, but not quite the damage. Gala flashing over. Conquer gets the last auto. The force of will. The W. Vampire now in danger. Can he keep running away? No, he can't. 1-for-1 in the bot lane.
Close run stuff. Rookie picking up the kill. Important. That Syndra, if they get off the ground, is a huge threat to JDG. Yes, they have the tools to deal with them, but Rookie is one of the greatest Syndra players of all time. We're really being treated with Syndra performances on the new patch. And this one goes 1-for-1. Gala losing the summoner as well could be very critical. Ult's thrown in and they don't quite get themselves the kill angle. Vampire uses the flash and the ult to keep Junja safe. Gala goes forwards. They use ult, both teams use a lot of stuff here. I actually think losing the flashes on Vampire Gala is going to be more important here, though. Rookie didn't have his to use. JDG used a lot to bring out an even trade.
They do. At least Honkyu got a little bit of time alone in the mid lane, I guess. But even so, Rookie's still feeling pretty happy. He got the kill out of that as well. Gala evens it up a little bit by getting his own kills. That's great for him. But again, Yunara without flash into a comp like this scares me a little. You do have to play at quite risky ranges.
But then as well, Cerberus doing quite well in Xiaoxi's Renekton, who is a very good player of that Renekton champion, as we have been saying before. Going even there is, I'd say, a bit of a win there for Cerberus, a player who, in the finals of Demacia Cup, was, he's one of those people that, we're going to call him, I don't know, gamesmanship, right? Where, is he always the better player? No. Is he always going to annoy you if he ever does something better than you? Yes.
Junja was looking bot lane there, briefly had the ult, was going to see whether he could find an angle, but the wards are there, Wei is there too.
Pops topside by Xiaoxi. Cerberus trying to stack up that Q3. Has it now.
Be careful. Interpreter still wide. That allows a free old ruthless predator.
Hang on, he can kill here.
Yeah, but works for the wave.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, there's one last cooldown. I think it's get dangerous. Junja spotted out.
I love Malphite's arms. They're just so silly as he waddles around, swinging those big old punching gloves.
Giant old clubs. Sobro now going to lose a plate. Does have his own ultimate. That's a flash. Not that much HP to work with, but trying to get them behind turret. Gets the Q3 back. And if you can drag him under turret, maybe that helps. Xiaoxu runs out of the dominance. Sobro gives himself a turret shot. Does he want to flash? He doesn't quite get the Q connection. Misses. Very close to that range. Could have potentially looked for that solo kill. Misses the opportunity. Both top laners ult flash down. I mean, Junja should just ult into Rookie and Photic on that replay. I don't think he kills both. It was only the rank 1 ultimate, maybe, but I think Gala dies for the attempt at that point. Vampire's going to be my cry of disappointment for this year, I think. The thing is, like, Vampire is still a very good laning and like, teamfight support. The question is whether his macro can match that. Because, look, JDG just having winning lanes, that might be enough for this year, you know? Like, just having a good laning support alongside Gala could be very potent. The thing is, if they want to be best team in the LPL and be an internationally threatening team, Vampire and Junja are going to have to learn how to work together very well, and Vampire's going to have to overcome his macro weakness, which is where I think a lot of people ignore that in favor of his flashy plays, and I understand why. You know, he's a very flashy player, but the locked cam support player, very good when everything's on his screen, can sometimes struggle when it comes to playing around side lanes in the mid game, playing towards weaker sides of the map and covering dives. We'll see what. I don't think that'll be a factor this game. Not really. I mean, you've got a Renekton that's pretty happy to sit there, whatever, but that's the next thing he really needs to work on, and in fairness, Tabe and Xiaobai, the coaches, are very good at instilling that into players. We're at the very start of Winter Split. We'll see how that development goes. Junja around bot side again, Dragon spawning. JDG took the first one. Will there be a contest for this one? Way's walking down. Flash back up for Rookie, not for Photic. Dway, his is coming up soon. Can they catch Honku? If they get the stun hit, be a threat. Rookie at that first item, Blackfire, has the Lucidities. A briefcase lands. Ooh, stun lands onto Honky. That'll probably. Ooh, I was wondering if there'd be another briefcase. Not quite. True, Doggo was what camp swap to our Junja, threatening over the wall. A teleport coming through. Dragon Subculture taken in. Flash over the ult, and Honku gets away from the stun just about. Can Sobro get onto him? There's no flash left on him. Brought over the wall. Close to Vampire. He flashes out. Honku is left to die. Gala pops the ultimate. Way is that unstoppable force? It goes onto a couple of people. Photic, does he have a way out? Honku's dead, of course, in the middle of this. And I'm not sure it's quite enough. Xiaoxu will have to do most of the rest of the damage. Can't quite get in because of the polymorph. Gala trying to get the extra damage needed. Xiaoxu doesn't have the flash, and he'll end up, I suppose, being 2 for 1 in JDG's favor. Slight one fight for JDG and the objective. They walk away happy from that. Sobro will W backwards. That ultimate from Junja getting onto Photic, who didn't have flash for the fight, caused some issues for him. Honku going down and another kill going to Rookie, though that is a problem. Flash down from Honku and from Vampire means they can outplay something like that Nico or that Syndra a little less now. The engage on Azir was good. The problem was they didn't have enough for Gala afterwards, really. Honku started on half HP. Rookie's trying to position so he can be safe from Junja. Great flash. Great flash from Drake. Catches onto Gala and to Honku. You can see that Photic's just not... Why is Photic not ulting immediately? Photic's out of range. He ults into the wrong spot, gets hit by a Malphite, and doesn't have the HP to fight. This is one of our worries about Invictus Gaming. Photic, is he going to be a good enough carry for this team? I don't know if he will be. Flashes, gets polymorph. I think he was trying to kill with the briefcase. Couldn't quite manage to connect with that. And now Herald will be started. Potential approach. Malphite ult, is it back off of cooldown? It's only that first rank. Objective dominance from JDG so far. Way walking up, gets a Heartsteel proc. Smite goes to the Mundo! Junja misses the Smite. Teleport coming in from Honku. Oh dear, Honku. That could be a problem. They don't stick around for the fight, though. They take the Herald and they get out. Just saying discretion, the better part of Valor. Rookie's in bot lane anyway. Why do you need to stick around there? Worth noting, by the way, Photic has not gotten his bot lane quest just yet. That is going to be a huge deficit. He'll need to make his way back from. Howdy, Sam. Thank you very much. Some food in it. Herald was just Smite stolen by Wei, who just kind of walked up as Mundo and, you know, did that thing where he... Yep. Did fun things. Would you like the headphones, Sam?
I will deal with that in a second or two once I am...
Herald summon in mid lane. Crystallization also available for this. Who's in that right now? It's the Kai'Sa. Junja doesn't have ult to use. He used it to escape around the Herald. Some plates taken down there. Rookie also got some free time in bot lane. Honkyu, not having a great time, you know? He's, he teleported into a very awkward spot there. Rookie has been doing better than a Honkyu in this matchup right now.
I've just seen a lot of Syndra games today. I say a lot of. We've seen Knight have a ridiculously good Syndra game, and Rookie here starting off very well. And it feels like, again, Azir's laning phase just hasn't been that fantastic so far this year.
It has been in LCK, just not really in LPL. And even then in LCK it's a bit of a wash, because, you know, someone like Zeka really struggled on the other day versus T1, for instance. But typically one of the reasons why LPL doesn't favor the Azir as much is that we don't have as many players which play the laning phase well through that early game, really. Yagao was one of them. He's gone now. Of course, he's retired. Shame, because Azir came right back into meta the year after he left. Crystallization for Xiaoshu. Teleport coming in from Sobro. All bot lane quests have now been completed. Mid lane, bot lane, the big difference is right now. Photic is really quite struggling. Gala set up for success. And, you know, you do have a Lulu buffing up that Yunara. He has a flash up. Whenever Gala has flash up, you've got to be a little bit afraid, because this guy's one of the best reaction flashes in the game of League of Legends. Rookie pushing out that top side, getting towards that Cosmic Drive. Feed will stutter right now. Does he stop for the Crystallization? He does. Azir's coming up there. Sobro hitting the other side of the map as well. Now, in the finals of Demacia Cup, IG were much better at objective play and much better around the objectives too. Hang on, this could be a sweep.
From that, but that's going to leave Junja the angle to potentially flash on in and ult. His flash is about up now, so I think Rookie's going to get hit by the Unstoppable Force. Is there enough here to kill him off? It'll get close. His stun is good. Unleashes the power onto Junja. He's going to keep running at him into the turret. Gets the Rookie up and forces an additional flash. Goes 1 for 1.
Rookie very happy with that trade, given everything. You know, he does lose that flash, which is a problem. Honkyu will get the tower. Rookie from that situation, I think, gets more than he was really owed at that point. However, Honkyu will get alone time on the tower. He'll get the assist. He's going to start evening up what was a quite dangerous matchup. JDG, I suppose, strategically win out on the play, although they shouldn't have given up nearly as much as they did.
Man, oh man, that's the whole thing. It's going to give IG a lot of time towards his bot side, because Junja made that play around that top turret. JDG do get first turret from that, so it gives him a fair amount of gold, it's worth noting. And the denial of soul point comes at cost.
Gala walking up, threatening Photic with the Lulu speed up, that whimsy. So, bro, probably wanting Xiaoshu for now. Hang on, all out popped in. Here comes the Mundo.
They're going to try and wrap around the back end of this. Xiaoshu's going to probably have to fight his way out. There's the dominance. There's a piece of damage down, slices, dices. But again, he's rolling, and I don't know how much the kill will do. Enough to stop the play.
Has the flash, has potentially another Q coming up. Yeah, it was just off a cooldown. They do get the flash and that ult. Suppose they'll be happy with that trade. Means that Renekton has to leave lane. Not enough HP to outplay too much. You know, he does have that full rage. Crystallization used by Sobro, though. Again, keeping within touching distance of that matchup. He's okay with that.
Close. But either way, he gets away. Spice burns a couple summoners, but that'll be just fine. Mid lane, though, as a result, I think Photic's going to be able to get an auto here, though they might leave it that way, and they do.
Maybe could have actually taken that tower. Choose not to. Honkyu going, oh, okay, that could be a solo kill opportunity. Gets the Q3 and he flashes out with the footwork for Honkyu. Flashing forwards, gets himself the kill. Takes the flash for it.
Sands shift and the soldiers are commanded to attack, and he manages to pick up that kill. Nice idea from Sobro to try and escape, but it's not enough, and Honkyu's now, with this initiative, going to be able to attack another turret. Look, the laning phase is rough.
Well, the guy was
not bad.
The guy was over 1,000 gold down. He's managed to outplay it now. Quickly coming under this turret. Junja does have ult available. He needs to be afraid of that, of course. Top side. Rookie pushing in. But the lead which he had built up has kind of been thrown away by the rest of his team. Xiaoshu. Slicing. Wave clearing. Good damage onto him. Malphite coming up river. Remember, no flash on that Syndra. Mundo might have to try and head him off at the pass. Gets that slow. Remember, there's no turret now.
Comes the scatter the weak, overcomes Vampire. They're TPing, but I think JDG have got a great angle. Redemption to slow onto Rookie alongside like Little Astis being shy. Out comes the maximum dosage from Wei. Takes off the jacket. Now comes
this is a problem. This is a problem.
Too far. Junja in danger. Gets Wild Growth. Flash. Pop Blossom. And down goes the Malphite. Mountain managed. Out comes the scatter the weak. The shotgun blast after all the balls have come flying on through. There is a dominance, but I don't think there's all that much dominance to prove there versus the man in the business outfit.
They overchase so hard, and JDG threw away a good map state. Rookie survives, as does Wei. They use the Malphite ult onto the Mundo, who is still happy to walk away. And the Baron spawned a minute ago. Oh, JDG, that could be a map play that really, really you come to regret. Great disengage from Rookie and Wei. They get the slow, they get the stun afterwards. They start getting the Cosmic Drive up and available for Rookie as well. Gets a bunch of move speed, and the Polymorph doesn't deny the Mundo passive. It gets popped by the Mundo ult instead. They don't get to lock him up. He pops his own ultimate, and Dre has the free ult forwards. Gala's not in range. I think they thought it would be a quick play. It was anything but that. The flash from Azir was used earlier to get that solo kill in bot lane, and that's the problem of using a flash for a solo kill. It means you don't have it for the team fight.
No, you don't. As a result, they get the kills. Photic gets involved. Great from Dway as well. One of those supports that we have had our eyes on. Some of the up-and-comers, the potential supports in LPL. Vampire's there. Dway also there, particularly when he's on the engage options. The Nautilus, the Nico have been his specialties over the last year.
Especially of most LPL AD supports at this point.
True.
IG swing the gold lead from 1k down, or even more than that actually, to 1.5k up. They have Baron. Stun lands. Trade there by Rookie. Now, can JDG get a fight before the Baron buff becomes too valuable? Rookie has flash. Yeah, there you go. There they go. That's it.
Back away. Scatter the weak. Out comes along the unleashed power. Good Zhonya's. Dway trying to pop lots. Well, he gets 1 or 2, but it's enough to split the fight a bit. But it doesn't save Rookie, nor does it keep Dway alive. Photic didn't find a way to get in, and they lose 2.
Photic has the ult, chooses not to use it, and this is exactly what IG needed to avoid. You had to, hang on, Gala might have to flash here, jumping forwards onto him.
All available, they'll be able to turn it around. Gala in danger, puts the barrier down, it doesn't save his life.
It doesn't, and now the Baron buff goes once again into IG's favor. JDG, they were looking for a fight to stop the push of IG, and that's why you see that flash Malphite ultimate. JDG can't keep their AD carry safe though. Looks like IG playing that kind of lethal side lane instinct kind of play quite well for now. JDG still stop a lot of that Baron buff though. Flash Malphite ult, really good from Junja. Rookie, you cannot step that far up. Doesn't hit the reaction time on the Zhonyas. Does get on a Honku actually. But then basically if Photic's here, maybe you can play this out. You can't really if he's not. Bad mistake by IG to split their carries too far away from the fight.
Yeah, and at which point, it could be interesting because Wei obviously finding that slow onto Gala, who's trying to defend that mid lane turret, him getting caught, really rights the wrongs there from Victor's Gaming. Dragon spawning in 3 seconds, so we might be going again. 3 items in for Photic, worth noting.
Yeah. Dragon alive. JDG will be their third, IG their second. JDG might give this one up. Malphite ult is up, or Malphite flashes down. They have good approach into the bot river. He could go for an ult to steal it, he chooses not to. Dragon gone, no fight.
Wei just standing there menacingly, has the passive available, he can go where he pleases for now. Gala, same route that got him in trouble last time, won't have Silvero jump on him.
Yeah, and he has, and you know, funnily enough, we were complaining quite a lot about Photic this game. Understandably so. He had some pretty rough games. He's now ahead in gold now because of the Baron buff, the kill onto Gala as well. Photic is now in a point where he's genuinely a threat. Most of the team is ahead from IG, particularly that Mundo, getting a significant advantage, has that Spirit Visage second item, which has always been a Mundo specialty, and against the Malphites and the Azir, does double duty as that magic resist item. IG, 2,000 gold ahead. That's not, look, the way we phrase it here is it's still throwable. In fact, it sort of was throwable from JDG, and that's why they go back to IG. JDG come in as huge favorites today, folks. They did, however, lose to IG in Demacia Cup finals, and while there are caveats to that, it's an off-season tournament, synergy still needs to be built. That might just hang in the back of their heads that they lost against this very opponent on this very stage about a month ago.
Anything else that's worth keeping our eyes on? Gala splitting his third item a little here by getting the Hex Drinker and the last Whisper. I understand why. It does help into things like the Syndra and the Nico trying to pop your head off, but delay that additional spike.
And also the Lord Dominus Regards gives you the HP damage. That's the big thing there. Yeah. You really want to complete that, but yeah, the Hex Drinker being completed in the middle of it, I'm not sure it's going to be that impactful. Syndra's really quite strong. Wait, walking towards this top side. Lands up thingy. Hang on, Junja is stunned. He doesn't have flash. He'd have to ult out to safety.
Potentially looking again with this build from Rookie. It's not always about the straight up front burst. It's just how many rotations can I go through? Because with Blackfire and Cosmic Drive and the Ionian Boots upgraded to Crimson Lucidity, Rookie's running all the ability haste you could ever ask for.
Thank you for the sub, by the way, Cinnamon. I am Pregante or something. I do see a lot of talk about the Durex ads in chats right now. There was like an advert for Durex which was like, it's like a Zhonya's. It's like, you know, protection pretty much. Yeah. I mean, creative, I'll give him that. Vegan Syndra. No, the thing is, Syndra is really quite happy with this build anyway, right? Because you're still going to one-shot the likes of a Renekton or well, yeah, look at that.
Wild Growth yourself just about holds it together.
Yeah, uses the ult, forces it out of Vampire. And this is, again, this is the difficult thing about playing Lulu, and one of the holdbacks we have about Vampire on non-engaged supports. When he's not on the tank, he sometimes doesn't judge where it's safe for him to go. But that being said, that's an overall problem of supports playing Enchant, is not unique to him. But Vampire, we typically prefer to see him on engaged supports because he has much more ability to ward out the map safely.
Yeah, he's been known to get caught on Nami sort of between lanes a little bit, trying to stand off on flank angles for tidal waves. That kind of thing was an issue last year. Doesn't die there, worth noting. Of course, does burn his ult, and again, Rookie, with all of this abilities, has his ult back up again now.
Blue buffs here. Junja has flash. The flash ulti from Malphite seems like it's been the big power play from JDG. And this is one of the issues with this comp. We call this from draft. The lack of engage from JDG makes it much easier to react to. You only really have to be aware of mid-jungle, and really the jungle is the bigger part of that. Honku can only slide and glide in certain situations. Speaking of that, though, Honku is still a 3-item Azir. We'll see whether they're going to be the DPS bot that JDG need.
Dragon will be a minute and a half off, so always on that one. Baron has just spawned, so that is a potential as a cross-map play. Would only be soul point for either team. I will say the Cloud Dragon giving move speed into things like that Malphite makes the opportunity to get the easy engage from the Malphite just that little bit more tricky to pull off. JDG moving towards the top side river. They're threatening the Baron now and saying, well, if you come into us, a little bit harder for you to stay away.
IG took this time to reset. They wanted to get some components in. You can see that Dway's got that Frozen Heart, which is really nice against, well, the Renekton, the Azir, and the Yunara particularly as well. Hey, Faron, how's it going? Good to see you. Right. Baron, vision control taken back by IG. Again, they ceded some vision control knowing that they could reset in time to get back out onto the map. Top lane quest starts to become more important now because hang on, Rookie gets the stun onto the Renekton.
Slice away, doesn't leave too much more, but it is a chunk.
I was actually really worried there'd be an ult coming through from Rookie. There's not a great amount of resists on Xiaoshu. He has a Merc Treads, and that's it. Rookie Syndra turning back the years a little bit. I used to love watching this guy play back in his old solo queue days and back into the old OGN as well.
Was one of those picks that was extremely potent for a while. I'm thinking people like Showmaker, like Pawn, like Faker, all exceptional on this
walking out towards Junja. If they can force an ult or a flash out of Junja, it's a huge win for IG, by the way. See that IG trying to play around this kind of standoff in mid lane, the ARAM.
Sobro just around this mid lane. They will spot out Xiaoshu and Junja. Sobro will decide to body block this one. Has a lot of control around this topside river to IG.
Gotta say, hang on, just watch out for the next stun from Rookie. Setting down some balls in motion. Junja coming around from the flank.
Nice solo the dragon.
Yeah, he is. He's got the level 3, well, level 2 ultimately. Jumping onto Sobro, but he's very tanky as the Xansei.
Scatter the weak before Scarlet a back step, so he can't really continue with potency.
Junja off an angle. They don't see him right now. There he is. They spot him. Garland's used that ultimate. It's down now. Gets a good chunk out of multiple members of IG.
Getting his way. Can just bring it right back up again with the W. We'll try and jump onto him now. Xiaoshu trading up with the jungler. I don't know whether he wins this. Does get the passive at least.
Ouch. Hang on. Photic can fly here. He could fly. He can fly. He's thinking about it. Joy's over the wall. The mark's just about to wear off. They choose not to go for it. See that Renekton is starting to really fall off. We praise Xiaoshu for his mastery on the champion, but this is not where Renekton succeeds. We're at the point now where the top lane quest gives Xansei some insanity in late game, because you can go beyond the level 18 cap. I believe you go up to level 20 maximum, and the extra HP, the extra base stats means so much for the Xansei. It is just a ridiculous point in power if you get beyond that level 18 mark for the Xansei. He's at 3 items already. He needs to get himself something like a Jack shows, I suppose. 17, already scary enough.
I don't know why everyone keeps stealing Jax's shoes. Are they that cool?
Yeah, Jax, I mean, I don't know. Jax
has got a real weapon.
Jax got those dogs out, you know?
Yeah, he doesn't have a real weapon, he spent it all on premium footwear.
Okay, I was a little bit worried that... yeah, he's got those Yeezys on, you know? I was worried that IG were just going to, like, randomly start the Baron, which tends to be, you know, hasn't worked out in many teams' favors. Junja's off of vision. Sobro gets him. Just the Q and the W. Good damage onto Sobro from Honku. Late game is it. Yep, scary champion. There goes Junja.
Jumps on in, Sobro chunk out. That's a lot of damage from Gala. Redemption coming on down. There's NHP. Pull back. Turn around for the ball. Come on! Everyone will still turn into a 1-for-1. Into the backline goes Honku. Immediately forced back by Rookie. Wei steps up. Has got his ultimate available to run. reset from Soboro. As just
Son.
Wei.
Oh my God.
Wei is low. Flash for the Arc of Judgment. Photic tries to trade back, can't quite do it.
Hang
But
on,
Soboro
Soboro.
DP back in. Overcomes Photic with the killer instinct. They've blown up Gala. He doesn't have any HP to market because he's damn well dead. On 2 airballs as Photic will manage to put some Acathian Rain on in. And in the inclement weather, Invictus Gaming come out more prepared.
IG out team fight JDG. I don't even know what to focus on there. Photic skips, glides, and ends up winning the team fight. Ginger, no flash, does have ultimate, I suppose, in a few seconds, up in 10. Okay, Photic's alive. That's your Baron DPS. Soboro can tank it for forever. Photic can clear this ward out towards the top. I'd probably clear that ward, by the way. Rookie looking for Ginger.
Can turn on to him. Remember, he may be forced to ult away and does get a bit of a shield there, and it's a decent one. Will no longer be able to get into the pit very easily.
Yeah, so they get rid of that Malphite ultimate. I mean, do they think they can fight now? Xiaoshu's going to clear this out. 2 minutes left on the Dragon spawner. I wonder whether they could have kept on it at that point. No Gala, no Honky. Wonder if that's a missed opportunity. So this is the start of the fight. Soboro takes a ton of damage, and what you need to notice is Photic is out of position. That's why JDG go for this fight. Photic is not in position to DPS. Gala is. Good decision by JDG to start the fight now, but the tank frontline is really nasty, and then they overpush. Shui, magnificent 5-man ultimate, saves what should have been a clean sweep fight. Rookie gets the knockback onto the Azir. Azir really struggles to shuffle back the Syndra because of stuff like this, and then Photic manages to keep the mark on and waits for Soboro to come back in. Wait, definitely oversteps himself, but Photic getting this plasma down ends up being the killer blow. Could go back in for another round of cooldowns, gets the passive. Soboro does the rest. Flashes out of that Emperor's Divide. Tough to do with the level 16 width of that ultimate. Crazy team fight.
Nice work there from Photic to slide his way out of a lot of that danger. I know obviously he wasn't there at the beginning of the fight, but that's part because Gala managed to get the shove on in. Really good from JDG to get the mid lane prio, but it doesn't win them the fight. Not in the real way. 3.3k ahead now are IG, and that's relatively meaningful this late into the game.
I love IG JDG. It doesn't matter what era it's in, who's on the team. This matchup just goes crazy. Like, the last few years, IG JDG has always delivered. 44 seconds on Dragon would be Soul for IG. The Cloud Soul's meaningful here.
Eyes on the AD carry inventories. 4 items for both. It's much more of a dance around build from Photic. Got the Phantom Dancer. Doesn't have an Infinity Edge or anything like that yet. On the other side, Gala has got some nasty items. That Lord Doms is in. The Infinity Edge is in. The Fiend Hunter Bolts are in. Those first few autos will sting.
Void Staff from Syndra hurts here too. Some shields coming out. Gala doing some damage. Is shielded by the footwork of Soboro, who's at level 18. He will be able to go beyond that XP mark.
To the Bone Saw. Crashing into Gala, who loses quite a lot of his HP this late in the game. Remember, the Mundo turned into more of a DPS.
Xiaoshu's on the flank. Now, what is Junja going to do with his ultimate? He doesn't have flash. Xiaoshu is not seen right now. Maybe the Renekton can make the play.
Rookie, remember, has no flash. Burned it in that last play. Baron down to 8k.
Okay, so that flash down on Rookie, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's absolutely critical. Xiaoshu is even spotted here. I'm not sure. Honky hit with 1Q.
Towards 3,000 HP. Remember, Syndra can steal real easy!
He gets it, Rookie!
Oh, scatters the weak. The force of will is enough to steal the neutral objective. Pull back. Xiaoshu should kill off Soboro and does. They're on the wrong side of the map. IG might have got Baron, but can they run away?
Junja has his ultimate. Watch out for that. There's no flash on Rookie. He's going to have to Zhonya's.
Good! Zhonya's timing. Ball Blossom again from Gwei! It's magnificent. He just doesn't miss with them every time. Photic slides in with a killer instinct. Gala can't dash out, and he's damn well dead. 6 feet under. Photic with the quadra.
Photic styles on them. Rookie had no flash, baits in the engage, and Jway makes sure that there is a red carpet opened up for when he comes out of that stasis. IG team fighting masterclass put JDG to the sword. IG as underdogs might want to give some nightmares back to JDG and help them revisit that Demacia Cup finals.
Well. Game 1 delivers, doesn't it? 35 minutes deep, 16 kills to 12. Invictus Gaming come out on top. They won Demacia Cup versus JDG. They'd love to go for another.
I'm genuinely speechless because, look, you know, I said multiple times leading up to this series and to this one as well, right? This matchup always delivered. I was kind of trying to speak it into existence, like, it's surely going to deliver, right? Because I was a little worried that IG wouldn't turn up to the level we wanted from them. Bloody hell they did. What an awesome set of team fights. JDG will be kicking themselves. That overchase in top lane to allow IG back into the game was probably where the game turned. That allowed the late game team fighting of IG to come online, and you could really see it. They didn't have the engage. Not having Vampire on a secondary engaged threat, I think, really hurt them this game. They only really had that Malphite ult, and once it became just about dealing with the Malphite ult, you saw Rookie in that last team fight walk up into Malphite range, knowing the engage would come in, gets the crazy engage on, crazy damage through, and he goes Zhonya's onto the Renekton W, and he knows that as he's in stasis, Jway can go in and find his own engage. Jway, wonderful game on that Nico. Bad laning phase, did die for that first blow, but hugely outvalued as the game went on. Part of that's a Nico thing, but Jway on the Nico in those team fights shows you exactly why this champion is still so high pick and ban.
It's going to be Rookie as MVP. Steals the Baron, great laning phase, picked up the kills, was dominant pretty much the entire way through the game. But shoutouts wherever elsewhere where it is due, and I'm glad it was competitive. I will say Hongq, of course, managed to come back in after a rough early laning phase, got some good turret kills and that kind of thing, but never really found the big ult he was looking for. And it does feel like, because it was a bit predictable, Malphite and Azir only as the engagers, IG just ready for it every time, could not find the angle, and Rookie just held the stun. Very difficult to get through with all that ability haste.
That's only game one of this series, folks. We had a banger 3-game series to start out the day, and if you're enjoying this as much as we enjoy the LPL as well, please consider dropping a like, a follow, subscribing, and also, if you enjoy any of the clips from this stream, please post them on Twitter, Reddit. It helps us get our name out there. We are not a particularly big stream, but I think we're one of the best out there. I really like what we do. I love doing this with Sam as well. And I love the community that we have. I'd love to welcome more people into it. If you're watching on any third-party sites as well, just consider watching through on Twitch or on YouTube. It makes a difference to us, and it helps us keep what we're doing. You know, this is our job. It's quite hard to make things work right now. We're trying to do it as best we can, but we need your help to do that. If you love the LPL and you want to see it keeping going in an English broadcast environment, please consider supporting us, because these kind of games, I don't want to miss them for the world.
Tiger Paw stream. I thought Nymaera cut his hair. Now I see you still got it. No, I'm just his older brother. We do look vaguely similar, but no, I'm just his sibling.
Oh my god. Hongq, weird game from him. Bad early game. Did quite well as the game went on. Rookie outvalued him though. This was a fucking great game from Rookie. The amount of clutch team fights he had, the one big mistake he made was that dying to that bot lane in a turret push. That was the one big mistake he did. However, the rest of the team fights, he was exceptional. I think Sobro had a pretty good time on the Cassante too. He didn't lose out to Xiaoshu in the way that I was a little afraid he would do.
I think I'll also give a shout out. Look, those damage numbers look very good from JDG, but again, somewhat fake. You're hitting a Cassante and a Mundo the entire game. Will always inflate your numbers on things like the Azir. Still, very close game. Could absolutely have gone the other way. Photic on the whole, also a very good Kai'Sa game. Important for that.
Oh my god. Well. I don't know how to follow that up. Guys, I just love these. I love these series in particular. JDG, IG. I think there are like two crazy series I really like. I think, maybe. It used to be like Weibo JDG would always go 5 games. That one's crazy. JDG IG always went crazy. And of course now in the recent years we've had like AL, BLG, which have gone absolutely insane as well. Some of the top tier matchups in LPL, I just wouldn't miss them for the world. EDG, okay, if you go back far, EDG RNG for sure. Stuff like the IG RNG era as well. Oh, what a great engage from Junja. I don't even think Junja had like that bad a game. It's just that the draft meant that only he could engage. Really.
And like Hongq there, not getting the...
JDG top East, what's it called?
Yeah, I will say, Hongq shuffles the same game, considering how important they were supposed to be, didn't really find that mega shuffle. Whereas Jway, how many times we see the mega pot loss? In fact, we're about to see one here, guys. Slow down, Jway with the absolute Nico dream. Oh.
I mean, Jway had two... Look, the two big Nico ults that Jway had, they would make most players' career. He did it twice in one game, folks. There are players who will never hit an ult like that in their whole lives, in their whole career. He hits 2 of them in the biggest domestic stage we have. JDG's arena is the biggest. Ridiculous. And like, look, next game, folks, I want to see Vampire on engage. I know he can have more impact than this. The Lulu, it's good for the Yunara, it's good for the draft. It's much like we talk about like Knight's Azir, right? To an extent, where it's like, it's fine, it's good for the draft. I don't want to see him on this. I need to see him on heavy support. Like a heavy engaged support. Because right here, they needed an extra threat onto the backline, which they just couldn't get. Now, one of the other issues with this, folks. IG have not well, the last series they showed versus Weibo, they didn't have the depth. Oh my god, that's on him. Oh my god, that's on him.
Very.
But this is the important bit. This is the important bit because look, Junja realizes, oh god, I need to ult now, otherwise I'm going to be CC'd by the time Syndra's out of Zhonya's. But the timing is there from Dre, so the knockup would come in. Well, he was laying down the red carpet. That team fight is like. That team fight is wonderful. That team fight is wonderful. If you don't... So Rookie knows what he's doing then. He knows that he's going to get ulted because he doesn't have flash. He's Zhonya's the engage. And in that engage, Dre's like, if I ult now, I can get the CC before he comes out of stasis, which means that they cannot engage onto him. And they will be CC'd by the time he comes out of stasis. Like, Rookie and Dre, that's like 10 out of 10. That's the stuff which used to happen on JDG 23 with Knights and 369 peeling for Ruler, where you go up into Xayah ultimate and you protect the landing zone.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Rookie player of the game, no surprise. Although I have to say, a little bit hard done by for Dway, but Rookie was consistently better across the whole game, rather than the 2 huge moments from Dway.
Yeah. Smashed the early game, got the early kills, did every team fight well, stole the Baron, for God's sake. Like, there's very little this man did wrong. Dway also obviously had a good game, and again, there's a reason why we're giving the honourable shout out, but we knew Rookie was getting it from the game.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to put on another ad break again at some point, folks.
Thank you for the resub, Nitron. Always appreciate. So I know Nitron Biohazard.
Oh yeah.
Alongside Blade Trinity, alongside Mecha Fanboy. Now, long-time supporters of the channel. Since my LDL streaming days, they used to know Hysterics as well. So it used to be me and Hysterics doing that. We'd used to hand off to each other, which was really cool. So it has been a very long time, but yeah, some of my very early viewers have come over to LPL and stuff as well.
There's no post-match thread for IG JDG. Someone fixed this.
I mean, it's only game 1 to be fair.
No, but they were doing it for each game for the other ones. Like, someone fixed this, because, like, this needs to get talked about, because holy shit, Dway.
Yeah.
And Rookie. Oh my god, that was insane. We're gonna go put on some ad breaks, and we'll,
do you want to finish your food? I will have to chat.
Sure, cool. I'll take a step away from the camera.
Do you want to take this out?
Yeah, sure.
You just so like it's not like in the way. I'd appreciate that. Thank you very much. I made some very lovely shakshuka, guys.
Let me just take these out first.
Nah, you're good. You're absolutely fine. Oh. Just glad I have time to watch LPL again finally. Mate, it's glad to have you back. It's only just started, to be fair. It's not, you've missed 2 weeks, but it's glad to have you in. It's been a little while. Won't be forgetting the IG Nexus to Nexus anytime soon. You're so right, Chris. Yep.
The IG Nexus to Nexus?
Yes, the IG JDG Nexus to Nexus. Yes, I know. You did a really good job with that as well. Very annoying. Stop doing that.
细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
Sorry, no post-match thread making from me, the shy fan, making a disgruntled statement. Right, I will turn the camera off briefly.
投降的时候你会点否？很强，但是
Probably. My brain.
第7件装备不太可能实现。
It's not even just the full build, fitting another component, a pickaxe or whatever, that you didn't have room for otherwise in a build.
Freak,
That's
hello.
where a lot of the power of the item slot actually is.
有点太鸡肋的点就是
Freak and Tarbe chatting. That's
They're
cool.
actually made to allow split pushers to ward for themselves. There were other ones that were put down for different purposes, which were basically to help teach newer players some better warding patterns.
一级本来就是非常多的博弈的，对我们来说，这个改动是对我们来说削弱我们了。
对某一个人的伤害会非常大，就导致你不想玩这把游戏了。
The primary goal here of speeding up at the beginning of the game was simply that people have lost hours of their lives sitting at their outer turret waiting for the game to start. So let's get you into the game.
这么近，那么美。周末来到苏州北，现在我所在的位置是 LPL 的苏州主场。今天我们要看的比赛是，噔噔，穿了李宁日进斗金系列的防御拍照就是上镜，超显白哦。噔噔，在我们的召唤师商店还能买到今年的最新款队服。 热了穿这个，冷了穿这个。
One of the things I wish LEC did better was selling team jerseys. The fact that they can't for various reasons is really frustrating.
现在已经有这么多的
I
粉
think
丝
it
都
would be
在
a
等候
big,
了。
big win. Just gotta sell the team stuff. The fact that they can't, like, it's one of the big things about going to live events. You want the cool stuff from going. I don't know, Majidor, but good thought on the fact that actually getting some insight to the LPL fan or the Riot devs is really cool.
中单听都有声音小点，中单听什么？都有声音。好的，那个辅助听中单声音调大5%。
这么多的人都在排队领应援，这是人山人海啊！只要您来到我们的现场观看比赛，就可以参与我们的抽奖，我们的中奖概率是100%哦。第一赛呢会有非常多的比赛在苏州主场进行，一起来看看吧。
Into our proper break. Oh, a bit of a hype train. Thank you very much, guys. Simtana, thank you for looking after us. I am still here. I'm just sort of like trying to lock in because we've got at least one more game to go. I didn't sleep especially well last night either. Struggled to get to bed properly, so I'm trying to keep myself locked in to go. Also, not gonna lie, I've got my Genshin stuff going on. Farming some materials in the break, just keeping myself locked in properly. Oh man. Hope you guys are having fun. I know I am. It's been a really good time here today. It's been a really, really, really good time. Welcome and hi. How were the games so far? Honestly, Simtana, please go watch the VOD. It's been some of the most fun LPL games I've cast in a little while. Really, really good, competitive, exciting bloodbaths. Not always perfect. Teams threw some leads, partly because teams made great plays or like really small margins of error. It's like, right, we've got the catch. But because of Cosmic Drive, they don't catch someone quite fast enough, so the counter punch comes in and we turn it all around. It's made it very exciting. Been wonderful mechanical plays. I think largely we've had some really cool moments. I'm hoping we get a 6-game day, honestly, because I think these teams have been really worthy of it. So you are in for a treat. And if you want to go back and watch the BLG NE1's Legends VODs, please do. Holy moly, Night on. Fantastic stuff. Anyone's Legend also had some pretty good moments too, so should be a worthy set of watches, guys. I think in TFC, honestly, oh god, I need to do the interact thing. Hang on, this is down here. So basically, because we're using Huya as our clean feed, because that's where we get stuff from. There we go. Goodbye. We just get these Huya ads occasionally, so we just got to deal with it. So random Chinese web game adverts, because welcome to life. Welcome to life. Any more for any more? 62% of the way through a hype train. 2 minutes to go. Are there any Twitch primers in chat? I'm also seeing we're about 12 follows off 9,900 followers though, which would be bloody awesome, guys. We're at 9,700 before the start of the year. It'd be awesome for those of you not following. Please throw that in there. I know we're begging a little bit for support, but hey, it's our full-time jobs now. And again, we are small to mid-sized streamers. 2 of us being supported off 1 stream. It's not that much going, so we do our best to keep you guys engaged and ask for all the support we can get. LEC going to be fun later? I agree. Should be some cool times. Again, I'm a bit frustrated by how we got to this format, the journey that got us there, but I still think it's quite cool to finally get some ERL representation at LEC level. Good grief. ERL brained over here. Also, not bad for Twitch for non-subs. It's true, exactly. Exactly. You could avoid all the ads by just subscribing, guys. Isn't that cool? Oh, right. JDG, close run stuff. Just give yourself a few more tools to team fight. I think it was a little bit too obvious how you wanted to play the game. It was competitive. Honku had a slightly rough one. We know that from behind the game, you can sometimes keep looking for plays he probably shouldn't do. He's still a young player, still got some learning to do. Not always the best from behind the game. I think he did a decent job of coming back in. I don't think it was the easiest time to go look for the big plays on his ear. He still didn't find them, and that's going to be a frustrating one. Oh, Shamrock, thank you so much for the gift subs. That's amazing. Sometimes you see guys putting the little bait out there about the hype train works. Appreciate ye. Level 2. appreciate you guys. There you go. Try a sub for a month and see how you like it. Exactly, guys. Welcome to the community, guys. You have been forcefully subordinated. Maniac, what are your thoughts on the meta? So I'm not Nymaera. I'm Initialise, but they're having a quick break because break time in a minute. But we think about the meta. So, couple key things to keep an eye on. Basically, games are fast. We're fighting all the time because a fight allows you to take an immediate chunk off a turret, which gives you a lot of gold. So I think we are going to start seeing a lot more combat summoners in mid, a lot of skirmishing power from jungle, with a sort of side of things like Malphite and Kiana. So basically things that spike really, really hard at that kind of 2-item mark as well. Also, keep your eyes out for some of the really nasty top lane split pushes. Jax is back in a big way, guys. And I think anybody who can abuse attacking tier 2s while everyone's fighting on the other side of the map is a big deal. Especially with Atacam being off the board, and objective still being powerful, but the fact that split pushing for a tier 2 just for plate is still so valuable, it gives us quite a lot of work.
I just posted that game-ending, like, clip. Baron Steel into game-winning Zonya's play on Reddit.
Oh, yeah?
If you'd like to view such things,
I will be helping out.
It would be cool.
We got a little bit of a hype train.
Very cool. Thank you so much for your subs.
I did a little bit of grift in there, just to ensure that people know I can do some support with it. It's much appreciated. Thank you again, guys. Could go for a level 4, guys. You know, fancy it? You know,
we can try it. Right.
This pick and ban phase
folks,
could be a good time.
We have more games to play, though, folks. This series, again, regardless of who wins, who is on the rosters, always excites me. The fact that it's on as big a stage as JDG's Beijing domestic arena as well. Insanity adds to the applause and everything, and we get into ourselves into that second round of picks and bans. Jace completely fell through the draft last time. It's banned now. We still have big champions like Orianna available.
Yeah, we do.
Let me just have a look at the other high prior stuff that we've got. So we still have Orianna. Akali is up at... No, it's gone. Akali's gone. Sivir.
Yeah, been high. Poppy's been pretty high ban rate as well, interesting, as has the Odessa.
Although Poppy's in a bit of a weird state, because typically it was against anyone's legend and the likes of that. But then, of course, it wasn't banned earlier today. I think it's... Yeah.
Well, no, Wade was always a bit of a Poppy jungle enjoyer, wasn't he? Him and Tarzan.
Yep. Anyway, question solved. I think realistically you're looking at Shinzao Wukong as our top tier ones there, though.
Jarvan comes off the board, especially if they can't ban the Orianna, at least getting rid of one of the combos, I guess. They can first pick the Ori now.
Orianna is still Rise. Talia.
Yeah.
I think Talia's bad into the Orianna. I think Honku should just slam the Orianna. Easy lock-in.
Such a good player of it,
Easy lock-in. You can technically go towards something like the Nocturne as well. It's completely fine. It's okay into a lot of the AD jungle matchups. Orianna first pick, easy. What's the response?
Varus is banned. That's often been the kind of like, cool, we get this really potent bot laner. Aphelios is available for Photic, who's always been a bit of an enjoyer, again, of those multi-button press AD carries. Dway gets a hold of a Thresh. For the record, guys, he was still picking this every now and then, even when Thresh was out of meta. It's always been a little bit of a specialty of a few of our LPL supports, and people like On are absolutely celebrating the fact that Thresh is back in. You can do some really fun mechanical stuff with it, especially with our mobile AD carries.
I think you have to lock in something heavy dive now. I actually wonder if you're kind of obligated to go towards the Nocturne. Thresh can't always save you from that. I wonder whether that has to be your option now.
Bard to go with the Sivir.
That's not a jungle pick.
No, I know, but I'm just saying just as an option here to go with the Sivir, because I think otherwise it is going to get banned out, and I do wonder if you're going to lock the Sivir, there is something to be said for just making sure you do kind of keep this Aphelios under the cosh. Of course, you can't just lock in big engaged support, giving yourself something for Vampire to work with. Vi would not be Nocturne, would be a decent answer to put the ball on.
It's the same still a similar answer to the equation of how do you reach the Aphelios and give yourself a good shockwave deliverance vector. Vi is one of them. Vi's fallen off a fair amount. I have to say Nocturne tends to be better in your early jungle matchups.
Rookie!
And we get Rookie LeBlanc. We get Rookie LeBlanc. If you've not had the pleasure of seeing this champion, welcome to Rookies LeBlanc. Funnily enough, I was on call with Monty and Doa for Worlds Finals, and they were reliving the time where Doa said, because Rookie one-shot a guy called Crack, and he said, "Wow, Rookie just smokes Crack." And he's like, "Wait, not like that." One of the best LeBlanc highlights of all time. It's out there on YouTube. Very funny. And he's getting locked in. This is a lane dominant pick right now. We've seen Showmaker play a handful of others. It's really nasty in the meta, particularly because the mid lane role quest gets activated quicker when you have more damage to enemy champions. And LeBlanc, once you get the upgraded boots, typically the spell slinger shoes to the extra pen, the extra damage really, and Ludens, you have an insane 1 item plus boot spike.
Yeah. Maniac, I've seen a couple of your questions and they're really good questions. I will bring them up after draft just because we want to kiss a little bit folks out, but I see your conversations about IGV, JDG, I see your conversations about meta stuff. All really interesting conversations, but I'm just saying, I'm going to leave them a couple minutes and I'll come back to them. Pins in there, I see it. Good convos to be having. Second phase of picks and bans coming on through. Jungles, top lanes have been left open. Xiaoshu and Soboro, both known to be, Soboro in particular, a little bit of an enjoyer of the flip, shall we say.
Again, spiritual successor to the Shy is stepping into his shoes while he's on a break. IG, it would be so IG-like to come in, Demacia Cup champions in their first series, and then just see JDG's name tag and go, ooh, I'd like a piece of that. Pantheon banned away from Wei. They're trying to ban out some of the better jungle matchups into the Vi. I'd imagine, well, Wukong's banned away. I'd imagine it's a slam of a Xin Zhao now at this point.
Fairly easy angle,
If you ever land the chain from Rookie or the hook, someone pretty much dies.
I guess there's a world where you look at the Poppy, but it's not that many dashes you're blocking. Vi gets somewhat done in by. To be fair, Sion as some frontline to deal with some of this stuff, not a bad option. Very strong tank. Been pretty high on that prio list in general.
And you have enough damage. You have enough damage. That's not the problem. What do you lock in alongside this Sivir now? Nautilus is a Vampire Classic. Typically, the Thresh Nautilus matchup goes something like this. If you both hit hook at the same time, who wins? For the last few years, it has been Nautilus. Although Thresh, particularly with stuff like Bandle Pipes and some of the changes to the role quests and support items, is starting to get more potent again. Nautilus gets locked in, 2 forms of point-and-click CC. If Photic is ever out of position now, he dies very, very quickly.
Considering how hype Zahin was, particularly during Demacia
and
Cup,
Casper Cup.
Well, Casper Cup, was very, very high. He's kind of fallen away to being like a good pick, but not necessarily your first lock option. Can be pretty good into the sign because you can scale for free with the Grasp or look to Conqueror and try to really brawl on him. If you're playing for team fights, Zahin's pretty good. He could be another ball carrier if you need him to be. Vi Nautilus will also do it. Xin Zhao was the answer in the end for Wei, as you kind of called out. The skirmishing from IG, very strong. Xin Zhao, Sion, Thresh, all allowing this LeBlanc and Aphelios to try and get those cool combos off.
We'll get ourselves into the game now. So front to back, bit of a weird one. IG have the better traditional front to backs. They have a better front line and they have safety for their Aphelios. On the other side though, if Zahan gets a good flank, if Vi gets onto the Aphelios, if Nautilus clicks ult on the Aphelios, probably JDG win. Yeah. Gala Sivir is very, very potent. He's one of the better Sivir players of all time. JDG certainly have the damage. Can they get the target access?
In fairness, they've got a number of ways to bypass that front line, so they don't have to play front to back because Vi, Zahen can just ult in. Nautilus, flashing for that ult option, will be able to threaten the Aphelios. You know, so it will be interesting to track. So again, one of those weird ones where like the team fight is good from JDG, just not necessarily in that front to back way as you were kind of calling out there. A little bit of a note then while we got this opportunity, because there was a couple meaningful conversations that were being had in chat. I'd love to get in. So number one was, yo, what do we think about the meta? Because it feels like if teams are snowballing right now, we're seeing some really explosive leads. And for me, a lot of that is off role quests coming out faster to accelerate things like AD carries and boots coming in from mid laners. And 2, all of those extra turret plays. Like if you're taking turrets right now, it's giving you so much gold, man.
It definitely feels like there's a lot of gold to be taken about the place. We're getting into our second game. Let's hear those Gyos. Hear the Jingdong crowd chant leader.
全军出击！
I need him to do Curse You BLL. You did that once on air and it was
Sam,
exceptional.
I did it for game 1.
Did you?
Yeah.
I was out doing Shakshuka. Yeah. So I did miss you doing that.
So Rookie's going to be looked to be really lane dominant versus Honky. Again, just looking for the quick taps there. And you know, LeBlanc individual auto is quite easy to get because you can kind of jump forwards, get the auto, jump back. Doesn't get hit by the first Q there. Again, just trading auto for auto. Every auto you get in lane makes an awful lot of difference. We'll have a quick ping back here. And Rookie Whether he can... oh, because he did get the W on the wave as well, so he's managed to contest with that fairly well. Managed to get another one on there, actually, looks like. Again, just trading auto for auto. If he can get the electrocute, he's pretty happy. There he goes.
Kaze, I see you in chat. Appreciate those words of support. It is much, much appreciated as ever. You can sort of see, as somewhat expected, I think, from my end at least. IG, statistically at least, spiking well in the mid game. LeBlanc, Thresh, Shinzao, one item spike. Oh yes, that sounds fantastic to me. If you do get that little bit today, Orianna with all the ways to deliver a ball onto a poor old Aphelios. Yeah, I can see that being pretty scary late on too.
So the rookie just making sure the Scorch is used off cooldown. Pretty competitive with the Orianna early on. Has bone plating, I believe Honky does. You typically tend to do that against likes of Annie and LeBlanc, these burstier champions, trying to get those airy procs on target, also running the Scorch himself, of course. Mid lane matchup, but hovering over it so much just because Rookie's LeBlanc is so powerful. He's using his own skin, of course,
with
too.
a fancy chroma as well. So he's like, he has a world skin on this champion, guys. If you want to know how good he is.
Okay, there was quite a lot of damage there, but no mana left for Honky. Bot lane, you're expecting the shove in from the Civiv, then again Photic Garlop, just soaking up the farm. They've actually managed to get like 1 CS more than, well no, it's exactly the same in fact in terms of the CS. Both of them getting pretty much perfect CS. They're maybe missing 1 in between them.
It can matter actually when you're playing these hyper carries. The aim of the game with things like Aphelios, things like Civiv is efficiency. How much gold can you get in as short a time as possible to get yourself online?
That was when Gumayushi debuted in 21, 2. Whenever it was, he was one of the big reasons people were so hyped for him is that he was like the only AD carry that managed to average something like 11 CS per minute. Ridiculous the amount of efficiency he had, and that's always a good mark of any AD carry, right? Of course, someone like Garlop, no stranger to being the late game win condition. He's a double MSI winner. Always been a threat here in the LPL.
Rookie as well has gone for the Ignite on the LeBlanc. I'm really excited to see this, guys. One of the reasons we are starting to see more combat summoners is because Home Guards being active more often means your mobile champions, Rise with the Realm Walk, LeBlanc with all of her distortions, can afford to just get off the map and come back and not miss farm, which used to be the real killer.
That and also like Ignite can, you can just use it to force people out of lane sometimes too. It means that people have to stand a little bit further back, lose a bit more CS. I'm not going to miss, you know, just infinite teleport matters. You see that Honky's got a little bit more XP though. Rookie's lost some somehow. He did go for that first back for Dark Seal, and that is the negative of going towards a combat summoner. You don't always get to spend as much time in lane yourself if you're the one resetting.
And once upon a time, LeBlanc was something of a regular matchup into the Orianna, because for all that Orianna is very good at controlling the wave, poking you out. One of the things she doesn't like is you being able to ignore her zone of control with the ball. Distortion, going in for those chains, can threaten an Orianna in a way that few of the champions do get the same ability to.
You can see that Honky is trying to just like get the shield on himself and chase back down the LeBlanc so you can get that QW after the trade comes through. If it's literally just, you know, Scorch for Scorch, typically LeBlanc gets the extra auto attack in, which is kind of annoying. I'm missing the hook there, just get the after shot.
Spell shield.
Spell shield. It was the only target available because there was a minion between him and Vampire. Of course, Dwayne, incredible game from him in that game 1. That Nico, died in lane, but the teamfight ultimates were disgustingly good.
Xiaoshu will Aureate rush forwards.
That's the one, not the Grim Deliverance, which is the ult, which I get them.
The one I always struggle to remember is Dreaded Return.
Oh, wow.
That's his pullback.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, he's forcing people to return, but I keep wanting to say Grim Return, being wrong. He's quite a grim character, an austere character.
I don't think he was that grim, was he? He's fairly like
severe.
Sure, I would have thought he was more like regal, really.
Ooh, good term. I think he is that too.
Well, he's a little aloof, little, you know, distant maybe.
That's it.
Yep.
Edging towards superciliousness, even.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
That's a good word, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it sounds pretty cool.
My word
Level 6 hit by Honky. So now we get the point where you're trying to... you see it, you're watching back with that. He might go for the shockwave now, actually, although Distort now can be doubled up. Has that Mimic. Rookie, again, just a little bit behind. Quite a significant amount behind in XP, actually, though. Doing quite well at trading. Ginger off a vision for now. Did spot that ward go down. They maybe get behind them in bot lane. Does not have the level 6. Spot them now. Maybe they can go on to him.
Good back step way. Gets the lantern out.
Fresh power there.
He's coming.
I don't. Hang on, maybe they are going to go for this, alright.
Flash, hook, lands, Rookie now forwards, gets the zero chase, shockwave on 3, turns it around. That's 1-for-1 right now, but the damage is pretty damn good because Hongyu got Q landed that shockwave. Now Rookie in danger. Will he have the ability to store out the back of the pit? Has his passive proc. Vampire looks for the hook, lands it. Now Photic's in danger, flashes over the wall. Finding Eclipse and JDG come out well ahead in that skirmish.
That was a bit greedy from Photic, holding onto the flash. Thought he could sidestep, couldn't. And yes, I really thought they had to call that off. They chose not to, continuing the fights. And you can see the power of that shockwave even in the early levels. You hit enough people, the damage really racks up. JDG, big win for them. They're now ahead in multiple lanes. Hongyu got that kill. The Lantern outside, they were safe here. They did not have to go towards this. Maybe they thought, look, Vi Q is down, they'll be fine. But the double Civic Q adds damage onto the first bit. The flash hook's too far, folks. You don't need to go towards this. They end up just... I don't know. The shockwave ends up hitting enough people. I just don't think you should be going through this fight after you are out safely. There are too many good early game champions if they do actually manage to sit and hit you there.
Like, I get it. You're Shinzao, you're Thresh, you're LeBlanc. All good champions to be playing around in the early game. Hell, if the shockwave wasn't there, that feels like a really cool play. The shockwave was there. A command protect allows you to get a shockwave on 3. Like, that's gonna sting.
So once again, JDG off to a good start. Rookie's down 10 CS, and of course, Hongyu has that kill now. Rookie, you know, he's a very good LeBlanc player, but LeBlanc as a champion just doesn't do well when the enemy in banned lane starts to pull ahead of them. You really want to be pressuring them out of lane. Already down that XP, as we were saying. He's jumping over the ball. He's doing a fairly good job with that. Can't dodge everything, though. And now you're up to maximum levels of Q level coming up. You're not going to be able to use that window in time when the ball can't move as easily.
Sion ulting down towards that bot lane. A bit of a lane swap here. Not something we see as regularly because it comes at significant cost in terms of your ability to go for those lane quests, role quests rather. However, Nautilus Civet matching.
Rookie just doing a short dash out, make sure he doesn't get hit by the shockwave. Ult down from Hongyu. And yeah, there's the match from Gala and Vampire, so it doesn't change as much. Gala did get the 2 assists, Photic just the 1. There was a plate or 2 even from Gala, so we will be ahead of that role quest. Although, getting some plates and CS in the other parts. Hang on a second, Sober buddy.
Why are you there? Because he doesn't have ult either, so I think this is just a kill. Onto Xiaoshu probably as well. Oh no, Zahen with early leads. Not great.
Well, they'll give it over to the Zahen. I don't get the idea of that one, folks.
Well, Grubs were going down on the other side, so maybe they said, well...
I tell you what might have happened. Because Bramble Vest reflects damage back, you just auto-attack him to get Taurag onto him. So I think Sobro got Taurag onto him and went, I actually can't do anything about that. Didn't flash and dies.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one. Yeah, good read. I guess we'll see a replay. We'll keep an eye on that. We may not, to be fair. I'm sure it was all that exciting to play.
It's just a certified the shy student moment.
Indeed.
Wait, we'll spot the dragon going down. Can he get there in time? I don't think he can. There it is. It's gone. JDG claimed that objective. Grubs were taken at some point. Question. I'm really bad at checking when grubs are taken, Sam.
I saw them take it, so they got all 3.
Sam, you just said I saw them take it. I just said I don't see grubs get taken. So I still don't know who's taken grubs. So who's taken grubs?
So, to clarify.
Who's taken? Give me a team.
Let me say the statement. Basically, while that bot
Chat, tell me who took grubs.
While that bot side play was happening, IG were doing
IG got it. Okay,
which is
cool.
the 3rd time I've told you.
Yes, Sam, I'm dumb and I said I needed to know who it was and you withheld that information from me for like a solid 30 seconds. I could have known so much earlier, Sam. You took them. Thanks, Majdoll. I know IG took them now, Sam. Thanks, chat. Good job, everyone. Sometimes I just forget things, Sam. Sam, you forgot that I mentioned Shinzao Lulu 5 times in a game. You can't sit there and pout.
Rookie now into Hongyu again. We've been praising Rookie a lot. We've talked about wow, exciting on this champion, really cool. Hongyu is a bit of a superstar rookie himself. He got Rookie of the Year globally.
Yes.
And his Orianna was bloody lethal last year.
Sweating out the shield there on Hongyu, can't quite get it. You see that Rookie, he understands the matchup. He knows how to jump over the Q. It's just that Hongyu also knows the matchup, and he's making sure he's playing the spacing well. If you do get a little too close and give LeBlanc a few many 2-3 Q autos, get the Scorch on you, then it starts becoming a very, very dangerous matchup, especially with that Ignite, which you highlighted earlier, Sam. This matchup can very much flip if LeBlanc gets ahead. However, Honkyu's 700 gold ahead. LeBlanc does not like being behind in the game.
No, she does not. Again, it's not all over yet, but the next 5 to 10 minutes will be very, very important for IG, because it's when their champions are going to really spike, and if they don't make things work, I get very nervous, because extended fights versus Zahen, Sivir, Orianna, with access to things like Photic because of shockwaves and various frontline bypasses like Vial and Nautilus ult, could it be that easy, I think, for IG?
That trade there from Rookie gets the push in. Needs to be afraid of Vi around the corner. There's a lot of very good vision control for JDG to keep Honky safe. Just wide there. Vampire was hooking towards the wall. Might have been in trouble still. Junja is on vision. Junja, they see him.
I wonder whether with YD Eclipse it might look for a bit of a play.
IG are just doing this complete, like, carousel. They're just switching Photic away from the Sivir lane time after time. Going back towards bot lane now. He'll collect the wave that Zahen's coming into that tower to push in. JDG are actually a step behind on the pushes right now. There is a wave dying to turret. However, you know, Sion doesn't care too much. Photic's picking up the wave on the other side. Rookie can't do that much there.
Looks for change. Won't find the read in which direction they're trying to run away from.
Rookie just trying to maintain lane pressure here. Honky and him kind of ping-ponging the waves back and forth. He is again a little bit, about half a level down. Has had that for a little while. Honky actually hanging. That was he can kill the shockwave here maybe. We could have forced the flash. Chose not to.
Gallet will hit the... No, I went for a very... Actually, where is this Lancashire, isn't it?
You know, there's this meme page I saw on TikTok, which was Lincolnshire doesn't exist.
It doesn't?
Yeah, because it's like, did you know that all of like the blah 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 things were removed from Lincolnshire? That's because it doesn't exist. They were lying to you this whole time.
I've been to Lincolnshire Cathedral, which doesn't exist. It's just in my head.
Right, okay, right. It's like your mind palace, except as the cathedral.
Was that a school trip? Did we? I feel like we went to Lincolnshire as a school trip.
Yeah. The Space Center is Leicester, isn't it? So that's not Lincoln. It's a very youthly then. No. You have a very, like, I'm trying to think of the tone exactly, but there's a tone you speak with that, so.
It's true.
Okay, see that single Q from Orianna really hurts the LeBlanc. And the reason why LeBlanc was out of meta for a long time is that she didn't have sustain for many of like the middle seasons of League. And she struggled to kind of poke whilst also not just getting decked. And then when stuff like Ravenous Hunter came through, she struggled. And well, then there's the one where she had loads of single target everything. She built Gunblade. Gunblade LeBlanc on the rework, not good, folks. Potential route here. Important thing to note here, by the way. I don't know whether this still exists, but it was for a while. Sivir Spell Shield does not block a Felios route from the Graviton. That is a thing which used to exist. Keep your eyes out for that one. I believe that might still exist.
The note on that one, I agree. A minute and a half until Herald, but more importantly, Dragon in about 10. The river control is very much there for JDG. There is a ward from IG in the back of the pit. They've got some idea what's going on, but there's some good wards behind IG's lines in their jungle. Red buff, Raptors, over in Krugs. Good TP angle should they wish to take it for multiple members.
See, there's a 2k advantage for JDG coming into these early fights. Fairly evenly spread across the map. Wait, looks for the hook, hits it, here comes Vi.
Here come the TPs, immediate response, Lantern there, but it's being warded out, but he's getting slammed. Cease and desist comes on down and Wei is blasted.
The Lantern's a little early. I think you need to wait until the CC combo ends and then throw it out so you can't ward it as easily. Wei goes down. They saw Vi heading out of the brush. JDG, very slick response. This is a very Tabe League of Legends play. The coach of JDG loves looking for those quick response teleports. He's very solid at them. Rookie's going to head out of mid lane. Was spotted there. Vampire's behind enemy lines. Could look for a hook here.
Again, you don't have the cease and desist. You don't have the depth charge. Rookie, lots of ways to deal with this. Will stand and get the ethereal chains off. But again, doesn't have the pen boots yet. It's not actually all that much damage on the LeBlanc.
Wei is alive again. If Dragon started, he can head down here. He'll be spotted walking over some wards. The Dragon's not going down that quickly, so IG can contest if they want. They're going to lose the plates on mid lane and a wave there too. Rookie's doing some smoke and mirrors. They have a ward here. Spotted going over it.
Can be quite obnoxious here if the rest of the team comes. There we go. Junja now in danger, but he doesn't have the ult. Neither does Vampire. They took too long on this play.
Wonderful. Rookie might end up getting chunked coming back to lane though. Rookie is the master of Fog of War. This is one of his kind of individual skill sets. He'll always find those shadows and do something with them. Wei's now going on towards the Dragon. JDG had initially thought it might be theirs, especially after killing Wei just before that, but Rookie, with that pick, makes something happen even from behind the game.
The thing is, off-screen, Honkyu gets another 10 CS lead, gets a lot of plates, is still 1,000 gold up on this Orianna, and that's the price of the play. Rookie leaves lane, makes the play happen, but it's not a fast play, it takes time, and Honkyu uses it to get an individual lead.
Okay, so now, Dragon a piece, but yeah, the gold lead is going to JDG. One of the things that we were really talking about JDG in the lead up to this season, and we'll continue talking about it, is how powerful their lanes should be. JDG, on paper, should be maybe a top 3 team in the league. Rookie going top, he really wants to just leave lane. He's trying to find out Xiaoshu. If you can get the chain, he's probably dead.
I think he probably is. He's not got anywhere near the passive. Grim Deliverance comes on through, flash away. Ethereal Chains misses the Dread of Return. Ignite is down, and a kill for Rookie.
Well, Ignite definitely cuts that healing, and sometimes you just forget someone's got them. Jundra is on the top side, does have ult. Rookie will push that in, and suddenly, a kill, an assist. Rookie gets himself, you know, there was 1,000 gold lead in mid lane, gone down to 340. He's cut a lot off of that, much like Knight earlier against Shanks and Zakali, roamed on the Syndra in that game to get a lead. It's the same thing here with that LeBlanc.
Gala loses half HP, but will be run at by Sobro. Of course, he's got the empowered TP now, courtesy of the top lane role quest. Use that shield when you TP in. Walk at people like that as a sign. There's not a lot you get to do. Soul Furnace Shield also very difficult to break then as a result. So we do get that additional prop all the while. Because Gala was late on that reset, onto the Herald we go, is coming over. Jundra around, sees the assist available.
Okay, so Honky, that shockwave is going to hurt. He also has the Seekers. I think this will be taken by Jundra now, and it will be. JDG claimed the objective. I don't think IG have a response. Mid lane turret falls to JDG. Starting to kind of add this pressure across the map. Yes, Sobro will take the bot lane turret, but top lane's under threat as well. JDG a step ahead on the map.
They are. Rookie will distort forward. Jundra just there. You need to be a little bit careful, of course. The one thing with Vice, it's possible to get dragged quite deep by LeBlanc. Over the wall we go, clears the wave.
I think, yeah, so they won't be able to kill the tower. Well, they won't be able to kill it on that wave. They likely will on this one. Sobro's pushing bot lane in a turret, so he'll take another chunk out of that. I don't
Easy plates to grab as well.
I don't know whether he's got the Demolish, which is the 3-hit passive anymore. I actually preferred the old charge up. I think it just felt more satisfying. Scuttle Crab has to be left. I don't... Hang on, if the hook had landed, maybe. I was going to say, still could land. Sion takes something off of that bot lane turret. He's about to get that plate. Yes, he can, because Crystallize is a thing.
Worth noting that with that skip forward, JDG did get that turret topside, and again, they have largely had the better lane press, but again, Sivir, Orianna, very good at that, because Xiaoshu on this side, and also got a good shove onto Sobro. At least Sobro does trade back well the other way. He's actually got like a fairly significant lead now versus Xiaoshu off that kill topside with the TP bot, gets that big shove on in, so the Sion actually now getting to a really good point of power here. IG, back within touching distance, I think it is fair to say. So, arm guard for Honky. Flicker blades down with Gala alongside the S.
Oh, Rookie's in trouble here. He's in trouble here.
And Deliverance flashed away, forced to burn it, overcomes potentially the Vi here, who can look for Seasoned Assist, and if Rookie needs to get over the wall, does so. Jundra has got flash. Does he want to burn it?
He can flash, he can flash, he can get him now.
Doesn't need it anymore. Rookie gonna try and turn around. Fakes it out, he's chasing the clone! Oh, Rookie!
Fakes out us and Jundra. I was for sure he was dead. That is a classic LeBlanc move. It's not just Faker which can fake you out. Rookie's an old hand at it too. Photic heading towards mid lane. Hang on, they can maybe go towards Gala. Spell shield onto the hook. Jumping forwards now. Vampire putting the ult down.
Way still alive. Overcomes Jundra, but again, he's not got that many tools available. Sobro stands forward. Xiaoshu now coming. Gala, though, continues to focus on ricochets. Wave will audacious charge forward way. Goes in with the hook, flashes out. That's a lot of hook damage. Jundra goes down. Nice hook. Rookie low. Just about time enough for long because Honkyu is there. Picks up a couple with some additional ricochets, and they will lose 3. IG can't win out the extended team fight.
Awesome shockwave from Honkyu onto the return pad. Gala gets the double Q to get the damage, which really leads to the kills. Initially, I thought that IG had won out the smoke and mirrors across the map, but JDG, the real story of this game is JDG pushing the pressure across the whole map and IG trying to slip the noose. They almost did. Get the spell shield hit. Wait, he starts this fight fairly well. Photic, he does have his ultimate to throw in. I just don't think he's able to get the damage down he wanted to. And the ricochets take half his HP. Photic, before he's even really had a chance to enter this play, basically loses all of his HP. Not great positioning from him. And then right here, stands on top of the shockwave.
Yeah.
Doesn't flash out. Photic's fight is over. Double Q kills him from Gala. JDG win the fight.
They do. Ends up being 3-for-1 there. It was close run stuff. Either way, it's done. JDG is going to start getting towards some mighty points of power. Again, this was a comp that was always going to come online that little bit later with things like the Sivir and the Zahen and the Orianna. They are getting there. There's the Herald they got earlier. Dropped as a pseudo battle Herald.
The gold lead was 2,000. It's gone up to 3,000. The dragon taken early will buy IG some time. I do worry that Rookie's on the flank. I do worry though, because Sam, you were talking about this earlier. IG meant to spike in mid game. Well, around about now, right? JDG, whereas you know you go later. You assume they'll be hang on. That return pad's going to get him seen. He's only going to take one tower shot going through there, I believe. Dragon is available. Of course, Rookie no teleport. Sober does have a lantern. It's warded out.
He get onto it. He autos it. Does he care that much? The death sentence comes on through. Sober will ult away. Survive.
Oh, it's close.
Bloody hell.
One more crit from Sivir, I think, would have killed him. He lives, but at what cost? He can teleport back in, I suppose, but no ult to impact the fight. Rookie's going to leave. He'll try and get that crystallize on the top side of the map. Try and get himself some individual gold back. Still down, and a lot of gold compared to the Orianna, who's actually teleported to match the wave here. Hongq, his Orianna's really impressed me. He did in the first series. He played it as well. We massively outplayed his opponents on that one.
He's on 11 CS a minute as well. 240 in 22 minutes. Very good going. He has been farming up a storm. Oriannas that are ahead tend to be bloody dangerous.
Oh, a plant spotted at Rookie. I missed that. Okay, good to know. Gala is at the point now where he might just end the game. I mean, look, Photic had some really good late game cleanup in that last game. I do worry about Photic putting out damage compared to top ADCs in the league, and I don't think Photic classifies as one of them. Certainly not after his last year. Maybe he can return back to V5 form. This is one of my holdups of the IG roster. Can they, outside of, you know, Rookie or Way on a good game, go toe-to-toe? Obviously, Jway can at points too, but can they go toe-to-toe enough to take series off of top teams? They're obviously taking games. They took a game off of Weibo, took a game here off of JDG as well, who we think will be one of our top teams. Can they do that consistently?
Shadow Flame's complete for Rookie, so between that and the Spell Slinger's shoes, we'll be hitting rather hard onto squishier members of the enemy team. There's not that much magic resist to go around. In fact, it's basically only Xiaoshu, who just now built Mercury Treads as I'm speaking about it. Vampire as well has already got those, so that makes sense. Also has the Bandle Pipes, which when you've got a Sivir, a Vi, even the Orianna, Zahen, all great enjoyers of additional attack speed. Rookie is going to get hit by the Vault Breaker, cease and desist. Base checks it. What are you doing, Rookie? He's to hop away. There's a teleport coming. Death charge on top of Rookie's gone.
Rookie's gone. So much point and click. There's an ult on Gala, but I don't think they have the damage now.
Shockwave on 2. JDG will be able to confine some more. Photic's trying to heal. Out comes the Grim Deliverance, though. And Photic is blasted by the Darkin from Demacia. Absolutely everyone goes down. They pick up Xiaoshu as well. The whole team blasted with the exception of Sobero, who's a zombie, and so he'll die as well.
I think you'll find Zahen's from Ionia, Sam.
It's okay. I guess he's from Shinzao, right?
Yeah, even Shinzao comes from Ionia. Okay, that is allegiance to Demacia. Law addict, you.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, Rookie has been overforcing, and he goes in here. He doesn't spot the ward that, and they slip around vision. You say it's like he doesn't actually spot him. He doesn't actually spot him. That ward gives him false information. It doesn't spot out the whole brush. Rookie dies because that ward does not cover the whole brush. It doesn't get stopped by the control ward. It doesn't give full information either. Photic still no flash from that last death in the mid lane. IG had been forcing to. Rookie has been forcing to. I don't understand why. They're falling behind the game. They kind of need to play the smoke and mirrors. But JDG have been much better at putting the pressure on and now punishing the mistakes. Much better pick play from them.
The problem is the smoke is from their asses being on fire. Like they are not having a great time here. The house is on fire. They're trying to use it to smoke out their opponents.
The catalytic converter's kind of gone off.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, Junker's really scary, but Rookie takes a chunk out of him.
Yeah, flash hooked up. Flash away.
Fair play. Very nice there, Rookie. Doubling away from what could have been a shockwave. Rookie at that 2-item mark with the boots. It's just you're too far behind the game. The Hongq really played the laning phase well. He really did. I feel like the Azir last game didn't quite deliver on the promise of late game scaling. This time, the Orianna had the early game, and it started to scale up nicely too. I don't think who my real hero of the game is here. Maybe Junja. I think Junja's actually had a very good game on the Vibe.
With the exception of the clone follow.
Well, that's the one thing. Then again, Sam, everyone's fallen for it once. Yeah. Everyone's fallen for it once. It happens.
Trying to look for some more. Out comes the moonshot. Again, a fella's just not there yet.
Right there just now. Teleport behind. That is the Scion, buddy. Not sure about that one.
Tanky, to be fair, with the empowered TPs. Vi, though, in the mid lane, might get jumped on here. Rookie looking to try and get on top of Junja. Can he land the ethereal chains? Nope, Junja just too fast.
And Junja has the flash anyway. He likely would have made it out alive even if that did happen. And that's bought time. JDG, again, that overwhelming pressure leading towards the bot lane. They're likely taking that inhibitor turret. It'll jump forward. I hope we don't jump into the middle of a fight. we actually might do so. Okay, no one's dead. No one's dead. But every time it buffers like that, it will jump forward like a second or two. So you do get worried.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
The inhibitor turret goes down. For a bit of a hook. Carla puts on the hunt down. Junja over the wall. Inhibitor under threat, not quite taken. The Moonlight Vigil comes on through, but it only really tags onto 2 people. With only 2 items, just don't sting that much, really, with the Aphelios right now. Project not really had the space to become a threat in this game. Inhibitor now under a little bit more pressure in mid lane to the point where it just goes down. Baron's on. Nexus turret's getting chunked real hard. Gala gets jumped on. That's not bad, but the shockwave delays. Way getting involved.
Oh, Junja's gone back.
Inside of the Junja's gone in. That's too far. Gala low. Way can't finish it up. Too much CC. Grim Deliverance into the back line from that. Darkin from Zahen. Xiaoshu gets the passive though, goes right back to life. Server will try and buy some time. Rookie just doesn't have anything resembling damage. Already rush on in. Could look for the Grim Deliverance. Pulls Photic off the fountain. They're trying to hurt it, but the Nexus turret's full. Honky there with the rest of the squad. Oh my god, actually the Dust Wave is bloody scary.
Rookie has the Mimic coming up in a couple of seconds. If he can double distort, he can kill someone. Can't quite get that. Tell you what, Sam, I was having flashbacks to Rookie's Nexus defenses in the past. IG have been in this position versus JDG before. JDG pushing down the Nexus. There's an incredible Nexus defense, and JDG somehow lose it. Pays on his legendary Zeri. Couldn't finish off against IG about half a year ago. Even before that, Rookie's done it on Yone, he's done it on Ari. IG have survived these situations before. But the whole point is they have to do that because JDG is so far ahead. This is not the first time that JDG have been stomping through IG to put them up on the ropes.
Yup. Overcomes this Hex Dragon spawn. It would be the 3rd Dragon. Soul points for the side of JDG. They're already been firm command of the game. Hell, the next turrets are just gone. So it's a difficult position indeed for IG to be bottom against a team that will outscale them, as we've been talking about. At this point, even if you kill the Sivir, what about the Orianna? What about the Zahen? Like, this is no easy game to play out. You need a miracle. That's a 4-item Sivir, by the way. Against a 2-item Aphelios for context.
Hang on, hope he misses. Even then, it's the Nautilus who's not... He's actually pretty fed in this game because he's on the winning team. Losing Nautilus tends to be a pickable target. Winning one bit harder. What? I mean, there's no Nexus turrets. What do you do? What do you do? There's a GA on the Vi. They can go really deep as well. Hook onto the Sarn, not the primary target, but they just need to start a fight.
Junja got the GA dragged away. You can do that one on the block. That's not bad. Going way by some space.
Look at the Nexus.
The shockwave. And Photic has pulled back, and the Nexus is going down. They're buying so much time. Junja goes in with the Vault Breaker, and the space is earned for JDG to just walk at the Nexus and obliterate it.
JDG have the pressure, and IG crumble beneath it. Can't quite find the smoke and mirrors, and it will be IG taken to a game 3 after winning that game 1. Can't see it off in game 2. JDG, the overdogs, the favorites in this series, bring us to a 3rd game. So we'll have a 6-game day, and you know what? I'm really enjoying this. Sometimes it goes to a 6-game day, and I'm like,
you cry there.
I'd quite like some sleep. I'd quite like to see this off. These are the series I really want to see go to 3 games, though. These are the kind of games where I want to see them through to just whatever end they'll go to. I just want to see more gameplay. We get a 3rd game here. We get to go further into Fearless. IG, they won game 1 versus Weibo the other day, and they couldn't do it in game 2 and 3. I do worry about their depth. They can't always team fight at the same level in their 2nd and 3rd compositions in the day that they could do on that 1st game.
I've got a best of 5 later this evening as well.
Don't have to stick around.
No, I'm gonna start. Of course, I'm sticking around.
You said, oh, I'll see how long it goes and stuff.
Yeah, well, it's more of it depending on whether I want to stream afterwards. And for all I would like to, I fear it may be foolish. We shall see. Because I still want to play Disco Elysium. It's a very fun game.
That's true. It's a very, very good game.
Very fun game.
Great series of games today, folks. I have been really, really enjoying this. Okay, my brain's going a little bit dead now, folks. I think we need to just, like, turn our brains off for just a second, folks. We'll put some adverts on. There'll be the highlights and stuff. Grab yourselves a drink. We'll do that thing where we, you know.
Yeah. I'm gonna make a cup of tea. Do you want a cup? You want a pot? One more coffee.
I would like another Red Bull.
I can arrange that for you. I'm gonna get some stretches in because my knee is not pleased.
Yeah.
And I will.
Hang on, I just realized if I have any, I need to get. Do I have any more borrows on Uma to get through? Because I do actually need to, like, yeah.
Oh.
I might have another Uma run or two to do.
Go for it.
Spam through it. Oh, Nightstyle, you'll take a cup too? Yeah, can you just deliver it to wherever in the world? People, yeah. If you need a cup, you'll get like a soggy envelope in like a week, you know? Hey, Kane, thank you so much for the, Mikey Kane, thanks for the sub, I appreciate it. Well, I guess I need a better Summer Marazenski. Oh, I've only got one borrow left today, that's fine, that's all good, we can work with it. Do you have a deal with Onivia? Yeah, we have a deal with Onivia. We actually restream it from this PC as well. Yeah, we do. So we basically get half the revenue from the Onivia stream. See if we can up that percentage of support actually. I feel like we're doing a lot of work. Here's what it is. It's cool to have a big audience there, though. You know, like a lot of people watch that. It's cool to get our work out there. You know? End of the day, the audience is like a draw in itself. It's kind of why we're doing it, right? Gala had a really solid game on Civi, you know, really solid game. IG wanted Diablo? That makes sense. That would have been pretty, that would have been a huge pickup. Okay, got my max meter with that. Honkyu, yeah, he was a really solid game. Really solid game. Very, very good laning phase from him. Yeah, I heard about Doggo, but I didn't hear about Diablo. TikTok is saying it's reproduced content. What do you mean? This is a ghost stream. I mean, to an extent, yes, but no. Gifting restricted. Who cares about that? I swear to God, like, trying to get things to work on TikTok has been a real pain in the ass. We try and get it done, yeah, but, it's a bit annoying. Automated notes on TikTok. Well, it's only gifting, which has been restricted, but whatever. But basically, it's saying it's reproduced content. I'm like, I mean, it's a co-stream, but, you know. Might be because I turned the camera off for a bit, but that's just dumb as hell. That's dumb as hell.
Tragic. Can I squeeze it?
I don't know, can you?
Can I?
Can you? Right, well, one last game today, folks. Did I run ads? No, we didn't actually do that.
There we go. Excuse me.
Excuse me, oh, I like to touch the sky. Kiss the sky as well. Okay, so first pick goes to IG, blue side goes to JDG, no surprise. That's basically how we're seeing it. Basically, everyone is picking, everyone picks blue side if they have side select, everyone picks fine. Basically, everyone picks first pick if they have it.
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
Okay, I got the...
上京东搜京东电竞直播，赢千元耳机和游戏手办。
TikTok and streaming is weird. As TikTok don't need to mention other streaming platforms. You can't really thank Sip, blah blah blah. Yeah. Well, it depends. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes it is actually very much like that. Wasn't there the same issue last year when you did try streaming? Yes, but we've done something different now. That's because I think part of that is because we did the I just kind of took there was a huge audio lag on that stream. It was just not a very high quality stream. And yeah, sometimes there were those issues. Whatever, we'll just keep it. We'll figure it out one way or another. But it is definitely a tad annoying. Wait, Uzi considered it at one point in time last year? Damn, I didn't realize that actually. Okay, one last game for today, folks, and I have to say, I've been really enjoying it. It's been really cool stuff. Let's finish it off with a bang, shall we? Stream is louder than you guys now. It's because it's in break music. Break music tends to be louder.
Yeah, they put their break music very loud in the LPL for whatever reason. How's the Uma run going, Alex?
The YouTube stream is down again. That's really annoying. Whatever. It might be the break music. It might be the break music. This is happening like several. This is like the second time it's happened. It might be the break music for that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, we'll start it again then, I guess. You know what kills what? You know what kills it?
Is it a serious answer or a meme one? Sorry.
The card ad, because it has music from Riot. Are you kidding me? Oh, you're shitting me. Is it actually ending on that each time?
Yes, it
Oh, that's
is.
so dumb. What?
Maybe we put a little tweet out just saying, hey, by the by.
That, are you actually kidding? That's so dumb. It went down straight after that. Oh, screw off. You kidding me? That's so dumb. That probably is it. You're right. It's a specific ad. So basically, Riot are hitting an official Riot. You're probably right. So we're gonna just have to just mute that. We're just gonna have to mute it. We're just gonna have to mute the beer breakouts. We were planning on doing something like that anyway, but come on.
Ridiculous.
That's dumb. That's dumb as hell. You know, that's dumb as hell. Oh well, whatever. Well, now we know, I think. Now we know, I think. So dumb. Okay, whatever.
Such is life sometimes.
Okay, one last game, folks. Again, IG came in as huge underdogs. However, they are our Demacia Cup champions. They clearly have some real playmaking opportunities, or playmaking potential. They have a really good eye for it. However, I do think JDG are just better at pressure. I think they're better laners. And if they get a leg over the early game, they are pretty good at pushing the map. They're not perfect at it. Again, game one actually, they pushed too hard. They overfought in topside and they end up throwing the game back to them. These teams are very close to each other. There's definitely there's a lot of room for maneuver between these two teams. EG went down. It's gone back up now though. It has gone back up now, don't worry. It's basically there's a specific advert which happens which takes it down. So we need to just like ignore. Okay, we'll need to just like silence the stream when it goes to break, which will be a pain in the ass, but whatever. It is what it is, you know. We can figure it out, Sam. We can figure it out.
We can figure it out.
Oh, okay. Right. Ugh. Okay, it's back up now though. Don't worry. My bad.
That is such a silly thing.
At least it's not elite. Look, at least it's nothing malicious, which is what I was actually kind of worried that it was like people reporting it or whatever, which would actually be very annoying. But whatever, it's all fine. Okay, JDG, they're starting to find their feet in this series. I think Gala had a very good game too. I think that Hongyu had an excellent game too. On the whole, I think JDG are better laners and they're better at like brute forcing just through mechanical play.
Yes.
IG, I think they can be much better team fighters. I think that Dway has been exceptional in team fights. I think that if Rookie can outplay in the team fights too, he typically does. It's an automated thing, Zatronis. It will just be an automated thing. It's just, I don't know whether we have a whitelist from certain parts of them. So for instance, we got whitelist for Worlds for the channels that we were streaming on. We did get the whitelist for that. But it seems maybe there's some different stuff which you need to get whitelisted from to ignore those ads. So anyway, that is what it is. I'm gonna crack open a room temperature one with the boys. Oh, ain't that nice. Appeal not a bus scroll. Whatever. I'll have to restart the TikTok live stream again. Actually, maybe we just leave it for today.
Yeah, basically they're just not happy with us talking about the stream, which is whatever it is. You know. Promise we can't not do that. So
that's a pain in the buttocks, Sam. It's a pain in the buttocks. Because I don't want to have to like unmute and mute for like everything, you know?
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay, we should be getting to draft soon. I'm going to turn the camera off actually for a little bit because I need to finish the Zoomer run. Okay, go through first year. I need good inheritances, folks. Pray for good inheritance.
Oh, grandmother, please, I require your money. Is that kind of the inheritance we're talking about, Alex?
Well, no, it's more like, please give me groundwork and long S aptitude.
Oh, you need that lawn mowing money, I see.
Yep, that's the one, Sam.
All the groundwork.
You know what it's like. You know what it's like. The groundwork. I sure hope it does.
How many times have you made that joke, Alex?
A lot.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Every now and then.
Yeah, wondered. Did wonder. Yeah.
Should get close towards that draft now. Oh, there's copyright. Okay, right. Fair play. I didn't think that would be the issue, but I guess it is. My bad. Ooh, that's really good training. It's insane, actually.
Thank you for the deduction, though, Katari. That is much
that
appreciated,
actually, that
genuinely.
Helps a lot. That helps us an awful lot, actually. Genuinely does, yeah. Okay.
discovered the source of the evil.
Yep. Well, whatever. It's kind of annoying because we want to like make up some ground on these sites which are streaming on. We're into draft, Sam, so let's do that thing where we look alive. I know it's very hard sometimes. Let's look alive.
Right,
into game 3. IG first pick, JDG on blue side. What are the things we have left up and available? Jace immediately gone, Jax immediately gone. What are the highest priority things that we still have available? Akali has been banned both games in this series. Jarvan's gone as well. We still have a Wukong game yet to be played as well.
Both played as well, yeah. Is the Malphite gone? Yeah, of course it was played game 1. That's right. It's keeping our eyes on some of these options. We also want to get through to some additional extra bits. Things like the Taliyah Pantheon might become a consideration. Now, Ryze, so Cassiopeia.
Yeah, there's Taliyah, Ryze, Pantheon. I also think that Varus got to be taken away. I think it has to be banned away. Akali banned away for every game in this series. Rookie not allowed to have that one. So yeah, we have stuff like Varus, Alistar, Ryze, Taliyah, Pantheon, Wukong. Those are the 6 which I highlight right now. Also, Ambessa. Ambessa's also up there.
Very true.
Wei plays a lot of it. I don't think Wei's been that good at it, but he plays a lot of it. And JDG have, well, there it goes. It's gone away. IG not finding the success they need with it, and they're not first picking it, interestingly.
Are they going to potentially look for that first pick Varus then if it's not banned?
I think that would help. It would help them in the laning phase. What's the last ban from JDG? Do you just ban the Varus? I think that JDG would prefer there to be very powerful AD carries in meta. Just get rid of the Varus, and you're more likely to slam through bot laning phase, which is a genuine win condition for you.
Interesting.
Oh, Rumble
would have been a very important
I had actually
pick,
completely forgot that was still. I just
Yes.
assume, there are some picks I just see banned so often. I just don't assume they're going to get through. Of course, we actually saw it played today by Bin, and it was actually very good for him.
Very good for him, yeah. The Rocket Belt variant as well, which was quite nice.
Which we didn't even mention, by the way. Bin has a patchy history on the champion. He actually had a pretty good one. Yeah.
There's the Varus then. I think that makes it that's a very easy lock in then. What are we going to do in a response then?
Well, there's no Sivir. Misfortune is probably the play. Gala loves it. It's a good matchup into the Varus. And there's no Sion or Cassante to hold frontline against it. You're probably forcing a Braum pick at that point or something similar.
Yeah, you could Bard, I suppose, if you want the lane dominance, the way he plays it. The other option is like a Leona for vampires. Good there.
Or you can do something like Ryze Wukong or Qiyana Wukong. Both
Qiyana's very good shout out actually. That champion's been banned a fair amount as well. It's been one of those very high end carry options. But the Wukong is the option. Junja does love it. Hello, Huya. Thank you for Huyaing all over us as ever. This is just the manner of these clean feeds these days, guys. Jhin is also one of those kind of lose gracefully to Varus, do kind of what he does, be able to farm relatively safely kind of angles.
Yeah, Jhin kind of does what Varus does, but slightly worse, on the whole. Varus is just too good at what he does. So you see the Wukong now. You can Pantheon and take a slight losing matchup. There's no Shinzao. You can Nocturne, but you don't see the enemy carries. You know, if Honky goes towards something like Ryze or Ahri, feels a little worse doing that because they tend to survive that dive.
Yorick early. The other thing is if you leave it a little later, you can consider things like the Qiyana once you've got a bit of an idea about what else you're into.
That's a bit weird. I don't think Yorick blind is the pick, is it?
Unless you're just saying Xiaoshu, we don't think you've got an answer to it. And it is, again, in this era, the split push Wincon can be pretty nasty.
Well, Jax has already gone, which is one of the better matchups. There's no tanks, which typically Yorick does well into. Renekton's gone. Yeah, maybe. Well, it might force that something like a Gnar, but then, yeah, if you don't block top lane on 3, you maybe get Gnar banned plus one other one, which one thing survives.
Rookie will be happy enough with the Taliyah here. There's not that many great answers into her anymore. I mean, Honku could look at the Ahri. There's a Cassiopeia angle too.
Yeah, no, Ahri's a good matchup, and I think you just go for that. It's fine versus all of the picks above right now. Yeah, Ryze is fine. I think Ryze is a little worse into Yorick, actually, because you
get caught in the
you
dark
get
possession.
Caught pretty nastily. Yeah, if you get caught in the dark possession, you really hurt. Ahri's fine here. Honku
is a good Ahri.
He's a good Ahri player. I mean, I haven't really placed him on my top Ahri list yet. I haven't seen enough of it, really, for myself, in terms of personally casting it. We'll update that today a little.
What is ban next, then?
Well, Gnar for IG, I think. You get rid of the Gnar. It's just a safe laning pick, which does pretty well versus the Yorick, and then after that, something else which does okay into the Yorick. Maybe even ban away something like Cho'Gath, because it was typically an okay matchup into that. You could also ban away supports. That actually might be a better option. Maybe think, look, there's nothing good into the Yorick anymore. Let's ban away Braum, maybe, or Alistair. Alistair's a good ban, and Rakan's another good one too. I think you ban away the Alistair, or you pick it on 4. Oh, wait, hang on. You're not going to get that. You're going to get 1. You're going to get 4, 5, because JDG get the last pick. So I think you ban the Alistair, stop JDG from picking it on 4.
That makes sense. That would make sense. I suppose there's another option of something like if you want to deal with some of the lane dominant options that are remaining. Again, probably something like the Bard is, as I've kind of called out a couple times, something that is probably one of those few remaining ranged / pick champions that allows you to still bring CC while still having some lane priority somewhat guaranteed. Pantheon removal from Wei, very good pairing with the Talia. I think that's pretty understandable. Where's that last ban going to be? The Alistair's the one you called out. I think there is some value in that going. Rel already gone, so yeah, you are getting a little thin on the ground in terms of engage options.
Ban the Alistair. I think you just get rid of it. Bard instead. I don't know. I think he just slams Alistair now, doesn't he?
Probably, but I guess it's less lane dominant.
Look, and I understand that the Varus is pretty good into the Alistair, but I just think Vampire's too comfortable on it. I think that the Bard is not something he's as good at. I thought you should get rid of the Alistair, unless you think they're not going to pick it on 4 and instead want to counter pick support, and then you can take the Alistair yourself. If you can get the Alistair and you're confident in that, that's fine, but I think he just locks it here now.
Yeah, it could be. There is that one, I suppose, in the mid game you can get chunked out a bit. They could just they're going to Gwen into the Yorick.
Xiaoshu is a Gwen player. He played this a lot on his debut. He does like the pick an awful lot. I haven't seen it for a little while, but it's very good with the Dawn and Dusk and Dawn, because it gives you the double Gwen passive and then your E passive as well. When you do you skip forward and do that, it can be very, very powerful, that build. Now I think that does give the Alistair over, which could be a problem, and you'll round out with the jungler. Not exactly sure what they're looking for from jungle, though, at this point.
Sona would be an unusual pick, but I suppose if you're into the Jhin, maybe you feel like you can punish it. Poppy is able to deal with some of the dashes, but they're going to go towards the Alistair instead, as you called out. Just very good. Denial from Vampire.
Well, they still could Poppy jungle. It's not bad with the Talia mid lane. I mean, Pantheon's gone, Xin Zhao's gone. Qiyana's not great with this comp, though, is the problem. It's going to be locked in. I don't think the Qiyana's that great with this comp. Wukong's pretty okay into you. You don't have a crazy amount of lockdown to make this work like you would do with a Ryze. You have a Varus ult later into the game. The Alistair's not bad, but you don't have an easy basic ability combo on the rest of the map to work around.
I mean, cute interactions with the Weaver's Wall and the Dark Procession, at least, so you can provide terrain for Qiyana ult around and about. You've got Chains of Corruption, Alistair ult, and Seismic Shots. There is some CC, so it's not like there's nothing, I guess, but I hear what you're saying. I'm looking at JDGs now, and again, they've got quite a lot of pick themselves, and if this Gwen, in a potentially split-pushing meta, gets to a couple items, could become a bit of a menace to the relatively short-range comp.
Problem that JDG have now is, yeah, you have the Poppy into the Alistair, which is fine. Where's your engage? You have a Jhin W and like a Wukong flash ult. I don't think that's great to use at all. Occasionally, Poppy gets good wall stun angles. I will say, blue side Poppy, pretty damn good at playing around Grubs, but we haven't seen any fights really around Grubs the entirety of today.
No, not at all.
It's been mainly around Dragon, actually, where Poppy on blue side struggles more because you don't have the terrain in your advantage when they're taking the Dragon as much. I think IG walk away with a slightly better draft, you know? I'm going to put on 1 minute of ad breaks, folks, if you don't want to do that thing.
Subscribe.
Subscribe, help us out on the channel. If you are enjoying what you're seeing today, please, drop a like, follow, subscribe, that kind of thing. We love having you around. We'd love to have you some more as well. Let's get into our last game of the day and see how this last series shakes up.
Lots of pick from the side of JDG, and that Gwen as the late game insurance. On the other side, a lot of pick as well, and the burst. Talia, Qiyana, Varus, try and delete someone. Be a fun one. I think mid jungles here can end up being quite critical. Does the Ahri snowball? Does the Qiyana get fed? These things very, very telling, I think, for when we get through to the skirmish. Quite a lot of tools on both sides to get things rolling. These musings will wait at least for 30 seconds or so as we get through our last gyos of the day. Thank you again for that subscription. By the by, K-Stunner, welcome on in. Great, but level 1. We are seeing more of these Alistairs look to really aggressively play the level 1s with the headbutts where and when they can.
Not great positioning for Photic. Gets the grenade onto him. You shouldn't be taking that kind of damage. And yeah, we saw this a lot last year as well. So it's not a new thing. It's just how much do you really want to fight that out. Level 1, Poppy doesn't tend to go for the W. So this has been quite a common thing at least. Getting that grenade onto Photic, though, I'm a little bit worried about that. It means that actually the 2v2 afterwards could be quite scary. They're not going to hit level 2 particularly easily here. They're not going to be able to get all the rest of this wave. Level 2 easily hit by Gala and Vampire.
Xiaoxu getting shot at Silver early on. Gwen into Yorick. At one point, Gwen was absolutely tearing apart top lane. It was such a problem. They kind of took some of her scaling out and gave her some early game instead. The problem was she still scaled better than everyone else and had a better early game.
Oh no, it does absolutely everything. Thank you, Kataria, as well. I appreciate you. And we appreciate everyone who's watching on all of our various different platforms as well. We do our thing. Really interested to see what Xiaoxi's going to build. We did talk about that Dawn and Dusk item, the new Spellblade item, which works very well at applying on hits. Honky's been laning fairly well so far, trying to use that electrocute trade of that W. It's one of the reasons why you do quite well with it. Not gonna lie, Rookie Talia is very, very good. Good Q accuracy there. That's the full channel of that. And, you know, Ahri, very good when electrocute is up. You cannot afford to eat that kind of combo, though.
Skip and slash into the snip. Deadly combo. And it's Disco Gwen. She puts up a disco ball and has these wonderful disco sound effects. It's great fun.
You know there was a song which went viral on TikTok with disco snails?
Huh.
Disco's not dead, it just got small.
It's inside the
disco snails.
I remember that one.
They're here to eat your kale.
Is it Dirtman?
It's not quite up there with that. Ooh, good little block there. Nice control stun. Don't think it's a proper kill angle, but ow, that's nasty actually. Great trade back from Dwight.
Yeah, manages that quite well. We'll get the flash out for it. Heals traded as well. Gala actually just got slowed down. This could get a bit interesting.
Photic has to, well, hang on, I was about to say, rather, Gala has to flash away. Initially I thought, wow, the combo's blocked, but then Dway gets the double knockup, and Photic gets like a full charge, I believe, W arrow onto people with stacks on them, which means, well, let's be honest, if that ever happens, Varus is winning a trade. Gala and Vampire, who've been kind of shredding through laning phase, end up doing a great job, rather on the other side of Photic and Dway do a great job of not allowing them that pressure this time.
Couple interesting summoner spells here. Xiaoxu, Ignite, no flash. He's going full all in on that split push. I will be able to kill you angle, which can be important into the Yorick actually. You can be a bit weird with some of the healing gets through from last rites and the Maiden and stuff. So always the simplest matchup into the Yorick. On the other side, Rookie gone for the Ghost. Again, a combat summoner from him.
Yes, and that can be quite important versus the Ahri. It means that you can sometimes walk out of plays, especially with your rock surfing. At the same time, Photic has that teleport to return back to lane. You can use that very quickly to reset in bot lane. Has a Tear, has a longsword. Happy with his first back. It's to the Tear and the boots of Gala, which is, you know, fairly fine. If JDG, this is the first time they win against IG, when was the last time they beat? You know what? That's actually a fair point. I'm going to go check up the head-to-heads.
Because I refuse to believe they've never had any wins. Otherwise, surely I would have known.
They have. It's just like... I presume... Well, presumably they have. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but... When was the last time they beat them? The last time they beat them was 24-3. They didn't beat them in 25 at all. And they lost in the Master Cup. That is a long time waiting for a win there.
Yes, it is.
And funnily enough, the last time that they beat them would have been when Vampire was on the roster. Would have been when Vampire was on IG in his debut year, actually. God, that would have, yeah, that would have been the on Vampire bot lane for IG. Funny, that way going topside has the Water Blade. Xiaoxi's going to skip out. This could be dead. Remember, he has no flash.
Flash for the morning mist in the last rites. There is no flash. Wei comes on him with a flash audacity, and down goes the Gwen.
Xiaoxu used his teleport as well. This Wei helped him push in the wave. I suppose he doesn't need help with it. There's Yorick at the end of the day. Wei uses his flash, as does Sobro. It's a fairly hefty investment, but you're happy to get that lead there. Rookie coming out of, especially from where he was for a second, he wasn't in lane. Honky has that level 6. Very even lane between the two of them. Typically, Ahri Talia, well, you can very much win on either side of it, actually. There's going to be that much hit besides anyone stolen away. But really, it comes into later into the game. Side laning tends to be in the favor of Ahri. She wins the 1v1. Team fights, unless you get the really solid charm, tends to be in favor of Talia. Bot lane holding that wave up there. Going to try and deny Gala and Vampire access to it. They've got 5 CS lead on them already. Can they stop the recall? I think they just about can. No, cancel that by Vampire, uses that E.
Deadly Flourish goes wide as Photic walks slowly to the right.
Yeah. Gala actually did end up cancelling his recall anyway, though. The ward was held up. Vampire will be spotted on that ward. He has no flash. I don't think they can do... Well, there might be a minion taxi attempt from Dway. See, once again, they're holding the wave up. They can hold these extra 3 minions.
Yeah, they can.
Nice and more. 10 CS lead now. Really well played by Photic and Dway. Again, we're expecting Gala and Vampire to be the dominant bot lane. They were for the most part, but in this game 3, which might be the most important one, as the one which ends the series, not looking great for them.
No, it is not. Shower shoots and slashes forwards with a snip snip. And a snip snip there. Snippy snip, snippy snip.
Ooh, charm for that combo. Rookie
doesn't got the better for it.
Not great there, Honku, actually. You gotta hit those Qs. Has that Darksteel first back, though, so good on him. If you're an Ahri player out there, always got Darksteel first back. It is an incredibly important part of your win condition. You want to snowball through it. If you ever get a Magi's, Ahri becomes a very different kind of champion.
Do you want to know my intrusive thought?
Yeah.
I look at Honku's name and I just think Goose is honk, honk. See what I mean? Just let everyone know.
Untitled Goose mid.
Untitled Goose mid. Yes, yes.
He's walking into the enemy jungle. Has put that sweeper. Oh, hang on. This could be a really cool invade. Remember, Wei does not have flash. There's what did they spot Junja with that? I'm actually not sure. Control will put down behind the back of that red buff. I don't know what IG know. This is where I'd really like to toggle to their vision.
They know where Wei is now.
Yeah, and he's going to get spotted by that controller with some one of those Fade Lights. You know, at some point, by the way, those Fade Lights are going to end up being a bit of a bait because every team knows that everyone will use them, and you need to use more odd warding angles to get wards which won't get swept. Eventually. Anyway.
The whole decision-making tree, because again, warding patterns and who wards where and how and when. And those big bits of statistical data collected by teams.
Is this LCS? No, this is LPL, Patrick. Is mayonnaise an instrument? No, Patrick. Dragon taken by IG.
Don't say mayonnaise can't be an instrument.
Sam, you ever seen a mayonnaise be an instrument?
Yeah.
Or maybe they're not
all the time.
Right, okay.
You know, come on.
Really common enough.
You hit the pot, and depending on the amount of mayonnaise, it makes different noises.
Right.
So you like spoon out mayonnaise.
I do wonder whether Xiaoxi goes for the Rift Maker first into something like that. Dusk and Dawn. Again, Dusk and Dawn I think is just a really, really good item, and I have seen some Gwens building it. That control wood is still behind the back of red buff. Grub's started now. IG took the dragon. Can they get a single one here? Again, they still haven't found that control wood in that rush just yet. They see that first one go down. Presumably they can walk over and take the other two.
Photic gonna get shunted back towards his turret. Gets a hammer shot and then autos.
He ends up eating a tower shot, not hitting the Q, and Photic gets to hold the wave because of that. And again, Photic is completely fine here, holding the wave. Alice is on the roam.
Nice. Good chunk there for Photic. Playing this one well. Again, it's a caster AD carry, Alex.
Yeah, it's a fun fact about Photic. There have been several metas in the past where he is very good, but only on AD carries that just don't auto attack. So Poke Varus, Ezreal hitting Qs, Senna who's mainly a caster anyway. It was a really weird time. It does sound like it's Flame, and honestly it kind of is, because if you did see him on like auto attack carries, it wasn't great in those couple of splits. I'm thinking like 24
V5.
Spring. Well, no, he was good on Kalista then, so that's a bit different. But like 24 Spring, it was like, just give him something that casts spells. Ziggs was awesome for him, for instance.
Yeah.
And apparently, well, we'll see what happens this year. He was actually very good on Kai'Sa, so we won't, you know.
We've got Ambition, former mid laner and jungler following us. Possibly now a trading card
gamer.
Junja. Might also be some violence happening. That's less about trading cards, more about someone dying.
It's a flash forward from Junja. Really good punish over the Raptor pit, because Rookie was trading really well versus Honku. That's jungler coming in to flip the matchup. He'll get the crystallize here. They'll get him one plate. Pretty much guaranteed. Honku gets himself an injection of cash. Rookie caught out. I mean, it's a pretty hard angle to spot out, but really good punish from Junja. Rookie is punished for it.
The import mid jungle do a fantastic
Hang on, Vampire
work.
could go around the back. Oh, okay, chooses not to. I was actually wondering whether you go behind and for a big shunt back or something. Pretty important that Photic's been able to hold the lane 1v2. Vampire has been stuck in lane, trying to do something. I think that might be a mistake at this point. I feel like he could have been elsewhere on the map making something happen. Photic is just outvaluing the bot lane by himself right now.
He is, isn't he? He's doing a very good job so far. Wei will Terra shape into the mid lane. Or not the mid lane, the river, rather, to pick up the Ice Blade. We should talk about mid. Now, top side, Xiaoshu's just about to have his hallowed ground turn out. Oh boy, he's not going to be buried anywhere particularly sacred, I fear. Does a decent job, but there's that combo.
Ignite.
Just about not enough.
Close run stuff, though. Wei had the propane Hydra and propane accessories to dive that turret. Jwei has now come back towards bot lane. That's a good flash over the ults.
But now Jwei coming on forward. Out comes their keeper's verdict. Jwei will headbutt Gala away. Doesn't quite get the wall stun. Pulverize after. And everyone gets out largely okay, but here comes the curtain call. Trying to force someone to take an impromptu bow. Jwei will ult in trade. Deadly throws wide. Junja now here. They can dive this.
I don't think they can without the ult, can they? I'm not sure.
They got flashes. It'd be difficult with the Cyclone, I agree.
Yeah, I think if you had Cyclone, yes, but he doesn't have it now. It's still on cooldown, which is what I was calling out. The ult's on cooldown, and I think that really changes the way things come through. Like, if Wukong with ult is a mega threat, you're absolutely right. And it's a little hard to see on that damn, like, HUD, because when it's really that small, when it's just about to come off cooldown, you're like, is it up?
I went for a glance, because I was busy just keeping an eye on it. I was like, I think it's up. And I was like, it wasn't. Yeah. Alex was gently trying to say, like, Sam, it's not. It's not up. No, yeah. Because that does reduce the threat fairly significantly when Dre and Photic both have flash as well.
Yeah, tends to help. Maybe they could have killed Dre. Yeah, did a Triforce or whatever. All good. Once again, Photic, Dre, better than Gala and Vampire in lane so far. We'll see if that continues through into the team fights. Last game, Photic and Dre couldn't do much. Game 1, though, Dre, Photic, not great early on, but then later on, massively outvalued Gala and Vampire on the Nymaera Lulu. They struggled to play the late game team fights in the way that Photic and Dre did on the Kai'Sa Neeko. Excellent game, that first game, by the way. Second game was a lot more stompy from JDG. Pressure fest from them. Crystallization built up on this turret. Photic able to take another plate there. Happy as can be.
Early lead for Invictus Gaming right now. A little bit better than the last game. It's a big deal. And you can see the role quest difference there as well. But pointing that one out, bot lane has already got it for Photic. Just that slight bit ahead. Mid lane not there for Rookie, but again, that's partly because Honku got that nice kill just a moment or two ago. That has delayed that just a touch or two for Rookie, who I don't think will be miles off it, but it is a slight discrepancy.
So Honku has the Malignance and the Spellslinger's shoes, so he has very aggressive build, 2 stacks on the Dark Seal. He's ready to really start accelerating the game. This is the the test of a good Ahri. Can you accelerate once you get to this point in the game? You're looking for your next ultimate to be very impactful. You want to get a kill an assist, something like that. Get your stacks rolling on the Dark Seal. And with the Malignance, chain that into a play just after, especially if you can force flashes at the same time. Dragon's up. Again, look at Honku Junja. No flash on Junja to get that Cyclone, but they're looking for a big fight right now.
Very much could be. Dragon up, everyone fighting over this banana bush. It's been the bane of many teams since the map got reworked last year.
See that Vampire trying to look for a wall stun angle, trying to stop the combo from the Alistair as well. See if you can get a bit of reaction test. The stream has been Nocturne ulted. It'll flick. I really hope it doesn't came forward into a fight. I think we'll be fine now, but wait, 3, 2, 1. There you go.
Good timing.
Starting to learn it. Back into the bot river. Jen just ping-ponging these waves around. Jin getting shoved under turret right now. Photic is getting a bit more of a shove. Both bot lane quests completed there. Worth noting, Rookie doesn't have his mid lane quest for the upgraded boots. He'd really liked that before this fight, but as you were saying, dying in that mid lane a little earlier definitely hurts that.
You are a Talia, you do like to roam a little bit as well. Part of the deal. Not that Ahri does it necessarily. But it can be done. Again, you haven't run the teleport, you've run the ghost. All these
Jin going on to Photic here. Maybe. I was actually worried about that. You can see him around that Photic. You've got to be careful, buddy. Gets out safely this time.
Nice done.
Vampire doesn't find the wall stun angle there either, which again was a threat. Poppy in the early game like this, if you land that wall stun, it is actually a ton of damage for the base damage.
Junja does manage to sneak in and get a hold of that scuttle grab and then slide over the back of the dragon wall. Top lane, we had that 1 or 2 ganks early, and otherwise it's just been business as usual up here. Lead for Soboro, of course, who has been donated those kills. Xiaoshu has been 0-2. He's within 500 gold, which is a lead, don't get me wrong. It's not like Xiaoshu is going to be completely without threat in this game. Riftmaker first item for Gwen. Hex Drinker early for Soboro to try and deal with some of that initial threat.
Yeah, double AP solo lanes means you're doing double duty there. He's getting himself towards that Triforce. It does delay your 2 item spike. 2 items for Yorick is where you really come alive. That Triforce Shojin, that's when you become quite unstoppable in a side lane. Actually, the Gwen can fight you. Dragon has not been finished. It's not even been started. Herald is alive, and JDG choosing to fight with the better terrain for them, actually, on blue side. Blue side top river tends to be better. They have better wall stun angles, can hold that choke point with that river there. Low health on the Herald now. Good position for JDG.
hammer shot. Didn't land all that much. And again, Cerberus can go towards the spot side. Herald's going down. Just kind of warding JDG off the mid lane a little bit and trying to give solo lanes a bit of an opportunity.
That's actually a little scary though.
Yeah.
If that W had landed, could have been a dead photic. No cleanse. Teleport, that's going to be the Herald driven. Hang on, can they get a
crystallize it?
They could actually they can go for a combo onto the Wukong maybe.
Oh, out comes that steadfast presence, but there's a Supreme Display of Talent. Oh, the Ignite! Is it enough?
No, it's so close. An awesome ult from Vampire to save his jungler, but Junja, buddy, maybe not the right angle. Sobro's going to go onto the Dragon. Because Junja is so low HP, you're not going to be able to fight for this one. IG happily going to take the second Dragon. A Mountain Dragon will be definitely something they'll be happy to take anyway. A lot of their members building up little bits of magic resist, like that Hex Drinker, Merc Treads.
Worth noting as well, while the mid lane play was happening, Sobro was just bonking bot side turret. He gets first turret by walking down there, and that's what was happening off screen. We saw all the flashy stuff in mid lane, but the bit with substance, really, was that bot lane play in some ways as well, just getting the additional win there for Invictus Gaming.
Xiaoshu's going towards what I think is the Nash's Tooth second as well, so he wants a little bit more of the uptime on just kind of auto-attack damage, really. Cerbero's really happy, though. You're right. Has that Triforce, has the Hex Drinker, happily existing in side lanes.
Does it come with wailing if you're gnashing your teeth?
Great wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Exactly.
And the hens and the frogs and the cows and the ducks and the sloths.
And the sloths. What is that from again?
It's from the passage about the Holy Hand Grenade and
yes, yes.
Would be getting a little bit of help from Wei on this one side of Zama.
Show you gnashes of teeth. I'm just going to say that.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, I can understand that way. Looking over towards the trap, not necessarily anything through that.
We got Wei on the side.
And credit, hang on, Honky, he's in a bit of trouble here. Half health down. This Crystallize might kill it in a single auto, but if he walks up and uses it, he can actually maybe kill him one.
Warning miss. He's going to send a load of ghouls going at Honky. And again, Ari not the best at dealing with those that are queue up and available.
Yeah, okay, for Ari to deal with a Yorick, well, you need to go Leandri secondly. There is a teleport. That's the Gwen. Wukong's coming up. Ari's not sticking around, though, so this would actually just be a 1v1. There is a okay, now Vampire's here. We'll see if they can make it out alive.
Warning Mist goes into the Hallowed Mist. Sobro is shunted back. He's going, yeah, well, I think I'm just dead. Is ignited. Tries to get a fairly smoke. Goes for the Morning Mist onto Honkyu. Trying to interrupt his back. Does get the last rights.
Sobro can't get the Crystallize on turret. He's going to die. The shutdown will go to Xiaoshu, but it means that Honkyu is off the map and can't reset in time to get something done elsewhere. Rookie is free pushing bot lane. They're pushing mid lane as well. This is a bit of a reverse from what happened in the last game, where JDG had the pressure and then IG had to try and slip the noose. This time it's IG having the pressure, JDG looking for the play to get out of that.
Bot lane turret's only on one plate now as a result, partly as well. Like, that's a lot of gold that's picked up again. A lot of the on-screen stuff is kind of just not revealing how much is happening on the other side of the map.
It's still a good play for JDG. Yes. It's still cut the gold lead down a little bit, but IG get more than JDG would have hoped for. Sobro also just doesn't blow the flash. That is important here. Need to make sure you hold on to that if it's not necessary. If Rookie can get a combo here, this could be quite deadly.
Ooh, that's half the health bar.
Owie. And now, what? Now Honky's gonna have to reset again. He's gonna have to reset again. Half HP, you can't stick around with that. So he's gonna have to reset. That gives IG another window of time where, just, by the way, look at the minimap right now. Look at that ward, that line of red down the center of the map. Going right the way from Tribrush into the enemy jungle, up through mid lane, and then into the top river. IG have wonderful vision because they've been able to put that down while JDG were making that play topside.
They have, and that has given them a lot of ability to play for these side lane turrets, and we have started to see that ability to play the map wider. The 1-3-1s feel pretty good right now, it has to be said.
Oh, Vampire, what are you doing there, buddy? He has flash, uses the heal, caught up by the Varus ultimate. I think he might just be dead. He is. Vampire dies on a warding mission, and this is one of the criticisms we have about him as a player. Very good in lane and team fights, going on the warding in the macro, struggles, and now Gala's left out to dry.
Forced to flash because, again, the Weaver's Wall was extending the ult options for Wei.
Rookie will tank up that W, and again, JDG feels like their map play a little behind IG this time, actually. Last game, so much pressure it didn't matter. Jway has ult, doesn't have flash, jumping forwards.
Jway will step on forwards and body block some of the potential charm angles. Wei coming back on over. Doesn't have the ult, worth noting, so not quite as threatening on the Kian.
Yeah, Honky trying to be a bit of a pressure valve there. Get some damage down, force IG to back off. Not bad, actually, but Jway, good presence of mind to step in front of the Varus, save something like that flash. Photic can keep that around. He definitely becomes more powerful than Photic. You know, we've had a lot of criticism of him. Feels bad just saying that we're prefacing all of our points about him with that, but kind of has to be, really. He's 1.4, he was 1.4k up, 1,000 right now. He's having a good game. He's had a great 1v2 laning phase where he just held off Gala and Vampire. And much like the Demacia Cup finals, JDG's bot lane was assumed to stomp. That hasn't been the full story here.
I concur. Nearly
the Conqueror's in, you know, the nut-like thing. Which
yeah, I was going to go for that joke as well. Ah, well done.
Or
I've not played Conkers in forever.
Yeah, it feels like, I feel like it's a Britishism. I don't know.
This is a all right, to chat. Do you know what the game Conkers is?
Yeah.
If you are from not Britain.
Yeah. All right, okay, so great vision again by IG into the enemy jungle. Hitting some breakpoints. 2.5 items from Rookie. Has Rylai's. Has the Fated Ashes to build up towards a Liandry's. Wei has... I just realized Wei from Daitako Helios. There's been a viral.
One with the squirrel. No. Yeah, guys. Well, right, we'll have to explain Conkers.
Hang on, Wei's jumped onto.
Ooh, flashes away, so we've just let Talon. Does get him out to safety.
Vampire Flash just tries to deny the dash. Can't manage it. Wei gets out to safety. Doesn't have the ult, doesn't have the flash now. Is that the go button for JDG? They're going to go onto the dragon. This would have been third dragon for IG. Now, Vampire's flash down. Does that change the way that IG can approach this fight?
How much do they care? Weaver's Wall is coming. They want to force this. Gala's in a dangerous position. Remember, he doesn't have the flash back. He's in so much danger. Junja now body blocking the threaded volleys. Junja does get the dragon as well, but Gala on the back of it will die for all of this.
So broke going down. Charm onto Waves. Honkyu uses that ult, gets out to safety. Dragon taken by JDG at the cost of 1. Will it cost them mid? What will it cost them mid lane turret at the same time? They're not going to do Baron here. The resets will come in too quickly. But if they get mid lane turret, I think they're still happy.
Shoved through mid again. They've got the Yorick here, who's a very good turret taker with the Maiden here as well. They could just keep running at this stuff.
I think they have 2 grubs, not 3. And oh, bloody hell, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Gonna run straight towards it. Had the Maiden as well. Often around these points, the Maiden's just already dead. 2 turrets in the push. This now becomes a worthwhile play for IG. It's 1 kill, 2 turrets for 1 dragon on the other side. Also getting the Poppy flash away, I think it's quite important. Vampire using it. I understand why he uses it. He can't quite get in range. A little too slow. Wei makes it out alive. Understand the play from Vampire, just not quite executing quite in time.
If he managed to get that stun into the wall, we might be having a very different conversation. Unfortunately, remember, Gala blew that flash mid from the last attempt on his life.
Hang on, fighting picture in picture.
You're absolutely right, there is. Change of corruption land, that's onto the cycloning Junja, but unfortunately, this little whirlwind is running out of spin. Needs another battery pack. There comes the Dark Procession, and it will be there as a funeral march for the dead Monkey King.
Moves too far from the equator, the Coriolis effect dies out, and the Gale Force wins. Go to a soft breeze. Sobro thinking, oh, he gets him into the Dark Procession. That's a problem for Xiaoxu. Dashes out of it.
I'm trying to commentate, but I'm still dealing with the fact that Coriolis effect was used accurately within a broadcast. Gala is also unfortunately on the wrong end of an accurate little blade from Jwei and JDG. Xiaoxu hits him with a needle, spreads that one. Now goes Honkyu, looking for some more work into the side, gets the charm, it's only on into Jwei, arrow, dangerous but not kill.
Honkyu very nearly killing Photic, great flash away from it. Vampire taking away the Alistair.
Photic low but still alive, Wei sidesteps a fair amount, the arrow comes on through, Vampire taken low, can Jwei get in range, the hail of arrows will slow him down, can't quite get the kill, Wei also very carefully low, Honkyu with enough HP to threat.
IG, sorry, I just completely mind blanked there. I was trying to think of something to say, and all I can think of is actually JDG not quite making the play. Not quite there. Once again, Vampire so close to making the clutch play, getting rid of that front line, but not able to get onto the carries in the way he wanted to. Almost dies in the attempt. Close run stuff, but because JDG keep missing out on these knife's edge plays, IG keep pushing forwards and forwards, keeping that gold lead afloat.
I'm still stuck on the fact you managed to get Coriolis affected. Effectively. That was very smooth.
It was a cyclone. I can't believe I haven't done that before. Sam, I have a physics degree.
I know, I can tell.
Funnily enough, actually, part of my classical physics module was actually due to that did actually involve the Coriolis effect. It's why, by the way, Coriolis effect. It's cyclones only happen within like 5 degrees of the equator, and they don't cross the equator either because of the way the Coriolis effect works. Basically, curvature of the Earth does some funny things. Jwei, using that ghost just to get out safely. Honkyu, I mean, he's not had the best game, but he's actually having a fair amount of impact now. That's a level 16 Yorick with 2 items. I don't actually think you win this.
When it isn't strong, Gala's in danger. Has to flash again.
Rookie looks at the AD carry he was playing with last year and goes, hey buddy, and he jumps on him 3 times in a row. Gala has no flash, 2k down. The bot lane of JDG are actually struggling quite a lot in this game 3.
Honkyu's gone towards the Verdant Barrier. In fairness, he's already got the death cap, and again, there wasn't enough stacks on the Dark Seal to afford a Magi, so he's got damage. I think, in fairness, trying to deal with some of that upfront pick, I can see the thought process there as well. Just keeping an eye on that itemization.
Someone wants to know what the Coriolis effect is. The easiest way to think about it is the effect that the curvature on the Earth has on things. So if things spin around the equator, things on the equator are further from the center of the Earth in terms of where it's spinning than the very top of it. So the further north or south you go from the equator, technically the slower you are spinning in regards to the center of the Earth.
Because of course we're spinning around the axis, right? So if you're on the very outside of it, it's like, imagine the outside edge of
I hope I'm not
blades.
butchering that. I hope I'm not butchering. But it basically means if a cyclone is kind of just off the equator, winds on one side of it are affected differently by the rotation of the Earth than the other ones. It's
so
slightly about
dissipates,
the
right?
Well, no. In the equator, that's actually what leads to it in that case. But yeah. Anyway, that's basically what it is. You're not going to find that in another League stream, let me tell you that. I hope I haven't been giving out misinformation.
Do you know where I know the Coriolis effect from?
From Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
The original one, yes.
COD 4.
Yeah, where you're in the ghillie suit mission.
You haven't got it for this map. You've got to even take into account the Coriolis effect.
Exactly.
Okay, Dragon's up in 20 seconds. It will be third for IG. Good poke there from Photic onto Xiaoshu. Second, well, there is a Seekers for Xiaoshu. That's important. Honku has a Banshees. 3 items for Rookie. Photic is very happy with his position in the game right now, and Junja might be able to get himself an Implement Weather on target.
They don't know he's there. I don't think they're trying to spot him out now.
This is a little scary now, actually. They have great vision on either side of this. He'll know about it. This is the problem. What does he do now? He's not going to be able to get through this unseen at all. He's going to try and go around the other way.
Oh, they
but
know
he's
he's there
spotted
now.
anyway. He knows about one ward. Now he knows about the other.
Good warning from the Sobra's going to go body blocking because again, the Yorick just dealing with the jungler is a big deal. Deadly First comes across. Look at Xiaoshu. Can he find some Needle? Keeper's Verdict got fought away. Dragon's still secured by the Varus. Supreme display of talent. Honku on the other side, looking for the angle, misses the charm, but they will still kill down the Alistair. Photic doing his best as Xiaoshu throws needles out. Junja slides in finally. Was warded off, but not for long. Rookie in danger. Vampire alongside Honku. Locked down the delay. The seismic shove. The health bar so low, but not down. Over goes Wei. Gets one with the audacity. Overcomes Sobro. This could be messy. The health bar so low. Wei, Sobro, dangerous. The charm lands. Can they escape? What's the back end of the turn to heal off of the
Junja's
wolves?
healing off of the wolves. It's a 2v3, but I think the Yorick wins this.
He's not. He's not. There comes the Warrior Trickster, and the Gwen just comes and cuts his head off.
Wait.
Oh no! Wei blows up. Honku takes the wrong blast cone there and dies.
IG get the dragon. The fight goes 4-3 though in favor of JDG. It is a mess, folks. I can't believe that Junja got into the backline after being spotted out on the flank. Sobro also not quite delivering on the late game Yorick fantasy. IG, well, Wei ends up living, and he's now actually very fed after that fight. Kills off Honku. Vampire got the ult onto Rookie midway through the fight as well. This is a mess. So initially Junja is caught out, doesn't get put into the Dark Procession though, does manage to escape that. Things get weird. Dway goes in for the combo and actually ults very well here. The ult from the Kiana hits onto Gala in the backline, but at the end of the day, cleanses it, goes into his blah 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 curtain call thingy. Sobro. This is what happened on the other side of the fight. I guess he just walks at him. Yeah. Walks at him and kills him. That's some Yorick gaming for you.
And obviously the rest of the fight was continuing elsewhere. Really close. Again, Junja desperately low. Xiaoshu, Vampire really low. Anyone else there do a little bit of damage and you're looking at another 2-3 people dead from JDG, but the camp was up. Junja heals. Sobro, I don't think was expecting this amount of upfront burst.
No, it's a full stack Q. They stack off of the walls. It wasn't just the healing from the Wukong which was happening. It was also the Q stacking up from the Gwen. I didn't realize that at the time. Honky thought maybe he could alley-oop Wei. He's doing it blind. Can't really do much about that. Ends up going down. So IG did have a 4 going on 5k gold lead. Now it's 3k. Has been cut, but they did get the extra dragon.
Puts him on soul point. You're right. And that is a win in itself.
Yeah, Gala has Infinity Edge. Big win for him to get to that item despite his deficit. He's happy with that now. JDG, as they've shown, have the damage and have the team fighting tools to win this. They do actually have that. Sobro is really quite scary, though. He has a full Maw. That'll definitely help him. Xiaoshu, though, also on 3 items himself, even in gold pretty much.
Stacks on that Dark Seal as well. Jumping on Vampire. It was that wise Supreme display of talent, but not that much damage, actually. No completed Cyril's or anything. Way in danger. Tries to dodge his way around. He's in danger. I think he's just gone.
He's just gone. Too much CC. Got hit by the Jin W somehow. That 3D terrain kind of hurting him. And now suddenly Yorick has to teleport to the other side of the map. That pick might change everything. It will open up a Baron angle for JDG. So Sobro teleported topside, trying to get to the fight, but now he might get cut off at the pass. Let's see how he angles this.
Gala is potentially at risk here. Not the fastest Baron take from JDG, but they do have the Gwen, which is helping. Wei eats a lot of damage from Hong Q, but now he's a bit split off. But good blast code this time. Flashes out for the seismic shove and avoids all the attempts. That's a big deal.
That will be down. Means his smite is
Keeper's
not on the
verdict.
table right now. Keeper's verdict. No teleport. Here goes Wei.
They've killed off the jungler. That makes this a smiteless Baron. Shove into the wall with a heroic charge. Xiaoshu jumping forwards. Dies to Photic. Vampire about to fall as well. Take the Baron. Surely they're in here. Gala can try and shoot on the other side. The seismic shove. Rookie. Threaded volley. Deadly flourish just wide. A quadra kill towards Photic. I don't have the high note that Freak did, but the damage is still pretty unreal. Last right. Hong Q down. Baron officially thrown.
It's another best of 3 between JDG and IG with a heartbreak at Baron. Yorick sends his girlfriend to the top lane to push the wave, and I think with 2 quadra kills in potentially 2 wins, IG and Photic will win the series.
It was a hard fought fight. IG thought it was getting a little bit dicey when Wave fell. You can see why they rushed the Baron. It just wasn't enough. Nexus being defended. Some of the respawns coming on through Junja. Side cloning, but I don't think it's enough. How long on anyone else? 5 seconds on Gala will not be enough. And JDG fall. Invictus Gaming repeat their Demacia Cup responses.
Photic heard you all talking shit. Us too. 2 quadra kills and 2 victories. A smile from Rookie as he beats his AD carry from last year. IG came in as underdogs, but because it's versus JDG, for some reason they come out with the win. JDG versus IG remains one of the most exciting, nonsensical matchups in the world of League of Legends, and Invictus Gaming once again come away with the victory.
Well, that was fun.
It was very fun. If you enjoyed this series as much as we did, well, it's a pretty hard thing, but if you did, please drop a like, please drop a follow. If you had a clip you enjoyed from that game, chuck it on Twitter, chuck it on Reddit. We'll see it, we'll enjoy it. And, folks, thank you so much for stopping by and enjoying part of your LPL journey here with us. My name is Alex, this is Sam, we're brothers. We've cast the LPL together for a number of years. We are the most experienced LPL casters in the business now as a duo. We have cast thousands of LPL games together. And we like to think we're pretty good at this, and we think we can tell the stories pretty well, too. If you have enjoyed that, again, follow us on the socials. If you can drop some money to a subscription or the Ko-fi, it's not much, but it means an awful lot to us. Thank you so much for supporting us on our way here and seeing games which are just as nonsensical and as wonderful as they are, like this, JDG, IG, and the LPL.
Well, that was fun. I enjoyed that a lot.
I don't think I've ever cast a bad series between JDG and IG. They're just always just peak. Always peak. I can't believe that Photic particularly just went so ham. This guy is actually having a really good run of form.
We've seen this before. And then it all falls
Yes,
apart.
the thing about Photic is he has like a good half as regular split, and then it doesn't last until playoffs, and you forget about it. IG keep drawing me back in. They just keep drawing me back in. But what can I say? Maybe IG just have that special sauce again. Sobro is just such a shit-eating top lane. Like, he just looks and goes, hit, and then just something weird happens. Like, I love this guy. I don't know where the hell, like, where he was in challenges. He comes up here. I'm like, okay, I've never heard of this guy before. What the heck's going to happen? We should get an interview pretty soon on stage afterwards, and then we'll get our player of the game afterwards. Are you going to stream?
I am. Only for an hour or two, but I'll go do it.
Cool. You go start that up. We'll get the interview down here, and then we'll raid over to you. And, yeah, we hope again, folks. I keep saying this, but we really hope you enjoyed yourself first and foremost. And, we'll see you right now. Guys, tomorrow we have also excellent series. You know what we have tomorrow? We have Top Esports versus BLG and Anyone's Legend versus JDG. So, we were saying JDG, BLG, and AL are probably our top 3 teams. Well, JDG just lost, so we'll see whether that lasts. But we do still have BLG Top Esports, even with the roster changes to Top Esports. Anyone's Legend versus JDG, both coming off of a loss today. Thank you so much, Adalas, for the Ko-fi donation there. It makes an awful lot of difference to us, as we were saying. We appreciate it an awful lot. And, yeah. Tomorrow's going to be just as good, folks, I think. I think it's going to be just as good. We shall see exactly if they can match up to that. But I'm so happy with the quality of today's games. The entertainment never stops, does it? Okay. Where did I put my Ko-fi? Here we go. Cool. Oh, thank you, Edelas. That's actually an awful lot. Appreciate you. Also, there was someone who gave an anonymous donation the other day too. It just says Ko-fi supporter, but that was also for 50 euros as well. Edelas just dropping 50 as well. It means an awful lot to us. Again, it keeps us doing what we're doing. So many great clips from today's stream, folks. There are. So there's no more games today, no more games tomorrow, but tomorrow we have Top Esports versus BLG, and we have Anyone's Legend versus JDG. Excellent games tomorrow. Hey, Sheep Esports? Sheep Esports retweeted, let's fucking go. Nice. That's really cool. Nice. Let's go Sheep Esports. I can't believe that Rookie had that LeBlanc outplay. What a great series. What a great series. I'm blessed to be able to see this kind of gameplay. Is it always clean? No. I fucking love it though. I wouldn't trade this. I wouldn't trade this at all.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛后采访环节，我是主持人小玉。恭喜 IG 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。在赛后，我们也请到了俊伟选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 IG 辅助俊伟选手。
恭喜你们啊，不容易的拿下了这个赛季的首胜了。先来分享一下感受吧，有没有压力减轻一点点？
就感觉赢了这场非常开心吧。然后之前我们也是遭遇了2连败。
其实今天的整体比赛内容来看的话，也是合理了非常多嘛。第一局你们选出来的这个阵容还是偏软的，因为只有你一个强开团的位置，但是波都能够开到4、5个，自己的团战思路会是什么样的呢？
就选到Nico这个英雄，然后我觉得我就会开得很好吧。
也是俊伟可以说是绝活型的一个英雄，但是从最近的比赛来看的话，可能在露露包括 Nico 没有了之后，后续谁先选到应付，谁就会比较难受的一个情况。俊伟会有这样的感觉吗？
会，就感觉这个版本偏向于软辅版本吧。
所以对你来说也是一个挑战嘛，因为你平时用的应付也会比较多一些嘛。
对我来说也是个新的挑战。
也是在慢慢的练习当中啊。其实第3局双方看似比较血腥，可能有硬开团的这样的阵容，反而打得比较平稳了。选手们包括教练组也想要这个稳稳的幸福了吗？
第3把得稳一点了。
得稳稳的拿下来。第3局其实结束比赛的方式跟第1局有些相似，在先知网一人的情况下，反而去把这个团战打赢了。可以跟我们分享一下从大龙那边到结束吗？
但是就是威哥阵完之后，然后就感觉他死的挺好了吧，然后对面也没赚的还敢动大龙，然后我们就觉得可以操作，就慢慢操作就会赢。
可能也是因为提前用到了一些技能，所以后续的团战会比较好赢一些。今年也是开启了一个新的征程吧，对于俊伟来说，刚刚也说了是一个挑战。但是跟大家相处下来感觉如何呢？如果让你分别用一个词来形容一下你的队友，会是什么？
跟大家相处挺好吧，然后菠萝包就话比较多吧，然后很幽默。然后威哥的话就感觉很好玩吧，很憨厚的感觉。然后Rookie哥就给人很有安全感的感觉。
哥哥的感觉。自己的 AD 呢？
然后皮子的话就人也特别好吧，很好相处。
能够看出来啊，大家都在慢慢的变熟，然后慢慢的磨合当中。最后想要问到你，因为我们的 LPL 每一年都会有新人出现，有更新迭代。去年俊伟给我们留下了很多高光的时刻和操作，所以今年加入 IG 之后，想要跟这支 IG 在这片赛场上面书写怎样的故事呢？
就希望我能跟队友们越走越远吧。
希望你们赛场加油，也感谢俊伟来到我们赛后采访的环节。接下来让我们把时间交还给解说席。
Well, Photic did a crazy amount of damage. No one hitting the 1k barrier this time. Honky struggling in lane a little bit, but making good plays outside of it. Well, we've had our interview now. I guess we could wait. We'll wait until Sam's up and running. If you're on YouTube, the show will end here. And if you're on Twitch, well, we'll send you over to Sam. He'll be streaming some Disco Elysium. It's a very fun game. It's kind of like a investigation mystery game. It's very, very cool if you haven't seen any of it. I highly recommend it. It's very, very cool. And once again, folks, thank you so much for supporting us on our LPL journey. So many really, really cool things today. For this game, I think Photic is player of the game, but player of the match is Rookie. Rookie is player of the match, 100%. Player of the game is Photic. Ooh, I really like those kind of plays. Where you jump in, kill the wave, which opens up the charm angle. Photic on non... Yeah, exactly. Photic works really well on non-auto-attacking champions. What can I say? Oh, God. I don't know. Sam, you live? Okay, we'll right over to Sam. Thank you very much for doing this. We'll see you next time. Alright, if you're on YouTube, the show will end here. Thank you very much